good about. You do have some alacrity backup. You have a break in the Hoodwink. The extra stun here is nice, I will say. More stuns with Hoodwink, Jakiro, Invoker feels great because these three are giving you a lot of damage. So if you can land some shackles, I think the value of this pick goes up considerably. But I would have opted just. I mean, I would have liked the Tiny Sven archetype, but again, if you're really worried about playing that into Necrophos, which is very reasonable, then you got to get creative here. You know, what is a range stun or carry? Not a lot
Yeah.
of those.
I mean, you also don't love playing those heroes against the other pool on Boom Boys too, right? Like Dragonite, you can't just burst down.
It can be a little difficult, yeah.
Mirana is hard to catch. Undying is kind of annoying because of Tombstone.
For sure.
Don't want to use your very powerful hits to be hitting a tomb.
And I think that's why you ended up with Wind Ranger. It's just like, well, a lot of my carry pool looks real bad here in the mid game. So I just got to get something that could do well in the lane and maybe pick up some of those matchups through the offlaner here, which could be juicy for WS. They're going to ban the Doom. I was just about to mention it. You know, you have two targets that can reduce the healing of and give you some extra scale from that offlane. Wouldn't mind another stunner, though, as well. Like, I do think you have a lot of damage if you're Aurora right now, and Boom Boys are kind of just sitting there. They're playing DK, Undying, Necrophos. They're going to group up. They're going to smack a tower or Roshan, and they're going to be very clunky and static when they do that. So if you just have a hero that can go in and lock these heroes in place, you have plenty of damage to pour into them. There's a WS Brewmaster that comes to mind.
Yeah, I was thinking the same. One of the better counters against Necro.
Yeah, looks pretty juicy here. He does play a lot of Dawnbreaker, but this does not strike me as the Dawnbreaker game. There's an Underlord in the pool, which I think it's a double-edged sword here for sure. Some really bad matchups, also some good matchups. You could just play for the pits.
What do you think about is Batrider insane? Because that hero is good versus Dragonite and Necro.
It's an option here. Option for sure. The Naga ban's really interesting. Not a lot of teams are going to last pick this carry Naga, but Kiritich does play these micro heroes. I'm just going to opt for the Underlord. I think it makes sense. Like, it's the AoE control you want with all this damage. He's going to suffer against the dying Necrophos. However, no pick here in the out offlane was going to feel amazing.
Does this change anything for you about where Boom Boys are placing these heroes? Like,
it does make the carry Necro a little more enticing. I think you should throw it in the offlane here. I don't think you want to get chewed jebaited. Unless they're going to play like Arc Warden on Kiritich or something. I mean, that would be a real wild card. It's not the worst Arc Warden game, to be honest.
Yeah, I feel like to round out Boom Boys lineup, I just want a team fight initiator.
I feel like I want damage. I think they need more damage more than anything. I'd say Spectre's really nice. However, into the Underlord is asking for trouble.
It would be cool if they did Ember and ran offlane DK.
I think there's a lot of stuns for the Ember to play into.
Yeah, that's fair. Actually, you got Underlord to deal with. Yeah,
I think you need some real damage threat. Something that's going to really shake this Aurora lineup up, because I think they're pretty happy scaling here. They have Underlord and Poker with a bunch of stuns, a bunch of AoE burn damage. It's kind of miserable for this DK to just walk in the fight right now. So if he's not doing a lot, then who is actually winning you the team fight? This is what I want to know from Boo Boys. That's what I'm thinking of, some Arc Warden type hero, something that just flips the game on its head. I think the Naga Man was quite smart. That is a hero that would have done it even into the Underlord counter pick. They're really thinking about this.
Not much time left. They go for the axe.
Huh. Not a hero I think I ever would have had on my radar for that last pick. It has been really unsuccessful this event as well.
Yes. Very unsuccessful. My goodness.
Another reason it's not on my radar. I'm kind of just assuming that people are starting to write this hero off. Other than a Furion answer, I think that is the one hero. If you're going to get Furion, then you got to consider the axe.
But an answer to Wind Ranger, not really, right?
It's a mixed bag. Also, I just don't think Wind Ranger is the thing you have to deal with in this game. To me, this game is a lot more about the late game pits, creating space for Invoker and two really high damage artillery supports. What is your answer to that? Because you have a DK and a Necro that are just kind of walking in and just walking into the meat grinder, you know?
Yeah.
And so what changes that? Either an assassin who kills the backline and so frees up some space, or something that takes advantage of these two bruisers walking in with BKB not doing a lot of damage but not dying super fast. I don't think Axe does either of those. He needs other people to go in, which they do have. But then what is he looking for? A blade mail call in the Wind Ranger? Okay. And then you're still stuck in Pit, Firestorm, Jakiro spells, Invoker spells. Like,
yeah, I feel like his only winning initiation is he catches Invoker.
Well,
and that's impossible. There's no way that's going to happen. As just like him being the first initiator and getting the should be the hardest hero to catch in the backline.
There's no way I'll say this. Maybe Miro just pops off and he has like a sick Axe game.
Yeah, maybe he's just feeling it.
But there's no way as a drafter I'm picking the Axe to deal with Invoker.
Yeah.
That is just not a thing in pro games. You cannot expect that.
Yep.
So yeah, I feel like Aurora got away with one here. I think
agreed.
I think Boom Boys were trying to propose these flex cores. They were gonna I'm gonna throw them anywhere, and we're gonna get some nice laning matchups and limit your options. And Aurora navigated it pretty well, and they ended up last picking an Axe, which is not the gotcha pick.
Yeah.
That needed to use the value of these.
Just kind of muddied the waters. Didn't make their draft particularly strong.
I think they got too lost in the sauce. I've been there. Sometimes you're flexing these heroes, but then you just flex into nothing. You're like, oh, we got ourselves. We flexed ourselves into the corner. That's what it feels like to me. I'm not saying it's a crazy margin game, but I give like 7-8% draft win to Aurora here, which
well, considering the fact that they're already kind of favorites, seeing as they beat Boom Boys in the group stage just yesterday, kind of compounds things. But we'll see. Maybe Boom Boys will outperform what they've drafted.
And the upside is they did throw this Necrophos into that Underworld lane. So they have winning lanes. They have 3 winning core lane matchups in theory. They have a Necro against an Underlord that wins. They have a DK against the Invoker, which they got the counter pick. That wins.
Yeah.
And they got the last pick Axe against Wind Ranger, which, is also a winning lane here. They can just demolish lanes in this game. That's the one wild card. And they are a team that is capable of doing that.
Yeah, I mean, that was Boom Boys' MO for the longest time as a squad. For literally like 2 or 3 years, they were known as just the team that you had to get through lanes. If you did not survive lanes, then the game might crumble. So that also is kind of concerning me, because I feel like Boom Boys kind of went away from that and became, in my mind, a more fully fledged team and a scarier threat deep in tournaments. So to kind of see them just go back to, all right, let's just win 3 lanes and rock out, I don't love that.
They do have some roaming potential with this Morana. And I think their lineup, because they have a Dragon Knight, if they win lanes, taking objectives is going to be very easy. You have natural initiators and frontliners. The progression in this game is very straightforward. I have some faith that this lineup can make that style work, but I want to see them execute it. And if they do, they could put Aurora in the hole. And this late game presence, the Invoker scaling, all this damage behind the Underlord doesn't mean anything if you can't sit anyone on the front line, because the early game was just so miserable you don't exist. It's definitely a possibility here. You are all playing into Undying Necrophos. Like, that is some GG, get me out of this hub right now territory for WS.
Yeah. He's not going to be happy. Hopefully he can get some stacks or something.
This is one of those lanes where he could have 0 CS for 2 or 3 minutes until you get equilibrium. You just got to spam aggro full and pray that you don't get your region abused too much.
Well, he got one. He got one, creep. Maybe he even gets a second here, so.
Oh, okay, he's thriving.
Yep, there he goes.
Katanomi's fighting Mira a little bit. I would just be zoning this Underlord a little more. I'm surprised he's trying to take the fight on the side. I think Mira's very happy with that outcome. They get the lane back very quickly.
Yeah, usually it's better to play with the Necrophos anyway, right?
Yes. If the Squirrel's going to pull the wave, I think that's acceptable. Again, you're just going to annoy WS a lot more. So, not sure I liked how Kataomi played this first wave. They're still going to win this lane no matter what. Just eking out minor victories. We'll see how much GBK can perform in mid too. He is very used to this DK Invoker matchup. He really likes it. And you can out CS Invoker pretty hard early and just translate that into faster 6. I kill you with any rotation off the Elder Dragon form into taking your tower. And if the Invoker ever loses the tower early in this matchup, his map state can become really sad. Oh, nice Sunstrike tank.
He's pulled that off twice now. 2 different range creep denies off of tanking the Sunstrike. Makoto just not getting the timing correct.
Yeah, GBK is such a good laner. It's ridiculous. And his off lane? Miro, he's chilling. Probably just goes fast, phase boots, blade mail, blink. I don't see any reason to do anything else. Maybe you get some extra ancient stacks up, but I can also see those going to the Dragon Knight. So I don't think he's going to need a lot of extra help this game on the Axe. You just want him to have a stable lane here. Get ahead. Tombstone.
Nice deny.
Thunderlord's doing better early than I thought. Mira, given this Undying, the runaround is definitely done some work here. And Nightfall. CSC super well. 17-4. Overperforming in this top lane. Good sign for Aurora. They're CSing very well. Even the Invoker caught up mid with the extra Force Spirit summon, so it's looking pretty solid.
Oh my god, he's going to die. The Sunstrike's going to come through. Okay, the heal came out. Heritage keeps him alive. Katomi not dead yet. Blood Grenade to slow him down. Katomi's trying to juke out Mira. Goes back through the trees. He's good for now. Receives another heal. Mira now low on resources.
He should have died there. Sunstrike was a little late off of the pitting and the disable. That would have been a nice first blood for Makoto to snag, as we still have it available on the field. Costs him a lot of his mana too, which is no fun.
(19-7) for GPK over the 13-0 Invoker. Makoto is not having fun in this matchup, but it's kind of expected.
He's doing all right. He's not getting slapped. That says something here. Just got to look for that Mirana rotation. Save is the wild card of the map in this first 10 minutes. He doesn't have to sit with this Axe. He can kind of play in the dire jungle. He can threaten the arrow on the mid off the Dragon Tail. He can threaten an arrow off of the early Axe called top if you find a support. Him just being off map is really scary. And you see this early dire ward. This is just for the Mirana in this upper jungle to scout the rotations to mid. So Aurora, they're on point today. Like, they're thinking about where the threats are going to come from on this map. Already planning out for it. Nice idea. That's a classic anti-Mirana ward. Lanes are starting to swing Boom Boy's way a little bit here. Particularly Thunderlord. I just cannot exist down here. You're seeing the regen investment. That's all net worth down the drain just to stand on the lane. Nice rotation, though.
Bushwhack into Sunstrike, but it's going to miss. Doesn't really matter. He's surrounded by too many heroes. So good rotation. I mean, if you're not going to win that lane, I think Mira did about as much as he can do.
For sure.
With given, as you said, the runaround to Undying. But now that's kind of over with. WS is just in hell, and Mira can't save him. So better to just win that top lane more.
This does free up Kataomi. He can kind of choose what he wants to do now this lane is done. Undying's not the best at rotating mid.
Yeah, however, what does freed up Undying really mean?
I think you do have that option because you have the DK. He can just Elder Form stun this Invoker. You drop Tombstone Blood Grenade. Makoto's dead 100%.
Drop the Sentry to catch that deep laning mid ward.
Got to keep the Catapult alive here. They're just bringing everybody mid. Even Miro tagging along.
Miro with the Battle Hunger is going to chase after Kari. Save, gets himself out of danger, and on top of this Dragon Knight, the Sunstrike's going to come through, bringing him low, but Kari can't really stop this. Tries to go for the Roshan deny, but the aggro drawn by Miro. Very nicely done. They take that mid ward, but ultimately, they did not get as much pressure on this mid tower as I think they were hoping for.
Oh, there's a haste rune for GPK.
Well, that's going to help out a lot. He's still got Dragon Form for a few more seconds. Dragon Tail into the arrow. The TPs are coming in, but the damage, it's going to overwhelm Makoto. They turn back around and kill save, but it's at the cost of the Invoker's life. Maybe they get the Undying as well. GPK picks up the extra support with the TP in from Nightfall. He collects the Undying kill.
Getting another ward? Ooh. Wait, nobody got that? What? Interesting. That was an ops, right? I'm not blind.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, never mind. Anyway, that was a really nice haste rune.
Okay.
That really bailed out that entire skirmish. I'm surprised that Kataomi just chose never to drop Tombstone at any point in that. Kind of interesting.
Yeah, that was weird.
Does have it now, though. Looking to contest with the Shrine.
Ooh, arrow slips right on by. Could have been the kill. Still will be the kill on WS with the Reaper Scythe complete. And that is double Wisdom Shrines for Boom Boys. So now you're seeing the effect of that laning phase win.
Oh, yeah.
They set themselves up to win all 3 lanes, and they are compounding that with some objective taken.
A really nice level advantage starting to grow. You got some extra net worth on that Reaper kill right on the line, but you get the stack. A little extra value. I'm very happy with that sequence in the end. And now you're going to get another Elder Form straight into the mid tower. There's another Glyph forced.
TP coming in, but they spot it. Still the pressure mounting on GPK. Already got him down to half. The Tombstone's helping out, but Jakiro easily deals with that. And GPK slowed down underneath this tower. Another successful defense for Aurora around this tower. And even better than last time. Last time they had to make some rough trades in order to keep this mid tower healthy. This one was clean.
That is a rough go of it for Boom Boys. When you play this DK Invoker, you need to always have the numbers every time this DK hits the tower. You cannot let him just get fried by the Invoker spells. You know, it's effectively Brown Boots Invoker just killed your mid-hero. That's a big swing for Aurora. They're even going to get the axe top.
Yeah, good job on your laning phase win, boys.
Yeah, what happened?
Aurora just ripped that away from you with a couple of fast kills.
And all you're left to do is just go back mid again with the next form. There really isn't another point of pressure here. This is the issue with trying to snowball lanes at this level. It's just so hard to pull it off. We aren't really seeing anybody achieve this other than maybe Vision at the top of the chart right now.
Yeah, and that's
there's a lot of things going on with them. So
yeah, they're just really goddamn good. So
Yeah,
how much of that is, you know, them
Exactly.
strategizing versus them just being better?
It's just not a meta to run games over. We're just not seeing it. Most of them are going later. Most of the win conditions are in the 40 to 50 minute period, I want to say.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the longest average game length of any TI so far. So
That's good for the viewers. I enjoy that. There's been a lot of comebacks too, so you also have to kind of anticipate that even if you build a lead, nothing is secure here. It just makes these kind of drafts a little hard to execute. So, Boom Boys, you got to take a little breather here. Not trying to overforce things. Continue to play to scale. Make sure you hit your Necrophos timings. Those are going to be the biggest in this game. You will always have this sacked Underlord that you can kind of abuse in the fights.
Ten-minute power rune is top lane, a regen there, which will be denied by the Invoker. But totally free farming Necro is still going to be a threat, even if Boom Boys lost some of their advantage. This is going to be a very fast Radiance.
He's going to have to make something happen with it, though. He's going to have to bring the other two cores back in this game a little bit. And we see Aurora targeting Heritage down here, looking for the smoke wrap around. Cheeky little kill he's not going to necessarily expect.
This is quite the move. They hit him with the shackle. Got him. Follow-up bushwhack. Sunstrike. Goodbye.
Easy burst damage right there. Nice rotation. Nice call. A little extra, you know, attention given to this Underlord who is otherwise sacked in the lane phase. Even going to maybe get the tower off the catapult timing, everything lining up. Your only concern is what's happening top and mid with the other Radiant catapults, right? You have this DK mid pushing in, and you left top lane, so that tower's also taking a lot of damage. You're going to have to gate back top, try and defend this, and send the Invoker back mid. But also, they did it pretty quickly. They're going to save their tier 1s here.
Yeah, and mid didn't really take any damage.
No.
So
this mid tower being full is insanely good for Makoto. Like, he's at spa day right now. He's just chilling on the beach. Like,
of the mid heroes, Invoker's got to be like top 3 when it comes to keeping your mid tower alive, right? Tinker is probably number 1, right?
Tinker, Invoker, Arc Warden? I don't know if you count Arc Warden as...
yeah, I guess so.
I don't know if you count that hero, but whatever.
I mean, they're all the same kind of archetype.
Yes, exactly. It's these slow to build up, but super powerful late game engines that they just need more time to operate around the tower. They need support to be able to come in quickly if they get ganked. And it also defends some of these early neutral camps they need to accelerate off of. The only thing I think is different with some of these is the way you farm Ancients has changed. I think a lot of these heroes can farm Ancients a lot sooner than they used to. Like, we're already seeing Makoto. He's just going to an Ancient stack. Ice Wall, Hammer, Meteor, and you're going to clear this. This is a lot faster than it used to be. And the same is true for Tinker as well, right? Tinker can do this with March. So I think you have a bit more reason to defend this mid tower, and you also have a bit more recovery options if it does fall. Like, it goes both ways. Depends how much the enemy can occupy this area. But he's getting a lot right now to this jungle. Boom Boys are nowhere close to occupying this. They're going to try and smoke the DK blink in here now, but it's late to the party. And they're not even bold enough to go up that ramp. So this is just all free GPM time for the Invoker.
Yeah, what are they got to wrap down the side of the map to catch the Underlord?
This feels like a muted play in terms of, even if you land this on the Underlord, so what?
Wait. They might get the Wind Ranger. Oh my goodness. Nightfall. He came through the gate. Fortunately, the arrow doesn't land, but he's still going to have a bit of trouble here. If he takes too much damage, it's going to be Reaper's Sight coming his way with no saves available. WS back through the gates.
Wait, what? You just didn't drag it?
Pulled him up. Sunstrike. Oh, the Necro almost dies, gets off a Lotus, and sadly for Aurora, they miss out on that opportunity.
Chop top too. What just happened? They were trying to make the gate rotation bottom onto the Necrophos and just got completely caught off guard.
I guess the two-man smoke play worked. Did they know that play was coming? It seems like a kind of insane read.
My guess is that smoke was originally, we're going to kill Underlord down here and pressure the tower because we have Reaper. They're basically smoking to Reaper. And that just fell into the lap. Like, oh, okay. We'll take the way bigger kill. Oh, that's an insane sequence for Boom Boys here.
Yeah,
they're going to have Blink on the Axe now, too. I mean, that was big for Miro. He got the kill into the tower, into another wave.
Now they'll have kind of all three of their heroes online. While Boots of Travel's done for the Necro, we'll have the initiation for the Axe and the initiation of the Dragon Knight. Aurora's going to have to play some good defense for the next 10 minutes.
Invoker's still in a really good spot. That's the good news for them. Makoto is just jacked to the gills, so you can play around him earlier than you might have otherwise been able to.
And he is such a good answer to Necro that...
Yeah, you always have damage for anybody in this game. That's what Invoker gives you. Might find GPK. He's just looking for something up here, finding nothing. Hopefully.
Actually jumps in to stop the
what a madman
ward kill. That was kind of a crazy move.
Trying to get some information. I think you're still waiting for this Axe Blink. I don't think you can really force any move here, given the map state.
I do kind of want to see him just farm GPK. Because
yeah,
I think whenever you have a farming shard, you need to be able to buy it at 15 minutes. You know what I mean?
I just don't want to see him fall behind. I think that's the biggest thing with Dragon Knight for me.
Sure. Well, one good way to not fall behind is to get your farming shard at 15 minutes.
Or get it off Tormentor, your third network. The double-edged sword, I suppose.
Katelmi staying in front of his precious Necro, making sure that Aurora don't get a successful gank on him. Mira trying real hard to make something happen here.
Feels like neither team wants to just force the issue up a ramp. Some really annoying spells to fight into. If you're the aggressor here. The blinks are online for Boo Boys, though. The Axe one's flying out. He doesn't have it right now, but it's on the courier.
Baiting out and aim damage both sides. Baiting it out and save. He'll break the stalemate by denying it. If I can't have it, nobody will.
Still expect Boom Boys to smoke with this Axe Blink to try and make something happen. They can Boots of Travel the Necrophos into the play. They'll have another Dragon Form in 5 seconds.
Yeah, I think for
mid tower to fight for.
I think it's much better for Aurora if nothing happens, right? If they can get WS to his Aghanim Scepter and level 2 gate, changes a lot.
For sure. They're pretty happy with the static map state right now. So you got to upheaval this. And you got to get this mid tower down. I think it's just causing you too many problems in terms of where the Axe and the Dragon Knight are playing. You're smoking the Axe top, looking for Nightfall. the biggest prize on the map, it's just not going to lead into an objective necessarily.
Why do people level up gate, by the way?
Well, hold that thought. You got to go here, right?
Got the call on him. Follow up ice path. The arrow is going to land, though, and no dunk, but still a kill. Nice TP away. Was a good idea. Unfortunately, just a half a second too late. Still gets caught.
That's something, I guess, off that actually. You're happy with that individual exchange. Again, though, not leading to any sort of progression on the map. It's the only downside of it here. And Aurora, they're going to make a play off that. A backstab off the bottom gate rotation. Do Boom Boys have to read? If they see him
catch
now.
Kiritich first, it would be really good for them. Instead, it's Patomi. And Boom Boys head for the hills. Play to the high ground. Actually drop a ward even for the potential turnaround. Moonlight Shadow, they're going to chase after these heroes with the Invoker. He's out. They'll catch Kaori. And a little Reaper Scythe kill for Kiritich.
All right. Not the worst outcome for them off of that big smoke play. Still trying to fight for this bottom area. Torment there in 2 minutes. Gonna find another stun.
Another Dragon Tail setup, but unfortunately Save's arrow doesn't land.
Okay. A little mercy shown there. Wasn't able to get the Starstorm connection. I can't believe this mid tower is full HP at almost 20 minutes. It's wild.
That's a Dragon Knight.
Yeah.
That should never happen. And in fact, it's going to be the Dragon Knight's tower that goes down first as the Forge Spirits pushing in over and over again, and even got the last hit. Katomi was unable to secure a deny.
Kodo doing work in this game right now. Controlling a lot of space, negating a lot of tempo at the same time. Invaluable for this Underlord to farm back up, for Nightfall to hit his KB timing. It's a very frustrating hero to play against in these games where you just can't break the map open. If you can kill him that one time, it feels great. Otherwise, you're just chasing ghosts. Hope you have the better scale here. That's all I'm thinking if I'm Boom Boys right now, because you did not run this game over. And it's going to be really hard to force the issue until you have, I want to say, triple BKB, or at least double BKB Manta, because you're going to be going into that Ags Underlord pit. You're going to be going into Invoker spells, Ice Path, Bushwhacks. There's no way you can take an aggressive fight until you have some debuff immunity here. Try and find Nightfall again.
Would have been a big pickup. May still close that gap. Do manage to hit the call. Arrow coming in, does manage to land. And GPK will follow it through with the culling. They don't get the extra movement speed, but they do get the kill, but they can't get out very quickly. Now Makoto here for the punish. Tornado into the Meteor, right on top of the Dragon Knight's head. Yeah, you got the carry, but that's not the real carry. That's Makoto. Makoto's the one who's going to be scaling up and carrying this game. So a 1-for-2 trade, a 1-for-3 trade is very valuable for Aurora.
Why did he get the fourth save? He's lingering around.
Yep, got shot by the Bushwhack. Sharpshooter from Mira. And Makoto raining shots in on save. 4 kills for Aurora. 3 of them going to Makoto's pocket. He is incredibly farmed now.
And the Necrophos never joins his fight. So it's just a bad overcommittal from Boom Boys. You get that kill, you bail. Okay, I can understand it.
Nice kill from Kiritich, very sneaky. Secures his Wisdom Shrine and gets yet another Reaper's Scythe.
Gonna be level 18 after that. Pretty ridiculous. You're just giving so much to this Invoker in the game. Really scary. And that's the issue with forcing aggressive fights before you have BKBs. I just don't see how it's ever favorable for you, right? Even if you instant kill Nightfall here, you're going to have to fight into the pits, the Macro Pyre, the Ice Path, a second pit, the Firestorm. Where are you supposed to go? there's no way to take the long engagement. If Necrophos is in the middle of this existing with you, maybe you win that long fight. Even then, I don't know. I think he just gets caught in all the gunk too. Really tough to make aggressive plays. I think you're just going to have to play for your timings here. And I mean, the Aurora, they love that because their lineup thrives in this type of situation. BKB is already done for Invoker, by the way. That is fairly terrifying.
What is that? The problem is Necro, as farmed as he is not a hero that can kind of like 1v5. As seen from how easily they dispatch with him on a very nice smoke gank into triangle.
That is a picture-perfect kill right outside the Roche pit.
Yeah, straight to the Roshan with focus fire. That's pretty easy.
Alacrity focus fire, too.
Oh, yeah.
It gets stronger and stronger. This game goes on, and that is a very quick Roshan. What do you get for it if you're Boom Boys? You get some map pressure bottom with that tier 1 falling. No exchange on the map. Free progression here for Aurora. And there's your Dragon Knight BKB. Oh, Makoto.
This could be massive. Hits him with the Dragon Tail. They've got the call. They've got the arrow. All of it coming through. Very nice, beautiful bushwhack setup. They got to finish off this Invoker, and they will. It still costs them dearly. 2 for 1 to get the Invoker. Almost lost a third, but saved successfully. TPs out. That was
worth it.
Yes, it was a monster kill streak. A lot of gold for that kill.
I just ran up a ramp into some vision. Didn't get the BKB off in time. Ideal scenario for Boom Boys. They do capitalize on it. There was a big streak. All went to GPK as well. As he dropped his fireball. I was like, I'm out. Peace. I hope it's enough.
Radiant
back-to-back pickoffs on the 2 most important cores of Aurora.
This duo has been doing work in this game, that's for sure.
Yeah, they've found a lot of openings.
They picked it very quickly in that second phase, very confidently. They know how to execute the 2-man gang squad. Done some work, bought a lot of time. If you can get to your triple BKB, that is the point in this game where you can strike. And you can ignore a lot of the control from Aurora. A lot of their capability in that 9-second interval is muted completely.
I mean, doesn't that kind of go both ways? It's not like Boom Boys have much of a physical damage threat.
I'd say they could, well, yeah, I guess that's fair, but they do have Axe with the Blade Mill call.
Yeah.
And I think their stun initiators are more reliable. So often it makes your BKB stronger because you're going to be able to start fights by either go in Dragon Tail, go in Axe Call, threaten the chain stun with arrow or the other stun. And you're popping BKBs while that happens. Whereas the enemy is not necessarily getting theirs off. And even if they BKB at that point, you're still killing that first target.
Right.
So I think it does give a slight advantage to Boom Boys here if they can find the jumps. Moonlight Shadow helps you do that a little bit. I'll save, you're flirting with danger down here.
And the kill from Mira.
He does have a lot of ward vision down here. Just did not scout all of that. Double Yule Scepter for the Aurora supports, by the way.
Yeah, they both have they have 2 different supports that utilize Yules pretty well as setup. Plus, very good against Axe, right?
Yes, you're gonna have to pop BKB preemptively if you're Miro, which is hard to do apparently. More and more of these games I watch, it's surprisingly difficult.
It has been a bit of a problem at TI games we've casted.
I will say, as a Dota player, your muscle memory is just not built to do that in sequence. That's the biggest reason. So I'm memeing a little bit, but there is some truth in, like, you have to train your brain to think about BKB jump instead of jump BKB. And a lot of players don't like doing it because if you BKB and then you second guess the jump, you look like a fool.
Sure.
But this is a game you can't afford to do that. The instant Yule Scepter, there's Tornado off Invoker. There's too many problems for your Axe Call if you don't preemptively pop it.
All right, there they are. All 3 BKBs up for Boom Boys, plus an amp damage. I mean, this is their time.
Yeah, this is the moment to strike and get something big out of this. guess what? There's still a mid-tier 1
Yeah.
blocking your path.
It makes the smoke movement kind of awkward. Kiritich just says, screw it, I'll take the mid tower. Everybody smoked behind him, but Aurora just going to give it to you. It's a 27-minute tier 1 mid. They're not too concerned about it. So ultimately, the smoke is kind of fruitless. Makoto is going to get a Lincolns to deal with this initiation from the Dragon Knight. May even see it block a Reaper Scythe if Makoto isn't the one initiated on.
That's fair.
Help somebody out. Oh no! That's not quite what you wanted. A little bit of dyssynergy there may have allowed GPK to survive as they get the call out from Mira. Dragon Tail heading towards Nightfall. He actually managed to survive for a little while, but the Reaper Scythe finished him off during the BKB. WS now popping a BKB of his own. Aurora retreating off the failed initiation. Wait, the turnaround with the Meteor and the Sharpshooter. Oh, the Manta Pop. It dodged a bit of damage. They're going to chase after a call on 2. They have the Yules, but the damage is done. Kiritich was able to separate. Now the arrow going after Makoto. He's making a run for it. They do have the Tombstone save. Beautiful stuff there from Kataomi. Kaori's going to be run down. Makoto, he'll get out, it looks like, but disaster for Aurora. It should have been a clean kill on Dragonite.
How did it go so wrong? And beautiful execution from Boom Boys. They salvaged that. Slight misplay with the tornado shackle. Ooh.
I mean, I won't say slight. I think that's a pretty bad misplay.
I say slight because at the start it's like, well, how bad could that misplay be, right? And it just spiraled from there.
It's also a setup. They saw the situation. Nice snipe from Mira.
Whirl. Always annoying.
Like, that wasn't a situation where it was like, oh my God, there's a hero right in front of us, and they both reacted really quickly. That was a planned, coordinated play.
Yes.
And they just didn't communicate who was doing what there.
Well, Makoto will find another pickoff. Aurora salvaging the after effects of this.
They really are.
This really didn't turn into too much of a boon here for Boom Boys, but again, that was supposed to just be a bad situation. Beautiful spellcasting, beautiful saves. The amount of sustain coming out from the Necrophos and the Undying was doing a lot of work in that engagement.
Yeah, we talked about the importance of saves in these. Like, these team fights are very long and drawn out, and when one side has saves, it does matter a lot in these later team fights.
100%. Especially when your heroes have a lot of innate regen. We're seeing a lot of hearts, a lot of, Centaur heart, this type of stuff. You save that hero, he resets, he can regen back up.
Yeah.
It's like an Aegis.
And that's why Aurora are going to try and get some saves themselves. The Undying has the benefit of just an easy 1,500 shard Tombstone save. Aurora, with their double Yules, can make double Wind Wakers at some point. Mira's going to go for it, though Kaori wants an Aghanim Scepter.
I don't mind this. I don't think you need double Wind Waker in this game. You just need one for that Axe Jump or the DK stun to break that chain stun combo.
And when you've got Underlord, you've got really good setup for Ags Macropyre.
Yeah, the Ags looks pretty juicy here, I'm not gonna lie.
They kind of synergize together. The pit holds them in place for the damage. The Macropyre slows them down, so they're in the pit for longer, more likely to get more latches.
And these heroes are, again, pretty... they're not clunky, but Axe, DK, Necrophos, once they're in the fight, they're kind of just sitting there. They're not mobile.
Right.
There's no Ember Spirit in this game. There's no Storm. You drop a macro on some of these guys, they're probably tanking it for 5-6 seconds.
Nullifier, next choice for GPK, who has done a very good job recovering, right? Like, it was looking like a game that he might struggle to keep up, but he has. He's almost the same net worth as the Wind Ranger.
Oh, he's killing it. Already, like I said, level 20, so he has the Breathe Fire extra damage. He took the health, the cooldown, and the Breathe Fire damage talent. So going for more of that surviving spellcaster Dragon Knight than the scaling right click.
Yeah.
It's a lot of damage. It adds up. Another very important smoke to land here as you're trying to get something into the Roche spawn. It's like they're going to find Jakiro. They're not going to him. They're looking for the bigger prize.
Kodo broke through the Lincolns. Oh, they managed to get a beautiful gate there to stop the follow-up initiation of the Axe. That surely would have been Makoto dead, but WS bails out his brother.
That was a beautiful timing.
It was so perfect. It was right as Miro was about to blink. They were keeping their distance specifically to chain the stuns.
You landed a full duration arrow on Invoker, and you couldn't even do anything about it because the disjoint's just so good. That's a very frustrating moment there for Boom Boys. You land the smoke on the exact area you want. You get through the Lincolns. You land your chain stun, and you still can't capitalize on it. Perhaps a moment of concern.
Yeah.
Well, what does that situation look like other than that? That's better. Everybody just instantly blinking on top of the Invoker so you can't get gate disjointed?
Yeah, and that's kind of awkward. You don't want to stack too much.
No.
If they get a Wind Waker save, then Makoto is able to maybe punish you real badly for stacking on top of him.
He has the extra Chaos Meteors. He just got the Shivas, so the AoE and the damage has ramped up considerably for this Invoker. You do clump into anybody else other than him.
The clump does also work to Boom Boy's benefits, particularly if they can get level 25 on Kiritich. And he is not that far away from it. Level 23.5 right now.
Death Pulse is nice. Death Pulse is not saving you against this amount of damage, though.
Sure, sure.
You're going to get absolutely eviscerated if you end up 3 or 4 heroes on top of each other in this game. Aggressive play from Aurora. Just going to send it up the hill. Very bold.
Going to run into GPK. Spots him with a ward. Lead off Tornado. It does give an opportunity for GPK to pop BKB.
Didn't cost too much. I guess you use your gate. That's the biggest spell down right now. They're going to try and hold the area, but they're on the low ground. Instant
smoke is going to work. Got the shackle initiation. Follow up though. Call. Miro. He stops Nightfall where he can. Arrow's going to land on Nightfall and they instantly Reaper sight him. No save there from Aurora. Miro with a sharpshooter will bring down save. WS with his BKB will teleport out. Does not have a gate to return to this fight. So they're going to be missing him. Aurora left with 3 more teleports. It's almost got the Jakiro there off the call. Instead, it is Mira. Makoto got out, WS got out, 2 of the cores get away. Another win for Boom Boys.
Nightfall never got his BKB off. Don't really know what happened to him. He just got instantly axe called after initiating the fight with Shackle. The Wind Waker did come through on the axe call, but the second he dropped down, he dropped into arrow and just got psyched on top of it. I thought that was going to go worse for Boom Boys, considering they were on the low ground there. It looked really awkward. But once again, the mechanical gameplay in these team fights has been on point. And GPK is kind of a menace. These Dragon Knights doing a lot more work than I would have expected. These 3 fires, they hit for 540, 9-second cooldown, plus a fireball on top. Like, it's chunking some of these heroes. You look at the damage numbers going into these cores. You just get hit by 1 spell. It's like a 4th year HP. You're just, oh, I got to get the hell out of here.
And such a big AoE, it can hit so many heroes.
He's also just not the guy you really want to have to go on in this game. So if he can become a bigger damage threat, it's really annoying for Aurora. It's the extra scale in the tank here for Boom Boys. They do win the fight. They get the Roshan, they get the Aegis. This should be level 25 for Kiritich as well. So they're in a nice spot right now, kind of hitting a peak.
Mjolnir about to be done for GPK as long as he doesn't get caught by Aurora here. Really putting himself out there. Blinks back, picks it up.
The Moonlight, extra smoke, trying to find a little pick off. Aurora, they're going to skedaddle out of there.
Dagger Reversal is...
It's good.
It's so broken, man. He's kept it to tier 3.
Pretty good.
Trying to break through the trees. Mira, Wind Waker staying up in the air, but they have so many ways to get vision on him. Tombstone zombies will chase after him. mow him down right next to the Tormentor, too. So Boom Boys can make this ultra efficient.
Nice little 2-for-1.
How's Save doing on its Aghanim Scepter, by the way? He's about 3/4 of the way there.
Gonna get a shard.
And a fresh shard, so about to get both the Aghanims upgrades.
This game state's looking a lot better for Boom Boys than I thought it would, given how strong the Invoker is. Like, he's 11-2, but they're building a net worth lead. They won that Roshan. These heroes are getting fairly tanky, scaling up.
And they're just always going to have the advantage of getting successful openings for fights because they're the ones with the extra smoke, right? Moonlight Shadow, that's so good late game. And Mirana also gives you those openings. Eventually, we're going to see like level 25 Mirana, right? Where you're just spamming out arrows and maybe you finally hit one that gives you an opening to go for a fight.
There's definitely some hidden skill in this lineup that's really annoying in the ultra late. You also can get the Axe Dragon Knight for, you know, that Black Dragon. That all of a sudden you have this guy going over cliff lines and super tanky and just obnoxious as well.
Yeah, that's true. Like who really puts out physical damage to threaten him?
The Wind Ranger, but again, the Wind Ranger is your only physical damage, so it's very easy for Miro to just target Nightfall every time.
Miro is going to spot WS.
Has to save the call, though.
And they can call into Arrow Chain Stun, but they won't have the damage unless somebody else comes through. It's the Necropose with the bots, too. The Reaper's Sight to chain it.
Beautiful.
That's the kill. Nicely played by Boom Boys.
That early bots, too, definitely gives you some extra kill threat. And you don't have to save that call for the BKB cancel. You just kill him straight up.
With level 25 and Aghanim Scepter soon on Kiritich, we are really going to test the limits of what a late game Necrophos can do.
He's so jacked, though, after that kill. 34,000 net worth. He's 10K ahead of the over.
Yeah, it is ridiculous how Kiritich has stayed so much more farmed than anybody else in this game. Yeah, even when Boom Boys was losing fights, man was farming him up a mountain.
He has looked amazingly good on this hero right now.
Honestly, like Kiritich, of all the like carry players that have been on these Boom Boys rosters over the years, I think they've looked best with Kiritich, even though, even though the individual rankings of carries, nobody would put Kiritich above some of the others that they've had, right?
Some respect on his name.
I think absolutely.
There's the Black Dragon for him. It's going to help with this siege.
Yeah, it is going to be rough for Aurora to deal with. Kiritich just diving forward with his Shivas.
Aegis out in 20 seconds. You're going to try and stall that, but he's going to be able to slot in an Axe that's arriving for him too, so that just upped his damage considerably. A fully eaten Sin.
They're going to try for the Dragon Knight. Go for the break off the sharpshooter. Oh, he's so low. The heal is coming in for the Necrophos. They do manage to get a Miro. His initiation was stopped by WS. Another great gate play. And a dying tombstone that only delays the inevitable here as he pops out with a flesh golem. A second death. A second kill for Aurora. And a nice defense hold. They are still able to fight if you're Boom Boys. They have the Undying back into play.
Gonna hold the high ground.
Hold the high ground, get a quick kill onto the Jakiro. Do not have to use any Reaper's Sight. Use it for Mira for an extra kill, but he didn't die immediately. Wind Waker's on out of there. Bushwhack holding in the Necrophos. The Sunstrike, it lands, doing some damage. Shackle Shot follows through. The Firestorm's building up. Chivas just slow him down a little bit more, but a Force Staff got him far enough away. Resetting back up to the high ground. Oh, yeah, TPing over to the tier 2. They really do not want to let these guys get away. A beautiful tornado hits on 3. Here comes the meteor drop right onto Kiritich's head. Shackle Shot holds him in there for a while. And yeah, they just cannot seem to kill him, man. And the AoE damage over time, it's finishing off Aurora. Yule Scepter goes out, but Makoto's still in trouble. Need the cooling plate. They don't need it. BB. They get him.
He's a beast.
They just cannot handle Kiritich in a 4 versus 5.
Look at the damage on the Invoker. He took 1,000 from Hearthstone.
Oh my God, what an arrow from Save. Not going to dive in for the kill, though.
The Invoker is dying trying to kill Kiritich. That's pretty... It's just how farm he is. He ate an entire axe, so he got to keep all of his item slots on top of outputting that extra Heartstopper. Just disgusting.
And it means so much when he like starts that skirmish with a kill, right?
Oh yeah, the region just goes insane.
Yeah.
And he fights an arcane room. Okay. Brother, 1.9 second death pulse. You don't want none of this right now.
Gonna be slowed down. Mira. Oh, it's just too much mobility, too much tank to handle. All the way back to the fountain. Mira is chased too.
What a PC performance right here.
And look at him. He's trying to leave right now.
Trying to get the other lane.
Trying to get the lanes in quick as possible. They still have the top lane. They can go for free. They don't have to worry about bottom tier 2.
He's 13,000 ahead. He's an entire save ahead.
Yeah. Aurora, what are you going to do about this?
He is the net worth difference. That's wild.
It seems like Nightfall, I mean, you got to get a nullifier, I think, or something for the Necros and focus fire him down alongside the Invoker.
You need anti-healing. You need a Crochet or some Vessel hit or something, right? You have 0 anti-healing in the lineup right now. No Crochet, no Vessel, no
how is that
Scotty.
possible?
Well, they didn't build any of it. What do you mean, how is that possible?
How is that possible? A professional team did not build any anti-heal against carry Necropos, who has kind of been the biggest threat for 20 minutes.
I think it is it's biting them here a little bit. They went double Octarine between the Invoker and the Underlord. I mean, these are great Octarine kills. But one of those could be a Crochet, could give you a little bit of extra oomph against this Necropos. That's the biggest problem right now. They underestimated it. And it brought the other cores into this game. Right now, this Dragon Knight is level 25 as well. So he gets the Wrath bonuses. You have the Black Dragon online. He's doing some serious damage. He's a big problem.
I mean, I guess to be fair, I thought Invoker would deal with the Necro.
I also thought he would have the damage.
Clearly, Aurora thought the same as us, but...
He even has Conjurer's Catalyst, Timeless. Like, the damage should be there. You have an Axe macro.
Broke through the linkage. Tornado goes out. PKB activated from Makoto. Stops the initiation. He's going to get a really good meteor on some of these heroes. Spaled out by the Tombstone, so not that much damage. Bots 2 back over to the other side. Kiari in some trouble. Reaper's Scythe. All the Kiritich wants is to get that regen flowing, and that Aghanim Scepter. It's so much AoE damage. Aurora cannot fight into it.
So this type of engagement is why I felt they needed a initiator that was reliable for Nightfall, because the way we're watching these fights go down, you're basically just running into Boom Boys, and what is happening to progress your team fight? Like, there's just nothing setting up all the damage. You either have to aggressively Fiend's Gate on somebody or land a Shackle. And we're just not seeing those land. There's a Tombstone save for one of them if it does land. And then you're just kind of desperately throwing out damage and trying to retreat. So the initiation has to be more decisive here from Aurora, and they have to just kind of full send and commit it and find a way to land these stuns, check the Undying with somebody else, and go from there.
Level 25 for GBK. He went for the 50% Worm's Wrath bonuses. If you haven't played Dragon Knight in a while, that's no longer the armor and stuff. His passive is now the AoE, so he's got huge Fireball.
I wonder if there's any item you can build to... I guess it doesn't matter. Nothing really changes it, but it's going to be doing a lot of damage in the late game, that's for sure.
Another
about the Nullifier.
Another level 25 will be the Axe very soon. We have level 20 on both the Marana and the Undying. So they got some very nice talents for both of them. Starstorm off the Aghanim Scepter arrows.
Only gets better from there.
Going to be doing more damage, and the Tombstone is harder to deal with. Meanwhile, Aurora, only level 25 they have is WS's Underlord, who did go for the Pit of Malice route. But it feels like they have a damage problem.
They have to get BKBs out of Boom Boys early, reset, and then win after they're expired. I think that's kind of the only way Aurora wins a fight, because their initiation is just too unreliable.
Yeah.
And there's a Tombstone save. So you're going to have to go in, bait some spells, and win on the second salvo. That's going to be really difficult without somebody getting caught.
And it's hard to get them to use their BKBs because, one, they're very tanky, and two, they have the save of the Undying.
Yes.
So you can't just drop a meteor on them and be like, haha, you have to BKB now. Like, these heroes can't tank that. And there's a save. And there's heals. So it takes like a really hefty commitment from Aurora to get that BKB to be used in the first place.
Could fight the Roche. That's another way to kind of bypass it, because then they have to commit to the team fight.
Sure.
See what Aurora can muster here. Been tough so far. And GPK, he can just cliff walk this entire area. Really annoying.
Do have constant ways to get vision inside of the pit. Kiritich pushing out, pushing into them with the Moonlight Shadow.
Got a shield her. Oh, Gift just built.
Got the initiation call there. Amira in some trouble. And he's killed. Aurora don't really get much out of Boom Boy so far. The Reaper Scythe could have used. There's that extra regen for the Necrophos. 2 supports down. They just have the course to deal with. Save. He's going to get blown up by Nightfall real quickly. WS, he got all these heroes inside the pit, but Makoto and Nightfall were just dealing with a support.
Didn't even get the BKBs.
Yeah.
They held 2 of them the entire fight. Never needed it. There's a refresher for doubles sight, just in case you needed it. There's one on Roshan as well. $45,000 net worth on Kiritich.
Wild.
He's already closing in on that 1,000 GPM. This game's not even over. It's yeah, what a performance here in game 1.
I mean, Makoto is going to get 25 soon. I don't think that changes anything.
No, not too much.
Nightfall is level 25, can change things. If they can go and, like, you know, kill one of those supports like they did, and he could still have another focus fire for the fight. But none of this I'm seeing address Necro. I don't see even an item being queued up that I feel like handles the hero in any way.
They gave up trying to address him.
I think so too.
That would kill anything else in the fight.
Well, Kiritich.
Pick your poison here.
Got the call onto Makoto. The arrow to follow it up. They do have the Wind Waker save. Makoto.
No.
Yeah, he's still Reaper's side.
The arrow stun just lasts so long.
Yeah, Wind Waker doesn't actually get you out of that stun. You come back down, you're still stunned. Focus Fire being attempted, Pit holding him into place. There's the Undying Tomb save.
By the Evoker there.
More Pit obnoxiousness. The Ice Path is going to be laid out, so when he comes out of the Tombstone, he's still going to be stunned. They have the Meteor on him, down to about half health. Back into the Tombstone he goes, back out he goes. Bushwhack, got the 2 of them, the Sunstrike, and they got both of them. Got to be careful of the buybacks, though. They got to retreat away from GPK. WS is getting low. Aurora blew a lot for this. They cannot afford to lose any of these heroes while they're trying to clean up the rest of this fight.
Necrophos is back.
Kiritich back into place just to make sure these heroes stay alive. Nobody else will die on Aurora. They retreat successfully. That's a win. It gives them an opportunity here. If they can do that again.
It's kind of a late buyback by Kiritich. I think if you're going to buy there, you instant buy, you send it, you try and win the fight off that. Instead, you kind of bought while the disengage was already there. Now it's just wasted. 7 minutes on the clock. That's a very nice outcome for Aurora. They finally got the type of fight they're looking for in a high ground defense. It's a lot easier where you just get these heroes stuck under all the pits, all of the Jakiro spells. You can't move.
Thank God. Nightfall's going to get a nullifier. If he wins Swift Link, I was going to lose my mind.
We'll have it here. There's good target prioritization. That is the type of fight you want to go on the Necrophos, because there was the Aegis on the Dragon Knight. Never even got popped. Man, all those Tombstone saves were just so annoying. As long as you have the pits on top of it, it's not the worst deal, because you still have to come out into all the goo, but...
What happens if he refreshers?
You get dying?
Yeah, he just drops double tomb and like the same area. Do you just pop in and out of tombstones over and over again?
That's what happened. You had a refresher shard.
Oh, yeah, I actually didn't see the second tomb. That's fine.
I think he dropped it off to the side.
Okay.
So yeah, you do just get to drop multiple ones.
But yeah, the that single tombstone that they were playing in and out of, it lasts so long. Aurora do not have heroes to hit it very easily.
They were still dying while they're going in and out, though.
They were.
It was not bailing you out of that situation. All right. Find a Jakiro.
Up to 11 stacks.
Got ruptured. Just kidding, that's Flair's Voda.
Call on this mid lane.
Dodge the
Nice Wind Waker timing there from Mira. Beautiful stuff. Got a pit onto 3 of them. Meteor's going to be dropped on Miro's head.
Tanked it.
Sharpshooter gets Mira up to the high ground. GPK is just going to fly over this cliff area, still see if there's somebody for him to kill. WS has to pop his BKB. Nice call. Got 2. Mira sets him up for the arrow to land onto Makoto. But it looks like the team couldn't fall in. I mean, it's pretty deep out there. Ice Path, Sunstrike doesn't actually land. Bushwhack, it also doesn't land. Good 4 staffs. Get GPK out of there. Would have been awkward if he had died there. He does have an Aegis, but dying inside of the enemy base may have been 2 deaths for him.
Especially since his form is running out. You don't want to die cliff walking and get stuck on a bad side of a cliff.
Yeah, true.
No dragon form. They got a Jakiro buyback. They got an A on this off of the Invoker. That's about it.
Heritage is almost level 30, so Reaper Scythe doing even more damage, can throw it even earlier in a fight. And he has a refresher too. So there is a possibility that you just double Reaper somebody who's being particularly annoying.
He also has a decent amount of Reaper stacks. He's got up to 11, 27 HP region. Pretty nice.
Smoke from Aurora and the Moonlight Shadow from Boom Boys. Both entering the same area. The triangle. GPK is already here. He blinks backwards. Gets away with the cold snap. They're going to try and catch him with the gate. A sharpshooter. Focus fire. There's the tombstone save. Very nicely played. Katomi is going to be the one in trouble instead. Focus fire still in the Dragon Knight, but GPK backs away. Miro trying to make his initiation. Only really getting the Jakiro for now. Might still be able to kill him. There's the BKB. Shackle shot does ignored. They do have the Reaper's Sight to finish off WS as well. So Aurora dropping 2 here. And look how slow Nightfall is. Goodness. And might just be able to catch an arrow. The arrow! Oh, he had the BKB because it was on point there. Aurora are going to have to use buybacks, and they're going to be low on BKBs.
Beautiful fight there. The pits were doing a lot of work, but ultimately Tombstone save bails out the Dragon Knight. You're able to reset. Nightfall doesn't want to commit in on that tanky target.
I also think inherently, I'm not sure if they can really go Dragon Knight. Especially since
so
he has buyback. I think the one hero you can go for is Heritage. 4 staff timing gets him out of the sharpshooter. Pressure continues, trying to get the buyback to be used.
Triple arrow online now too.
Yep, and it's fishing for kills. GPK is going to join this, wants to speed this up a bit. Wants to threaten 2 lanes, maybe even megas, before the 2 dead of Aurora are back up.
If you threaten, they're going to have to buy Underlord and take that fight.
Hero's trying to find an opening before they got a 2-man call. What a sneaky smoke that sets up a beautiful play. Makoto didn't die for it, but they did manage to get the support. There's that WS buyback trying to deal with the tombstone right now. Look how long it takes to kill it. GPK pops out, Dragon Tail stuns. There's the Wind Waker, BKB, TP away. He's out. Nightfall's in front of Nightfall, and clean retreat from Boom Boys.
Yeah, can get out with everybody?
I think so. Maybe save. He's got a 4 staff and an Aeon disc. Okay. He is going to be the one to die. Not too bad, though. Only losing 1 support for that while getting the buybacks of both Mira and WS out of the way.
Drop the signature move right in the base. Definitely some little extra, BM points right there. Yeah, damage from the Mirana is starting to add up. He landed a double arrow hit at the end there. That was very smooth. What a call from Miro. Just smoked up that mid lane, jumped 2 under the tower. Aurora, they were not expecting that at all.
Yeah, they were stacked on top of each other. That should not happen.
I will say there's a Roche spawn potential right now. It's kind of an awkward time to force that fight if you're Boom Boys. They got lucky with a late spawn, so they're not going to have to buy Mirana, but they might lose more on the map right now.
Would be a nice kill if they can get it for free here. Katomi has been super annoying with the tombstone saves. They'll get the Ceaseless Dirge on cooldown and deal with the high ground ward.
Really unlucky Roche spawn for Aurora. Might have been able to force something with this.
Yeah. Bloodthorn for GPK. His damage is mounting up. Meanwhile, WS has picked up a Scythe of Vice for some extra control.
Yeah, that's a really big item for this lineup because, again, their reliable initiation and control is what was lacking a little bit in this game. That helps considerably.
Kiritich getting his own Wind Waker, which will help get out of the pits. Help him get away from these Makoto combos. Makoto's being hunted down right now. He's a dangerous man, though. An amp damage.
They're trying to wait for the Mirana to get back here. So you look for that jump.
Mira's going to find that initiation. No, we missed it. Smoke broke. They do have PKB being used early by Kiritich, trying to just man up and go for the kill on Nightfall. Can he actually get it? He's braving through the focus fire. The macro fire is going to be laid down. The bushwhack, he pushed too far. He may have to use another buyback here to help out his team. A call on two. Beautiful stop. Hero just keeps on landing him. The follow-up sets the neutrals will help out. An arrow lands onto the Jakiro, and they're wiping out everybody in this fight. Aurora not getting away clean. They pushed out on the map, said that there's just one final stand for them. They needed to be able to win a Roshan fight. Instead, the game likely to end here unless Nightfall can pull off some sort of miracle. No, a Reaper Sight to put him down again. They have buyback on him. They already bought back on the Invoker, but they have struggled to deal with the 5-man of Boom Boys, and being able to do it with just 2 is impossible.
The stuns have been so good from Boom Boys. This Mirana, every single time the arrows are landing, the axe calls have been insane in this late game. Miro found some very clutch 2-man calls. It just sets everything up. Yep, Necropulse dies, but he has buyback. And all he has to do is just exist in the fight. And he's your damage leader pretty much every single time.
Yeah. Oh, Kiritich, she just took all that net worth, shoved it down Aurora's throat, just ran at them, died. Bots 2 back into play, and his team had already kind of won the fight by that point. There's the buyback to be used. Mega's already inbound. Tier 4 is going to be threatened. They still have 50 seconds without WS. Maybe they can get Jakiro for a 3 versus 5 hold, but Aurora.
Possible. You just don't have the damage into these heroes with the tombstone saves.
It's going to need a miracle. And Mira, he's already got the initiation onto Nightfall for the dieback. Makoto, Aeontis procs. They're going to play inside their fountain, and GG is called by Mira. What a game from Boom Boys and Kiritich in particular, the Necropos of nightmares.
That was one of the Necroposes of all time right there. He was so far. It's just disgusting how far ahead he was. He was an entire hero ahead of those enemy cores early on in the game. It wasn't like we're talking 80 minutes or something where the networks are relevant. He was absolutely jacked, and he made it work. He landed so many Reapers, got so much bonus regen. Just walking at him. Classic Necropos. I walk at you. What are you going to do? Apparently nothing. You don't have the damage. I think the odd hero out in this game was absolutely the Wind Ranger.
Yeah.
Like, I just think it's too hard for Nightfall to go in, find the target he wants, have that target controlled, and bring it down. It's impossible. And in that sense, maybe the hero is undying. Like, I think this hero stocks are just going up and up and up every game we watch. People don't have good answers for these tombstone saves. If you kill him, he has Cease Sturge. He instantly comes back. He's in the fight anyway. It's just too difficult to wear through all these lives. And then Soul Rip is honestly doing a lot of work in these late game fights as well. It's a significant amount of healing over time in a meta that seems to be trending towards survivability, tanking up, making your cores as high HP as possible, abusing buybacks. This hero just fits it all, right? And he's winning lane. So what's really the downside of a dying in a game like this? It's pretty hard to find it.
One of the only saves that persists against Nullifier.
Yes,
right.
That's another big thing. You can't itemize against Tombstone.
No,
there's just nothing you can do.
You just you just want better heroes to deal with Tombstone. That's all you can really do.
So, or you just have more persistent damage. Like, that's another reason this Wind Ranger feels really rough in this game, is because he has to commit his damage on target. That guy gets Tombstone. You pop out later. The Wind Ranger doesn't have BKB. The focus fire is wearing out. You had to go on some other target. You're getting axe called. You can't just exist in the fight and deal damage. And I think that's a big difference in this game. Like, yeah, Kiritich, it's not like he's doing a lot, but he's just sitting there. And at some point, he has Ags, he has all the regen, and then he's doing a lot by just existing. So the skill difference in terms of how hard it is to execute. You know, it's very favorable here for the Necrophos.
Yeah, as seen from Makoto in many of these fights, throwing like 1,000 spells, meanwhile just dying to literally nothing from Kiritich.
Yeah, he took 1,000 damage from Heartstopper in that engagement right there. So, you know, what you're asking yourself, okay, we need a different approach to this game when you look back on it. I still think Invoker is capable of carrying this game, but man, it felt like the other two cores were just completely shut down. And no hero 1v5s in the current state of Dota. Yeah, you get one kill there with your focus fire, but then how do you commit to the long fight here?
I mean, Nero, just too many perfect calls.
Call was beautiful.
I mean, I will say that I think both offlaners did a great job initiating in this game, but Miro's calls were just sick.
Well, his are also more reliable because there is no save on the side of Aurora.
Yeah.
And once again, it's a save difference, the player, but also the spell is like, it's so much easier to play these late game fights when you can bail that first target out, reset, and go back in. I think it's something that Falcons have used a lot when they won TI last year. Like, they are really good at baiting you into the jump. That guy gets gone on, you commit just enough, you bail that guy out, and then the other cores go in and win the fight for you. And it's a really simple way to play Dota. It's a really comfortable way to play Dota because you're not sitting there going like, what if we get jumped? What if we get jumped? What if they're around the corner? What if they do, you know, we can't get jumped, we can't get initiated on. You're not thinking about that the whole time. You're just like, I see Necrophos in the front. I wait for something to happen. Something happened, I press my tombstone. Oh, this fight looks pretty nice. So I think there's a lot of comfortability there. It gives you more breathing room, and they executed it really well. Some of those fights in the early portion of that mid game were very close. You know, that bottom fight where the Shackle Tornado stacked. It's one of those moments in that game, like, how different does this game look if they snowball that fight in their favors Aurora? They get a Roshan. We'll never know. But
if you had Kiritich in your fantasy, congratulations.
Yeah,
1100
seriously.
GPM. He had a KDA of 17, 4, and 11. He had over 1,000 CS.
69,000 hero damage.
69,000 hero damage. A nice game for Kiritich.
Yeah, very nice game here. And I feel like even his deaths, like he has 4 deaths, but honestly, I think 2 or 3 of those were him just, I'm purposely going to sack my life.
That last one
to buy
sure,
back.
Right?
Yeah, to guarantee that the fight is easy as possible for everybody. So, like, I don't even count those as real deaths because at that point, you're just, I have all this gold. I have to use it. I may as well use it in a buyback.
Yep. All right. Well, that was game one. Very interesting one between Boom Boys and Aurora. A lot of things to take away. We're going to think about that as we go to a break.
Boys have had a fantastic year, and I'm here to have a talk with Mr. Kataomi. I mean, as I mentioned, a really good year for you guys so far. How has that affected your confidence coming into this international?
It's mostly affected us at Riyadh. We got second place, so we're pretty confident in ourselves. Yeah, we're ready.
You're ready. All right. Well, what do you feel like you learned from that grand finals, and what do you feel like happened there?
I think mostly drafts. Like we messed up some draft in second, third, and fourth game, so we got something from it. Yeah.
Okay. When you're doing very well, does it make it harder to sort of improve and learn and do better?
Not really. I don't think any team right now is doing really good. Like, you know, like all this year, it's a new team who wins a tournament. There was no team who win 2 tournaments in a row. So you cannot tell like, oh, I'm so successful. I cannot learn from this bots nothing. You know, I'm the best. You can always learn from other teams and from just your pups. You know. Yeah.
Looking back on this year for you, then, what's been the biggest highlight of the year?
I mean, probably our win at Latvia. Probably the biggest highlight, or like the Red Masters second place finish. Yeah.
Well, Latvia, what do you feel like you guys did particularly well, better than all the other teams?
I think we had like amazing hero pool and amazing like map awareness, like map understanding how the map moves in the game. I think at that moment we was better than other teams at it. Then we like got a bit, you know, not lazy, but you know, chill. So other teams like picked up from watching our replays, and we got a bit down and chill. So we was again watching replays on other teams. Like I said, you cannot this season be fully consistent winning all tournaments because it's really long season with a lot of tournaments. Yeah, and just to watch, we just was better team than other teams.
Yeah, the standard is extremely high. You mentioned having a really deep hero pool then, or really good hero pool. Do you feel like that's the same now? Does this meta suit you guys?
Yeah, for sure. Like, you have to play all the meta heroes it was played. I mean, I think our team maybe forced this meta of some heroes in another teams. If one team play some heroes and they got successful with it, they're winning with it, then another team's also gonna rate these heroes. So that's how meta being created. Like, I created this meta with Bane Wyvern. Now it's like any post 5 playing it, and I'm getting banned first stage this heroes, I cannot play it. So when your hero's getting banned, you're just trying to look for something more to play and create a new meta.
So what do you feel like the team's mentality is coming into the international? Are you treating it as like big tournament, got to get the energy up, bring the hype, or is it more just like it's just another day of Dota 2?
I think it's better to put that kind of a pressure on yourself and on the team. Like, it's something very big. You have to win it. If you don't play good, then everything is over. Like, everyone is that. It's really bad to come to tournament like this. We're just trying to focus on our gameplay. We're just trying to focus on communication and supporting each other, and not caring about like our mistakes. Because if you do mistake, you can always recover. You can always learn from it. It's not over. It's just a group stage, and we're gonna get our temp on group stage. Yeah.
For sure. And Katomi, thank you very much for coming to talk to me, and good luck at the
you so much.
international.
Welcome back to the series between Boom Boys and Aurora, where Boom Boys have picked up the early lead in this best of 3. This is elimination. Reminder, we are in the elimination round. The teams made it through the groups, and they managed to get this far, but losing one best of 3 denies you an entry into TI playoffs.
And again, I think this is maybe the most brutal one of the day. They're all brutal, but
Of course.
I think both these teams had such high expectations
Yes.
for this event. Like, the disappointment's going to be insane. So
Both of them were clearly, I think there were 6 teams throughout the year that were like very clearly strong teams going into TI, all kind of contenders for the Aegis, and these were 2 of them.
I think it's fair. They're in the top 8 for sure going into this. So one of them will not be in the top 8.
That's right.
You gotta figure it out real fast here if you're Aurora, because that game 1, I don't think I look at that draft and feel like they were severely outdrafted or anything. I think I think I talked about it before that game, where what does Boom Boys have that is worked against Aurora? And I think it's they just don't give up the bad pickoffs on the map. And I don't think we ever saw Aurora pick some core hero off and then snowball the game on it. It just turned into kind of a static game until Boom Boys hit their timing, and then they made some smokes. Not all of them landed, but then the few opportunities that Aurora tried to get aggressive, it kind of backfired pretty hard. And then eventually this Necrophos just took over the game. So
yeah,
it's kind of hard if you're Aurora to analyze why exactly that game is so difficult, other than let's create easier kill opportunities for ourselves. That's one thing you can maybe look at. Like get this Undying out of here. Get these heroes that cause initiations a lot of problems and get some more reliable initiation. That's maybe the one thing I would look at if I were them. The Tiny for Nightfall could come into play. That's another hero that can do. That's what I'm kind of angling towards. Make the game easier for yourself to play in that initiation arena. Ember can help with that, because this is just a hero that synergizes well with any support duo and gives you really nice casual kill threat across the map. But I still want to see some like hard stun, hard disable, not getting countered by save type situation for them. Undying's still in the pool, by the way. You got to keep that hero in mind. Very spooky hero at this point in the tournament.
What are, like you said, more persistent damage? Like, what do you mean by that? Like, just like zone control type damage, like Firestorm? I mean, that's the thing. They had Underlord. Like, isn't theoretically you just are owning an area? The Tombstone is only a temporary save. Then you come back. You're still in Pit. You're still in Firestorm. What are better answers?
I think it was okay. I think, again, the Wind Ranger was just the odd man out.
Yeah, sure.
If your carry can't sit there and consistently output damage because you either have to run away from stuff, you're really BKB dependent, or your spells are just not landing, then it's a big problem. You just have to recognize the amount of HP you're going to have to get through in these lineups and account for it properly. And I think they underestimated how much HP you were going to have to push through in that game. And Wind Ranger's not the best at having to push through a tri-core. She's very good at answering a hyper agi carry directly and taking the big damage source out of the fight, and then you win it as a product of that. But that's not that was not that style of game.
All right, well, you don't think Liquid would make that sort of situation? Like, I feel like when Liquid draft Wind Ranger for Mickey, they have a scaling bid like they had with Invoker, and so it's not up to Mickey to kill 2 or 3 heroes. He only has to kill 1 guy.
Sure.
And then,
oh, what is it? Mid Slark?
It's got to be, right? There's no way you draft this hero this early unless it's just a straight lane to counter pick to Ember Spirit. It's a very one-sided matchup.
They do flex it. Kirchhoff does play it. They're showing support, so it's not going to be some weird 9-class style Slark. So yeah, 99% you're thinking it's just mid Slark here, which is that's just badass right there.
That is. I mean, maybe the advantage of being up a game in the series.
Some mega confidence to go for this in a potential closeout match in this elimination series, and you're just going to jam mid Slark again. The drafting for Boom Boys has been incredibly fast and decisive, which probably shows very good prep, very good familiarity. They knew who they were going to play against, and they came ready and willing to experiment a little here, or maybe pull out something that they've played in scrims that's been successful, right? Maybe this like a pocket strat You give the Ember, we get the second phase Slark. I will say Slark with Coddle is absolutely disgusting. This is one of my favorite combos that doesn't get talked about a lot because we often see this Coddle with the mid-spirit heroes, the spellcasters, but Slark is so good with Chakra Magic. It is insane. It also allows this hero to not have to invest in early mana regen items, which is a huge deal for Slark because you just want to go all aggression. You want to ramp into as fast of like a diffusal into a faster Ags if you need the Ags in the game, whatever it is, where your extra attack speed and agi comes online so you can start building stacks and not have to worry about I have to go some Orchid or something because I need mana on this map because you run out of mana on this hero incredibly fast. So Chakra is such a big spell for this hero. It really changes how fast you can play. I'm excited to see this. This is a really cool pick. Could work out really well here. We talk about persistent damage. Slark is one of those heroes that gives it to you. If you're going to play a bunch of tanky boys with tombstones or you're just sitting in the middle of the fight, this hero can give you that. Very rat-oriented lineup in a way from Aurora with Ember and Lone Druid.
Yeah.
Really threatening to push some lanes in and then find the pickoff.
Simultaneously, also a lineup that I think is going to be able to operate pretty well 4 versus 5, no matter what their last pick is, right? Ember, Undying, Hoodwink playing around sounds like a pretty scary trio to fight into.
I think this Underlord pick is, I mean, part of it's like we have to have something against Lone Druid, but I think part of it is they're looking at all the map pressure and going, we need some hero that can just deal with waves.
And then add on to the fact that it's a good answer to Ember Spirit.
Yep. I think the pick makes sense.
Yeah.
I think it can get abused. Like game 1, the Underlord pick made sense to me, but it did end up getting abused by a very strong lane and an Undying, which is a really good matchup for Undying. So you're in a similar boat here where you need this Underlord to help fix your map and let your Slark and supports run around without having to deal with a lot of lanes. You just need it. Otherwise, this draft doesn't function. But man, it could be a really tough Underlord game into Lone Druid Undying lane, Hoodwink breaking you, and then you're just taking every fight under Tombstone. Toxic, man. There's a lot of toxic heroes in this meta right now, I will say. These games look kind of miserable to play for a lot of people.
Yeah. I will say, like, the Slark is really cool and all, but once we get outside the laning phase, their lineup does look just really clunky.
Oh, yeah.
Bane, Coddle, Slark, there's no, like, clear way to kill heroes in my head. You know?
It's awkward. It's very snowball dependent. You're just like, we're going to win mid lane with this Slark and run the game over completely. Unless this is just carry Slark and they pick another mid, which would make the lineup more well-rounded. But do I believe in carry Slark? I don't think I do.
I almost feel like the way to round this out is you need like a pure style like Dawnbreaker carry type deal. You know, like a very active playmaking type carry. I'm not saying Dawnbreaker is the answer. I'm just saying like a hero that can actually go in and play with supports and be active and get kills.
Or you can last pick Broodmother.
You've been on this Broodmother.
I really have. I still think that hero has a place in the meta. People, it's a hero when people forget about it. I don't care how bad the hero is on paper. Like, it's going to win you a game. But I doubt we'll see
here. your kill threat looks so weird. If you put a Broodmother in this lineup, who's going in? Who's going in for? Because right now it's like Slark kind of goes in. Not really. Underlord usually wants to respond to somebody else going in or something else happening, right? He gates into the fight.
Well, then, but what is Kiritich playing here? You know, is this just Alchemist or something?
Yeah, I think it's a melee strength stunner.
Well, he has his choice. There's Sven, Alk, and Tiny all in the pool. I'd say the Sven and Alk look better than the Tiny here against the LD. Alk could snowball this game a little more. Not a bad Alk game if you just tempo it. Don't let the LD farm, right? Which I think is what you're basically proposing, because when you pick this mid Slark, you're saying we want to run the game over.
Yeah.
I'm not going to sit here and AFK farm. So I kind of like the Alk here. I think the Alk fits what they want. It's another hero that can gobble up some waves. Can just sit there and kill Tombstone, not be threatened. It's good against the Ember. I'd be pretty.
I imagine the passive is pretty good against Lone Druid, like ratting, right? Like you hit the bear, you're able to go, oh, it's an IO.
It's Siggy. This is the team that was really developing this. That's very interesting.
Is Core IO actually good without Largo, though?
Yes.
Okay.
If you're really comfortable playing it, and it is good with Slark. It has to be good with Slark. These two running in with all the attack speed, the heals, the buffs, the amps, it looks terrifying.
Ooh, that's a nice Night Stalker pick. That's a really nice pick.
Wait, why do you like it so much?
What do you mean? It's good against like all of their heroes except for Underlord. It hunts down backline supports. It's pretty easy. AoE silence is debilitating for Slark, combined with his movement. Like he can stay on top of Slark, keeping him silenced while also staying in front of him, not letting him get a pounce away.
So I think I'm a bit more mixed on it because I agree the matchups for the Night Stalker look really good here, and it's hard for me to say this pick is not going to find some value. But I also think there's a chance Boom Boys just kind of power through it. Like you have nighttime vision on two heroes in the Bane and the Slark, which kind of helps maneuver this hero and not just get jumped and completely debilitated. And then because you have this IO and Chakra magic behind the Slark, I see a world where he kind of just sits there. He's tethered. He's getting overcharged. You run in with Night Stalker and like he just sits there and hits you, and you silence.
Yeah, but
him,
it's not just
there and hits you, and it's like
you've got a four-man squad that's running around together, right? Ember, Night Stalker,
True.
Hoodwink.
True.
He's not trying to solo kill heroes. He's going in,
for sure.
and he's got a sharpshooter that's coming in to burst down whatever hero he's going on, right? He's got Makoto jumping in with him to make sure he's not isolated and being solo fiend script. You needed something else to go in with the Ember Spirit, I think.
This does give you your reliable initiation source, I guess. You're going to see something no matter what.
For sure.
I don't know. I kind of like this Boom Boys draft. I think it could also fail spectacular.
I mean, 100% this lineup has the capacity to fail bigly.
It's an incredibly volatile lineup. It's either we're gonna be out of here in 10 minutes. Either way, it's just one of the smartest drafts of all time at DI, or one of the ones that's just gonna look the most dog.
Yeah.
Like it's one of those games where it ends at 40 minutes, and there's gonna be some players on this Boom Boys lineup that have like 1,000 hero damage. What are we doing here? You write that one off. I think
it's way more likely that happens. I think so many pieces need to come together for Boom Boys.
It's very high level execution.
I just don't think that IO has the partner to make this reliable.
I'm gonna believe. I believe in the mid-Slark. I think they have the tools. I think the why they pick these heroes makes sense to me, which gives me some confidence they know what they're doing. Kirich is just super experienced on this IO. I think I believe here. I believe, but I'm happy. I'm also happy to believe and see this fail spectacularly, because I think that is a real possibility.
It would be really funny.
We get a game 3. Okay,
like a 4-man decay or something.
What is going on? You're not winning this level 1 fight.
All right.
1 pounce level 1 in this matchup?
All the nighttime heroes smash into each other in the mid lane.
I guess pounce level 1's fine. Yeah, that's a tough fight into Undying level 1. Normally low actually not that strong, but
I don't. That positioning on smoke is kind of questionable against Night Stalker, right?
Well, they have night vision, right?
Yeah, I'm saying Night Stalker saw them smoke.
Oh, you're saying this? Yeah. Is a little questionable. You really have to be aware of the night vision in this game if you're both teams, and not just take it for granted. Cutting some trees for easier pulls with the spirits for double camp farms. See, this is all the small things you need to understand with IO to be really efficient with the hero and make it look good. And then it's kind of a broken hero. Man, the execution in this Boom Boys lineup is gonna have to be insane. This might be one of the highest skill ceiling lineups I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, for sure.
But man, if it's going to take some work to make it work. I'm just watching mid, dude. I just want to see what GBK does here. What can he make happen in this lane? What does it look like over the first 5 minutes? Oh, he got denied. It's looking grim.
Another situation where Makoto is dealing with a counter pick, which is kind of GPK's MO for the longest time. He's such a dominant mid laner that he gets really good value out of counter picks.
For sure.
Do you think that so here's a kind of like almost a theoretical question. Do you think Bane's nighttime vision is actually good against Night Stalker?
Yes. How's it bad?
Because Night Stalker's nighttime vision is greater than Bane's.
Oh, you're saying I just like the old argument of people used to debate Furion against Naga, and it's like who's dealing with whose map pressure, you know?
Yeah.
It's the same argument. It's like is Night Stalker ruining Bane's advantage at night, or is Bane negating Night Stalker's advantage at night? And the answer is it's always a little bit of both. It depends who's trying to pull ahead and be the aggressor and who can kind of shut that down or get the slightly better positioning.
Okay.
I agree with you. Night Stalkers can play around Bane, right? But I think having the extra nighttime vision against Night Stalker is always nice because it's rare that you have it.
WS wakes up Mira and will tank the spirits for him.
Ooh, that damage.
Being a little worse for wear.
This is a strong lane, Bane IO.
Yes.
Play it well. It's a lot of sustain over the long run. And it's just hard to win the trades, hard to win the region battle. So I fully expect Boom Boys to win that.
I mean, there's no reason you don't even try, right? If you're Aurora,
No,
there's
you're
no
trying to
reason to
farm.
even try and play to go for any harassment. Probably not even a kill until like level 5 in nighttime.
I think both these safe lanes are going to win as they usually do. I mean, there's two broken, and mid is going to come down to some skill off of GPK. You can build up some stacks.
GPK is getting the better of the CS for sure. Makoto has
Getting low, though.
worn GPK down a little bit. Certainly would be a massive play if you could somehow get a kill on him.
Just got to keep spamming that saltwater shiv. Get a little extra HP going.
Yeah, super annoying. Level 2 Shiv is like, in a way, so broken. 8 regen steal.
It's pretty valuable.
Like, straight up, you have to utilize your tangos at like very strategic times against
Yes.
Slark. Because otherwise, he just kills all the regen you get from it.
You can't go negative, though. So
Okay.
kind
Yeah.
of play around it. He always gets the full amount. So he's just going to spam it. The tangos are definitely a little worse in this matchup. Bear's free farming down here. Quite happy. Nightfall once again in his element.
No surprise. But as long as Miro is doing okay, it's still acceptable, right? Because it's Underlord versus Undying.
Yeah, you're quite happy with the start that the Underlords had early boots. Might even try to kill the bear?
Trying to get
Get beat up. Chakra Magic's also going to do some work on
They
this.
blood grenaded it. They really want this kill.
They're going to get it.
And they will have
Oh,
it. Nice. 195 gold and a resummon.
That's huge. Again, this Underlord has mana, so he doesn't have to invest as much in early regen. He can just get the faster boots, faster phase boots. He's really happy down here now.
Yeah, he could spam out Firestorm more than you usually can in this Lone Druid matchup. Because he's not just getting the mana from the Coddle, but also it's an Undying who's spamming out spells, so his stick is giving him so much mana on top of that.
Boom Boy's playing the side lanes really well, except they died top.
Get the kill. That is not what we expected whatsoever.
A lot of regen investment up here. That's multiple salves for Mir. It does pay off because it's the first blood.
Being able to get a kill with the Night Stalker lane before nighttime.
Pretty wild. Into the aisle, too. Probably not a kill that should have happened, but they will gladly collect on it.
WS also went for a level 2 Void, which is part of the reason they got that kill. Most of the Night Stalkers nowadays have been going 1-3-1, where they max out the silence and use it to like farm up stacks, which is what I expected considering this is such a tough lane. Kind of expected Mira just to stack up for WS. WS would go and clear some hard stack with Crippling Fear.
I think you can also put 2 points in the void and then still max it.
Sure.
And you're kind of okay because the damage ramp just doubles. So
Kiritich being dove underneath tower. Don't have the mana for the Void, otherwise he would be dead. He dies anyway.
save TP.
WS can get the heal off of Midnight Feast, so he's not really in danger here.
They're looking at Makoto mid. Don't know if you really have kill threat here though with the Bane. Almost level 6 on GPK. Could try and just all in him with the ult.
You kind of need to at this point to offset what happened in that top lane.
You gotta find something here, right? I guess this Underlord lane is overperforming with the Chakra. I guess that's just Coddle, right? Coddle always overperforms his lane. So you have a little bit to fall back on there as Boom Boys. But right now, you're going to have to start playing through this Slark.
Makoto begging for the power rune to be bottom lane, and it will. He's rewarded with a rather weak rune, but it's a rune all the same. Refills his bottle, gives him some resources to get this kill on save. Nice push there from save. That was pretty nifty.
Waste of time here.
Night Stalker going after the IO again.
He's getting pressured up here. Just doesn't have the helm done. It's a long way away. Trouble CSing. Slow start for Kirtich. We're a little concerned about this Isles position right now. No one's going to be able to help bail him out. It has to go through the Slark this game, so there's a lot of weight on GPK's shoulders right now. Boom Boys maybe starting to sweat a little bit with this lineup. Like, did we overcook it here?
Yeah, they got to bring GPK over here. The threat of the bear, both with it being able to sit on the shrine and then being able to play to it at some point in time. WS will protect his own shrine here. Nightmare play gets him off the Wisdom Shrine. Oh, he body blocked him enough. That was fantastic from Kataomi. He'll obviously die for it, but worth it, I think.
There's no way he should have gotten that. How do you not get in the circle? That's ridiculous.
Sick body blocking.
Yeah, it really was. Big plays. That's absolutely worth it. Pick up the Hoodwink on the other side as well. So it's an even trade anyway. One permanent Agi for GPK. Very happy with that. Gets some mana and it's going to start hunting.
Kirtich try to slip past Makoto. Makoto now knows where he is off the spirits, is making the call. Night Stalker, get your ass over here. We got a carry to kill. Got him on the slight chain, stopping him from tethering too far away here. GPK, though, got the lockdown on the Ember Spirit. Makoto's in some trouble, and he's locked down by the gate. They all in commit to kill the IO. WS is still going to be able to get out. They have an Undying Tombstone on the high ground. Boom Boys are still able to fight through it, though, just having superior numbers. Chiari going to be run down. Decay is helping, but it will eventually fall. WS is looking for his third kill out of this fight. They killed the Coddle and the IO, but his nighttime or his flight is running out soon. Can't really fight into the Slark. He backs out.
See if GPK can get the D-Ward too. He does. So that's the other benefit of this Slark. You're going to be able to kill some vision in this game. Not the worst fight for Boom Boys considering how much the Night Stalker dominated it, because your Slark got a lot out of that. And that's always the main game plan. It's going to be a battle between this Slark and Night Stalker in terms of who can ramp up faster here and just kind of take the game over. That's what it feels like.
And faster GPK can get a Diffusal Blade, the more he can snowball this game. Nightmare back into the pounce in the mid lane. Oh, missed the pounce there, GPK. Whoopsies.
I mean, it's hard to hit pounce on a select target.
I guess so. Lone Druid comes through the gate and will take the safe lane tower away. So tower advantage will go to Aurora. Not terribly surprising, though.
Pretty successful laning phase for this Night Stalker. 104, second highest net worth, got involved in a team fight, came out the better for it. Looking very solid. WS right now. And he has some good targets to hunt, like we talked about, some squishy boys on the map.
Mm-hmm.
GPK is hunting another obs, but can't see it. Now he sees it. Wait, does he see it? What's going on here?
Where is this vision? Found it finally.
Oh, you got 2 for the price of 1 sentry, I guess. Nice.
That's a lot of golden experience.
Yeah, adds up. Doesn't mean he's not hunting any hero right now. Probably need Diffusal before that really kicks off anyway. Shielder in bottom. Gets gobbled up here. And the map becomes pretty static.
This play has been so funny. How many people do this?
Willikin's just chilling, man. Watching the show.
Yeah.
Welcome to TI. Whoa!
Blasted down. Katomi is given the mid lane so he can get his level 6. GPK will find his diffusal blade in the jungle somewhere. Kiritich is recovering after a bit of a rough laning phase with his Helmet Dom. Wants to get to his Aghanim Scepter, and then he'll speed along to carry Ion, making a jump onto Katomi.
Gotta be careful on plays like this, though.
They do have the Dark Ascension. OUE silence, but very good pit coming out. Now the Fiend Script couldn't keep the silence onto the Bane. The Bane will be the death of the Night Stalker. Kiari with the Flesh Golem is still kind of hard to fight into with the Tombstone out there trying to deal with these zombies right now. Kiritich about to relocate back and away. And he's out of here. They dealt with the Tombstone. That'll decrease the pressure. Bushwhack somehow missing both GPK and Miro. The Underlord pits have been doing some work to stall the aggression of Night Stalker.
It really gunks up the early fights with this triple melee core lineup. You get BKBs and stuff later, you can bypass it, but right now, pretty hard for Nightfall to join a fight like that and find impact. He dealt 44 damage. You know, this bear just doesn't exist. Nice reload in, nice defensive gameplay from Boom Boys, really good grip from Kataomi, and that's what you're looking for. Just stall out these Night Stalker timings and put the game in a place where the IO can farm up, recover, you get to that diffusal on the Slark, and then your options open up considerably. – 12-minute power rune. Arcane bottom. Went over the cliff.
Going to put Mira in a bad spot, trying to keep him close enough for GPK to get the kill. Bounce after him, sharpshooter pushing him farther away, trying to get to the trees here, but a nightmare will ensure his death. Finally, GPK does get that extra bit of permanent agi he was looking for.
It adds up. We've all been in that pub where the enemy Slark has, 20 permanent agi. It feels pretty doomsday-ish.
Mm-hmm. And that kill was without the diffusal blade. Should come through. Rod of Atos, really interesting. Like most people have been ignoring Rod of Atos on Underlord, but I feel like this game, it's a fantastic choice.
It does look good here just because Night Stalker Ember are not building early dispels.
Yeah.
So they're just going to be stuck forever. And the control goes a long way when you have this kind of lineup that's all built around Slark just hitting people. Yeah. Any sort of disable is so nice for GPK.
It just makes their lineup less clunky, I feel.
Yes. You also need the extra stun and the range of stun. Bear goes to sleep, little hibernation. He's not going to like what he wakes up into.
Kari's sitting here. A lot of heroes are stacked up.
Okay.
Night Stalker does TP in. Dark Ascension's ready to go. Boom Boys, they're in pretty deep, and let's see if they can get some punish here. Rod of Atos trying to keep the Night Stalker at bay while Makoto goes after safe. Beautiful Bushwhack catching two. The silence almost locking down GPK, but it gets away. Got the pounce out. Popped his ultimate, goes to the TP out, but they still managed to stop it.
Kill.
Now it's just one after another. Aurora dismantling Boom Boys. They will get the TP away on the Underlord at least.
Not respecting WS being able to come in there. Your low resources on Underlord, there's nothing really to reload in there for. And your positioning is really deep for the supports. Felt good about that bear kill, did not feel good about what it caused afterwards. Reload on the Wisdom Shrine just to defend it. I mean, look at Hero at the start of this fight. There's no chance here.
Yeah, it is a dream situation for Night Stalker Ember Spirit.
Great bushwhack from Mira. Set everything up. You just have to get the hell out of here. This is going to be the nature of these team fights. Either the Slark can stand his ground, or you're trying to bail. And if you're trying to bail, there's a lot of chase down in this Aurora lineup. You're probably screwed in that situation.
Yeah. WS gets a Blink Dagger. And he's going to go back for Soul Ring, and he's also going to get Shard.
Dig it. Dig it here.
Also, one more thing. The man has the Crimson. So he's got the red version of the Crippling Fear.
And what does that do exactly? Just morale boost?
I guess so.
Okay.
It means he likes Night Stalker.
I see. All right. He didn't sell it for a Gabe Cube, so that's probably a good sign. He's feeling himself. It is a sick cosmetic. We approach the 15-minute nighttime here. Very pivotal 5 minutes here for Aurora and WS in particular. He wants to find some more brawl action. Wants to get some nice kills. That's a juicy
Running
fish.
to the Slark, a beautiful Blink Silence to keep him in place for a while. He can still get off the ults and maybe have to TP away. He's got to get away from the bushwhack, though, first. Slight Chains doesn't land on GPK. He gets away with his ult. They're still going to try and chase him down. Another blink coming up for the Night Stalker. Keeps him in vision. GPK up hit, laid down, trying to bail him out. The relocate is coming in. Kiritich is going to make sure that GPK stays alive.
There's no mana.
The rest of them get out, though.
These fights are so awkward. None of them have mana. They have a Kata lineup, but none of them ever have mana. What's going on?
Kiritich managed to get the tether away, and they will manage to get out. That was a really sticky situation. Good retreat from Boom
I
Boy.
was surprised they get out of there. Honestly, I thought GPK was going to have to TP or something.
Oh,
yeah,
didn't
anyway.
respect the fact that WS might just keep chasing.
Atos.
Ranabetos, oh, he still got him. Makoto with the slight, got the kill. A beautiful pit, though, laid out with the Fiend script. No, Bushwhack stops it still. It might be enough. Makoto's still stuck inside this pit, can't get away.
killing him.
He's just going in, though. He accepts his death and accepts the fact that his team will win the fight for him.
WS is just going to work, man. He is super aggressive with these Dark Ascensions, and it's paying off. 3-1 and 10. You're right. It's a great Night Stalker game. How did I ever doubt it? The second the Slark falls, it's just a feeding frenzy.
Yep. Again, Slark can't really play the game he wants to. There's too much threat from Night Stalker. AoE Silence just ruins that hero.
I still think Boom Boys are just operating on low resources a lot of the time, which is fine if you're just farming jungle or something, right? I was just trying to get to his timings, but then you can't expect to join these fights and have the backup if you're forcing them aggressively or
Yeah, playing one of the most dangerous night times on the enemy's tier 1 tower.
it's bold.
It's a hard setup for a team fight already. Add on to the fact, okay, GPK gets caught deep in the enemy jungle while Aurora were rotating to that tier 1. Makes things even worse. 2.5 minutes left of this dangerous nighttime. Makoto and WS kick on the burners, just chasing after Boom Boys. Boom Boys playing all defense now around their tier 2s.
A lot of space for this Lone Druid to just vacuum up the map. I guess it's the same for the IO, who's farming quite fast here.
Which one do you think is the greater threat, though? I feel like it's got to be Lone Druid.
In a vacuum, Lone Druid. However, IO is a hero that creates really scary team composition situations that I think can be more terrifying.
Got the silence on GPK. Once again, needs some help from an ally to get that kill, and Hoodwink just not able to get there in time. The shot lands onto the Coddle. We get the rod into Pit, but that's just going to scare away WS. No real threat behind it.
Be interesting to see when Boom Boys decide to ramp up the aggression with the IO involved, because so far that's been a big missing component.
Yeah, it hasn't felt super coordinated involving Kiritich.
And he has his axe, so in theory you kind of want him to fight. It's one of those item timings you want to get something out of it.
Yeah. Though no reason to fight into the nighttime, right?
I think it is dissuading them for sure.
Yeah, just wait another minute. If you can limit it to just, small little support pickoffs, I think that's acceptable. Still really gunning for this kill. This is deep into the tier 2. A dangerous area for WS because he can't get away.
Oh boy.
Too deep for WS.
Too greedy. Too deep.
2 kills and a tombstone, and pretty efficient map play because remember it's double global heroes and a Slark, so they can move around the map real quickly from here.
This IO does a lot of damage. You have to respect the turnaround potential. That was just way too forced of a kill for a Bane of all things. It's not really changing the nature of the game.
Yeah, it's different when you get BKB on Aurora, you can make those kind of dives because then there's
Sure.
only Fiend Script. So you can all in on a Bane knowing that I can BKB
for
fly out of anything. But without it, man, too dangerous.
You also just hate dying during nighttime.
Yeah.
You lose so much of your impact on the map.
He used Dark Ascension as well to try and get out. So this daytime, Boom Boys can kind of do whatever they want.
It's certainly going to set you back a little bit. You can still farm though with the shard.
Pretty good read there from WS. Kills the big creep wave and very frantically gets out of there. Blinks back, pops his drums, everything they can. They know the threat is coming from Boom Boys. They know that Boom Boys are likely to be looking for kills and to mow down objectives. There's all the tier 1s, rather. was going to say a lot of them. Every single tier 1 tower is still up on the side of Aurora. That's not going to last, though.
There's the ag for the LD.
Almost got him off the tumbler toy.
This game feels like it should be more in favor of Aurora, given how dominant they've been in the fights. So kind of impressive how much farm the IO Underlord have been able to pick up. And they're quite strong when they group. Should not underestimate this lineup if they're together at 5 at the start of the fight, which we haven't seen. Yeah, it's all been very guerrilla, skirmish heavy. The fight's starting, someone's out of mana, somebody dies. If you're just together as 5 as Boom Boys, that's where this Night Stalker power is going to be tested. Can you just run into that brick wall, be able to deal with it?
Such an early Aghanim Scepter done on this Lone Druid does mean there's going to be a lot of split push to try and stop that 5-man power of Boom Boys, but Boom Boys also have the global potential of both Underlord and Relocate to alleviate that pressure. Jump in on Amiro. They're going to burst him down here, and the TP is canceled. Boom Boys make the read. It's not a situation we should try and play for.
Nah.
And that is actually going to be fast Roshan with a Flesh Golem and the Bear close by. They go straight to it. This is a huge opening for Aurora.
Very nice sequence for them. All during the daytime as well.
Yep.
Makes it feel even juicier. This game could turn into a farm fest very quickly. If Boom Boys feel like they can't fight based on how the early game went, they need to recover the Slark, then it's really only the Night Stalker who's going to want to continue to pick up the pace and the action. A lot of heroes are going to rush BKB in this one as well. This could turn into some weird map dance, which generally is nice for a Lone Druid. Nightfall might be the real winner out of all this. He just gets to push down waves, mega farm the map without anything happening. I guess IO right up there with him. 2 Ag Scepter rat-oriented carries. Takes you back to those anti-mage days, doesn't it?
Yeah, talk about a dead hero. When was the last time anti-mage was meta for more than 3 months?
Bernie still played professionally.
No, I still feel like Valve missed an opportunity to buff AM.
True.
For a Chinese TI.
Bear versus Ball. Bear will retreat.
I mean, he'll tactically farm.
It's actually funny watching these interact. It's like neither one wants to deal with the other. There's a truce.
Yeah, they just want to be able to hit creeps around each other. Good read on the wards here. Hard to keep this aggressive vision down against the Slark. Another nighttime's coming up. In fact, you're at that window where WS, he's down for any fight. Dark Ascension will lead to the next nighttime.
I think he has to just finish BKB now.
Yeah.
You're going to have an Underlord Ag. That's going to cause you a lot of issues if you can't just man up and kill the one target you go after first.
Huddled around this tier 2. Bear's going to start the assault on it. The Dark Ascension initiation from KR. He got a beautiful tombstone already blowing up the Underlord. That was fast with the extra damage amp from the Flesh Golem and the Sharpshooter bringing him down. Miro had very little impact in this, and that means Boom Boy's just got to stem the bleeding. And thankfully, Kiritich was there to do so. Saves GPK's Slark with the relocate. Should be able to tether back. So he's actually going to pop BKB, and they're going to fight into the Bear. Fight into Makoto, who will lose his Aegis here. WS slowed down. No longer has the flight. Oh, nighttime. There's a little window here where it's still daytime, and WS is almost dead. They got him on the final orb.
These balls are doing so much damage right now.
Aurora not respecting it whatsoever.
Yeah.
Lingered a bit too much and let ball after ball slap them in the face. Mira, he's going to be hunted down by GPK with the Harpoon pulling him back in. Now it's Aurora's turn to be bleeding out some heroes.
You got to respect that 50 pounds. It amps these things up. you're getting some spell amp off the overcharge, and all of a sudden you just get hit 200 damage, 200 damage. It's ridiculous how fast it piles up. It costs the IO nothing.
Oh, pulled it back in. It's going to force Makoto to use his BKB. Not how he wanted to use that one.
And this is where, when we were discussing this draft, how much can you actually just run into Boom Boys if the IO and Slark are tethered together and sitting there?
Yeah.
It's really hard to break that combo in this game. I don't think they have anyone who can sit there and man fight the Slark to get to the IO. So then you have to try and jump the IO.
Kiari's doing what he can to stall the Fiend's Grip, and it might have actually been enough here as Katomi, he got lost there.
Didn't even get the ward.
Put the horse blinders on. He was so desperate to get this kill that he didn't realize that there was nobody of Boom Boys here yet. Aurora get there first, but now they're going to swarm in off the smoke. Here comes GPK. Fighting into the tombstone. They know there's no BKB on the Ember Spirit. Ember Spirit in trouble, locked down by the Rod of Atos. Can't jump over to his Remnant. They got him. Beautiful stuff. The Bear is trying to go to work on the IO, but he's got plenty of heals. They just got to pick apart supports. They really cannot fight into this Slark IO duo.
They're so strong right now.
The Bear is going to die. Another 335 gold for that one.
This is getting concerning.
Relocate over to the other side, trying to catch the Lone Druid Hero. They got him.
What a reload.
Beautiful stuff from Kiritich. What a call by him.
He's level 20 already, so he has the reload cooldown. That was a low cooldown reload. Up again in 23 seconds.
This is going to be the power of the global heroes against the Lone Druid. You can't really rat, and you can't fight into him.
This might be one of the games where the team that's down net worth feels way stronger.
Yep.
Like, it's wild how strong Boom Boys feel right now when they're grouped up and they're down gold. But the Bear, what is the Bear being able to do in these fights? You got the Coddle, and then you're starting to fight this IO, and you're just not doing that much damage.
Yeah.
And the second the Slark threatens you, you don't want to just start leading hits to this Slark, who actually handles the Bear pretty nicely.
I do think Aurora are kind of misreading how, like, they just kind of got to assassinate the supports. But I feel like they're like, oh, we're so strong that they just kind of barrel into the IO.
Look, I agree that their lineup's going to function a lot better if they can kill the backline early. However, that is also easier said than done if Boom Boys are set up somewhere. And that's the power of the Slark IO on the front line. They're very fast. You have a lot of move speed to work with. You have the vision to work with. You might just need more items, I guess, on Night Stalker Ember, where you can just pop off. Like Ags Ember, Nullifier, Night Stalker.
Yeah.
Then it becomes a lot more interesting, more reliable. Right now, it might just be hard to take the team fight, so you might have to stall this game out a little bit. Just go back to doing some objectives with the Bear. Not run into this IO Slark combo that is pretty nasty right now. Hold me only or done for Kiritich on top of the Gunpowder Gauntlet. He has a greater Healing Lotus. He's so strong right now.
Well, that'll be Smek's upgraded burst damage. They get the boomerang for Mirov the Tormentor, but here comes Boom Boys on their way to hunt down some heroes. Is WS going to get caught here, or will he see them coming and get the blink away? Got him inside the pit.
Does that BKB?
Got the ults on him. He's going to have the BKB, and he will eventually TP. There's nothing to stop him, right? He's just trying to get away from the Bane. Make 100%. Woo!
Brother.
That was a close call. Almost did not make it out of there.
One more hit, he's done. You have double Gunpowder Gauntlet on this IO Slark. There's a lot of right-click burst damage coming out quickly.
I love this. The fact that GPK and Katomi just sweep to the other side of the map. They really do not want to let Aurora push out these lanes, wrap this game too much. Let the Bear get to BKB, where that Bear is going to be a lot more annoying.
It's a good target.
Yeah, they just keep on picking on this Underlord. What they can't do is stick around afterwards.
Damage, man.
Yeah, Makoto, he's going to have to use a Remnant. Kiritich barreling down at them. The relocate's going to pull him back.
Not too far.
They're going to look again here. Dark Ascension, it got popped there.
I think that is always the best target to start on, honestly. Maybe better than supports, because the Underlord dies very quickly in this game, and you don't want to tether him to bail him out.
Yeah. And it makes the Ember's game a lot better, the Night Stalker's game a lot better. It allows them to use BKB at better moments rather than just, oh, I'm stuck in the Rod of Atos pit.
Same for the Bear. The Bear doesn't have
that's true.
BKB or anything yet. Oh, here's a real question in this game. GPK finds another pickoff. He's got Gem, by the way, so... Oh, reload on the squirrel.
Get him. I mean, you've got the cooldown for it, so you can kind of freely do this for support kills anytime.
The map is so scary. The second you lose a hero, you just want to head to your fountain so you don't bleed chain kills. My question here, Austin.
Yeah.
Who scales harder in this game?
I have to believe in Lone Druid.
I think it's IO Slark.
Think so?
I think if you get 5 or 6 slots on both of them, I don't see you fighting it. I really don't. I think
they cover each other so well, right? Like
exactly. You have Shard. You have so many. You have this fast reload. I just don't think you can handle these two. I think you can kill everybody else, and then maybe the fight gets weird. You know?
Yeah. Have you seen, by the way, that Nightfall bought his Shard for his Bear?
Oh, really? Interesting.
Dire are scanning.
Why?
Radiant's top tower.
Are Lone Druids doing this?
It's gonna pull somebody in, I guess.
Try and break a tether or something?
That's
I mean,
my
it
only
doesn't.
idea.
It doesn't go that far.
No, it's kind of hard to use.
Satanic for Kiritich. He's untouchable. He's going to be untouchable for quite some time. It's just Aurora will simply never have the damage to threaten him. Another pick off on Mira. It's fast too. Sharpshooter will not get him out of there.
It's just some lawnmower that just runs you. Reload up mid.
Relocate and the gate. All the stop. Nightfall's Bear, and he will not use a BKB for it. Beats grip on Makoto. They have the Tombstone safe, and they're going after the Bane with the darkness here. WS going to cut him down. What else can they get out of this? Going after the Coddle, but they have to keep their distance away from GPK, who is stacking it up. Relocate back into play as Kiritich gets the other side of Makoto, who with the long slight has no remnant to get out.
They're starting to cook him. The damage is just overwhelming. There's so much map control, too, between this IO reload, the Slark running around with Gem.
GPK is reading every Nightfall move.
Oh, that's his last Bear.
He's going to force him to use BKB.
Okay, got out.
Actually, didn't manage to get away.
Very nice. It's got to be so oppressive to be on the map in this game.
Yeah.
Slark's killing all your vision. He has the nighttime vision presence. Then you have this 30-second reload, 40-second reload that's threatening you if you show deep on the sideline. And then they're Omega fast. There's 500 MS running around.
It's going to be 25 to 34 minutes.
Yeah, what a sick series from Kiritich so far. Absolutely came in prime form today. Proving his worth and then some.
You get the Roshan while the supports are hunting down the Bear. Cleanses off the Nightmare and then followed up with another slowdown, forcing him to use BKB.
Aegis on Slark. That is terrifying.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Welcome back, Harry Isle.
Oh, yeah. When it's good, it's real good. And I think people are definitely underestimating how powerful this hero is in the right hands. You need a player that can understand how to farm with it so you hit the timing at the right moment.
Yeah. It feels like teams are getting more open to take, like, it felt like initially it was just like, oh, this IO Largo, it's so broken, right?
Sure.
3-position Largo, carry IO. And then it was like, okay, you can also run the Largo 5-position. Still works. Now, IO without the Largo.
It's looked great in this game.
It has. He's going to have Daedalus. He's going to go for a Scotty.
Took the attack ally target as well. Makes sense with this duo.
Which means you really got to stay ahead of this Slark, which is difficult to do when he's got both Harpoon and Disperser, 2 items designed to make sure that heroes stay next to him. Makoto doesn't pop the BKB until the last second. He died with BKB being used.
You just didn't see the 25 talent or what?
What a disaster.
This is crumbling for Aurora right now. This is an elimination game for them.
Mira jumps out. Real quick kill onto save. They also get the silence on Katomi. Both supports are going to be assassinated here. But can you fight into Kiritich GPK? Nightfall's Bear is being annihilated.
Where'd it go?
It's gone. Buybacks are going to be used. They're going to be throwing multiple lives, multiple bears, everything they have to try and stop Kiritich GPK. They're just going to tether on out of here. WS is trying to get dieback onto Katomi. Does manage to do so. He's flying on the cliff areas, trying to stay ahead of Kiritich GPK. GPK with a harpoon back onto Mira. Mira making a run for it. Run. Has a bushwhack up in a second. Can he turn around and stop these heroes? No. Now WS is going to be killed as well. Makoto trying to jump away, but GPK got the pounce on him, locks him down. Did they have enough disable to keep Makoto from jumping away to his remnant? They do not. He gets back to the fountain, but they own this Radiant base. There's nothing Aurora can do about it. The bear is out trying to push out creeps because he can't fight the heroes.
Look at the stacks, 35 temporary stacks on that Slark plus the 16. He's overcharged, he's tethered.
And they are going to end the game. They're going to tier 4. No buyback on 2 of these heroes. Nothing stopping the creep waves from pushing in. No
Bear's got to do something. Is it even coming back? There it is. You got to full send it here.
Tier 4, throw off the gate, stop these heroes. The Ancient that is exposed, and boom, boys, there goes the bear. It just ran in and died instantly. There's no shot. PG is called. Aurora is out. Boom, boys. Get the 2-0 and get revenge.
I told you I believed. I saw the vision. They saw the vision. I genuinely think that was one of the sickest drafts of the like in a game 2. You just decisively jam this Slark against an Ember. The Ember can go nowhere else in this game. It wasn't even the lane. It's just the idea behind this lineup and the timing you're going to hit with this IO is so insane, and none of your 3 cores can stand there and trade, and none of them were assassinating the backline, because what's happening, you're dropping this gate pit on your supports in the backline and they're just sitting under it, and it takes so long to kill them that IO Slark is mopping someone up 10 times faster. Like, the damage is incredible between this duo. This is honestly a combo that you're going to have to think about almost in any game. Because if they get the right conditions with the right core matchups in a game that stalls out like this, and you're trying to play for some late game lone drew timing, they just have time to farm, you're not beating this.
I think there were a couple of team fights from Boom Boys, these defensive fights that were so crucial. The fact that they can stop Aurora from snowballing too much with this Ember Night Stalker.
I think they have to snowball this game to win it, and they had moments where it looked like it was going to go their direction.
Right, like this one where they just clean up kill after kill after kill.
I almost think that's an awkward position for Aurora to be in, because are they the team that plays like that, you know?
Sure.
They have been at certain points in time, but recently the meta is not favorable for that. It's hard to execute, and you stumble once and the game becomes really hard. And I think they felt that pressure. I think WS played really well. He definitely just full sent it. He knew his moments in this game. He found some crazy team fights. This was one of the best ones for them. You had a decent lead at this point, and it just never translated into anything. Maybe the LD timings don't sync with the other two too well in that aspect, right? You're trying to join Ember Night Stalker fights with a hero that is kind of just designed to AFK farm.
Yeah.
Maybe
it works if, like, Lone Druid is the ultimate threat in the game, but clearly that was not the case.
Not even close. That last fight, the bear disappeared in 1 second.
It's just gone.
It's insane, that level 25 IO talent. Because the Slark has so much agi and so much attack speed.
Yeah.
You just are diving into balls plus 2 heroes Gatling gunning you down. It's disgusting. Rough stuff for Aurora. They get 2-0 eliminated here.
Yeah, after a year, there was a period of time where, you know, they were one of the top three teams in the world, right? They were getting to multiple grand finals appearances.
Disappointing exit for them, and a scary series for whoever has to play Boom Boys after this, honestly. You look at the series, now you have to start thinking about some things.
Yeah.
Look at the bear. I don't think he hit anybody once.
I mean, he couldn't hit anything because GPK protected the IO with the shard, and they both just turned and killed the bear. Incredible.
Slark Shard's another problem in this game.
Yeah.
Because you have to commit in with your 2 assassins and try and kill supports or this Underlord with your BKB timings. And if they just sit under a Slark Shard under a pit, that's where I was not sold in this Night Stalker pick, because I think the biggest thing you had to address here is what happens when this IO Slark hits a timing. You either have to temple them out of the game completely or address it in some way. I don't even know what address is, honestly. It's something you have to sit there and theory craft for a day, with the boys and be like, is this going to do it? Is this going to do it? Maybe this combination of heroes. It's not that simple. Whew, what a game, too. What a lineup. And I think Kiritich might be the best carry IO in this event. You have to respect his prowess on this hero, his experience on it, and how well he's playing it. It might be his best hero, honestly. Like, his game might have convinced me of that. Right now, he's terrifying. He knows how to execute this hero.
Which is incredible to do after a very sick game 1 performance on that Necrophos,
sure.
right? Like, Kiritich has really pulled this Boom Boys roster together. And as a squad, they're going to be in the playoffs of TI.
They're looking good. They're finding some momentum. They got some strats. They're cooking some people out here. Excited to watch this team on that main stage. They're going to be a fun team to watch.
Absolutely. All right. Well, we have more series to go here on the B stream. We've got another one to watch. So we are going to go to a break so we can load that up.
They're now 1 game up against Resilience. Team Spirit chose Resilience as their opponent. And so a lot of teams got to choose their opponents. 5 teams, actually 4, I guess, got to choose their opponents, as the last 2 just had to face each other. There's been another series going on at the same time because Aurora chose their opponent. They chose Boom Boys because during the group stages, they were able to 2-0 Boom Boys. So they chose them and they're like, you know what? We can do that again. Guess what, Saber? Wrong. It was Boom Boys that 2-0 Aurora. Aurora's out.
Yeah, unbelievable. It's hard, right? Because on one hand, you kind of want to choose the team that you already beaten, but on the other, there has been so many examples like this where you like play a team and then you choose to play them again. But they obviously learned their lesson. You learn more from losses than you do from wins. So, I remember a moment where Thunder Predator beat EG back in the day. And that was really rough. And yeah, I mean, so basically you like keep beating somebody until he beats you back. And you just need to hope that time is not one of those important days as it was today.
Yeah, today was an important day and a sad day to lose for Aurora. I know, Jenkins, you carry a warm heart towards Aurora. Sad to see them go.
Yeah, I'm sad to see them go. I feel like you throw around the stat, Nightfall has only ever gotten 2nd place in tournaments, and everybody thinks, no way that's possible. The guy's the GOAT. He's the best carry since Prime Nightfall. But yeah, it is what it is. You got to bring you got to bring your best and withstand the pressure of TI. It's the most pressure a competitive player can feel, period.
But you gotta also be happy for Kirtish and Miero and all the Boom Boys, as we've been rooting for them for a long time too. So good to see them move on to the main event. We'll see which one of the two teams that we have playing against each other right here are going to join them. Team Spirit, as said, 1 game up. Let's see what Brazilians have coming for game number 2, because there were a lot of points where we wanted them to do a bit better. For example, lesson 1, we wanted them to not leave Earth Spirit in. That seems like a very easy thing to just do and fix. We'll see if that's what's happening. We got Resilience on the Radiant side, Spirit on the Dire side. First pick going the way of Team Spirit. Therefore, if Earth Spirit is left in the pool, they'll probably pick it. It's left in the pool for now. There's 2 more bans on Resilience, and we are crossing our fingers.
I feel like you're getting stressed as you're
little
going through
bit.
this. I can feel it.
A little bit, because
5 seconds.
if Team Spirit's the strongest team, that's fine. And to be fair, in the previous game, they looked like the better team. But I want them to be tested a little bit more. And I think Earth Spirit across every team, the hero has just looked so good, and we do see it banned out.
They get to play normal Dota now. That's good.
10 seconds.
What are the other broken caliber heroes? We've seen Lena actually kind of answer it a little bit in the last couple of days, but she's up there in contention.
Still Laundroid in the pool, and also Draw, but I would imagine Spirit does not first pick Draw in this series. Maybe they'll get it a bit later. But I think they feel confident in, like, they don't need to do anything special. They can just stick to their guns.
A little bit respect there on the collapsed Darkseer getting first phase banned, but they still go for that
my
first pick
God.
on the Drow Ranger. Does Resilience take a page out of Extreme Gaming's book? No Phantom Lancer to answer. They answer with the Winter Wyvern, and we mentioned already in the previous game fly that was a good counter to that, or at least somewhat of an answer.
I think Wyvern is okay. I think it's also just a hero that they really like on Resilience. I think they've had it in plenty of their matches, even though the win rate's not the best.
10
But
seconds remaining.
I don't think it's a good answer, personally, because you see a Drow Ranger. I think you should address with something a little more juicy, maybe the offlaner that you think is good against Drow, maybe something like the Nature's Prophet that can TP on her and attack her early in the game that we have seen before. Because I think when you answer a carry with a support, a position 5, it's not enough. Like, this will never swing the matchup that hard compared to an offlaner or a safe laner that can
5 seconds
contest the
remaining.
Drow. So I would have liked to see something else.
Yeah, especially because they have now 2 bans to cover for the Draw. And it is possible that one of those 2 would be a Wyvern, but do you really need the Wyvern in this game, right? Is it like a big difference between having a Wyvern and having some other support that is just solid? I mean, in my opinion, Wyvern is nice against Draw because you have the Cold Embrace, and ult is like somewhat nice, but it is replaceable. Maybe people don't really play it, but you could pick some Lich for his Frost Shield, which is basically the same effect as the Wyvern Cold Embrace. But yeah, they decided to ban Kess and Timbersaw, which is
10 seconds
kind of interesting to me because from my experience, Timbersaw is not fun to play against Drow,
5
but
seconds
perhaps they're
remaining.
just banning Comfort.
Yeah, I remember when New came onto the scene, it was largely with Timbersaw in like half of the games. The guy was just incredible with the hero, so I can respect the respect bans.
Yeah, and we got the Clockwork ban coming out for Resilience. It's a pairing that we see frequently with the Drow Ranger. So no surprise they want to remove that one.
I mean, there's still the PL in the pool. They do go for the Centaur, which is a S-tier caliber hero that we're seeing, and also pretty good against the Drow. It's hard to right-click the Centaur lane. You're going to take some return damage from that. And then you have the Centaur Stampede to get on top of the Drow. But yeah, I mean, I recall vaguely Erica, a.k.a. YSR, playing PL, like being a high-level Dota Plus PL in some other tournament. So maybe if it goes later into the draft and it's looking like a good PL game, they'll go for it.
Yeah, and we see that he has played a lot of Drow Ranger himself, so we can only imagine that he knows which carries
Spectre's good too.
he doesn't like to be matched up with. Yep.
Maybe that's why they're waiting to see whether it's like a good Spectre game based on the other heroes Spirit has.
I mean, it's interesting that I feel like the Spirit bans seem more who like aimed towards just let's ban the comfort rather than necessarily draw counters, because I imagine the Kez is okay against draw, but it's not necessarily like a one-to-one counter. They left the PL, they left the Spectre, they left Centaur, even though I think Centaur is one of the best heroes against draw, but perhaps they're thinking, okay, we just played against this guy Centaur, we know how to kill him on the triple wave, we don't need to worry about this.
Yeah, I think Saber makes a good point. It definitely feels like comfort bans, especially with the Kez. Like Timber, I can see, because if you're able to survive the beginning of the lane with Timber, you get your level, I think level 5 at that point. Drow can't really touch you, and you can set up some double wave and attacker. I think I saw Vision play it as well, so I can see the Timber. And now I'm just thinking, where does Resilience want to go from here? I think Centaur is okay. He's a bit slower of a hero because you want to leave him alone. Usually, he wants to buy his Dominator, and then when he has Dominator, then maybe you can go to his lane unless he's been winning before already. So maybe they're gonna create this plan where they're gonna play around the other lanes and go to the Drow later, which could be like a Spectre gameplay instead of a Nature's Prophet. So now this is where everything kind of has to be decided. They can take the mid laner, something that's open, maybe the Invoker again. I don't think the Invoker was that big of a problem, but okay, Ember Spirit is good against the Spirit supports, because Vessel is very good against Witch Doctor, because Witch Doctor he has his healing ability, so Vessel is very good, as well as the chains against Mirana, so she cannot leap away. So Ember is definitely a good answer here, and now Laurel has to punish it.
It seems a bit dangerous to me to pick the Ember here, just because you have an instant response to it. And I mean, this also fits, like the DK fits perfectly with the other Team Spirit heroes that they have. They have 3 backlining heroes that want to throw stuff from far away. DK is like the best hero to just get in there and stun and be a tank. And then it also lanes incredibly well against Ember Spirit.
What I would say though is that now that I'm looking at this draft, what is going to happen usually is DK will get his blink, he's going to blink stun someone, and Mirana will arrow follow up, and then Witch Doctor maybe is going to like Maledict and Death Ward. However, the Winter Wyvern gains insane value in this case, because you can just heal the first target. It doesn't matter too much if he's getting arrowed. And if you look at their heroes, they don't really have any magic damage that goes through the Cold Embrace. So even though the hero will get maledicted, they actually have not much follow-up. So it's really hard to actually kill anyone on Team Resilience's lineup if there is Wyvern behind them.
Yeah, that's a great point. This is actually turning out to be a very good Wyvern game. Like, they indeed don't have that much magic damage.
And not much to jump Wyvern either. It's like just the DK right now.
Yeah.
They can fix it with their last pick. They need a hero for Collapse. On the other side, we need an overall last pick for Team Resilience. They are looking for a care hero for YSR, which still in the pool is the Spectre that we mentioned. We want a hero that is able to... So from both sides, actually, we want a hero that is able to jump. One, we want them to jump the Drow Ranger, and the other one, we want to jump the Winter Wyvern, which the Spectre is now removed.
I really like... I know you guys hate the hero, but I really like Night Stalker. It's really good against Wyvern. Even Ember does not do well against Night Stalker, Silence, Hoodwink. These are squishy heroes you can run down. Saber, you did mention in the previous draft, Night Stalker's not so good against Centaur. You can just ult away from the Silence.
To be fair, though, I actually agree with you that in this case, I think they should have banned the Night Stalker, because, as I explained, like with these heroes, they can't really get through to Team Resilience. But the Night Stalker kind of breaks that. You can just attack from whichever direction you want. But yeah, without the Night Stalker, I think it becomes really hard. With it, it's a bit easier, regardless of like one-to-one matchups.
And they're thinking about it. 10 seconds left. On another patch, I might suggest Mars as well, but just a bad hero.
Okay. That's at least some AoE. So Wyvern can't really cover everybody that gets ravished, and she might get ravished herself. So I don't mind this. It's good to get some AoE. You also have the shard for the Ember later on, so he can remnant away.
10 seconds.
So what are you thinking now for Resilience? This would have been a great Ursa game if the hero was meta.
Well, Spectre sadly banned. That's a very nice matchup against Tidehunter. There is the PL, but I don't think you want to PL against Tide. Ooh, Muerta, interesting.
I heard Muerta wasn't that good anymore. Why pick it here?
It is a nice matchup against Tide, and theoretically against Drow too, because she counted you. And honestly, we just talked about how Team Spirit does not have any magic damage, so that makes Muerta very happy. Once you press your ult, you can't get hit, and they don't have many spells to like deal damage to you with.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, in a vacuum, it's good. I will say, though, there are lots of stuns on Spirit to answer the Muerta. There will be some fights where she does not get the ult off and she just dies beforehand because there's, DK stun to start, there's Ravage to start, and then follow up with the arrow, silence from Drow. So Spirit has options to win the team fights, but Resilience, like there is a world where the Muerta gets to the point where she legitimately just cannot die in this game. Because 1-to-1, she does dumpster Drow Ranger. It's like a hero that literally can't take physical damage.
Yeah, I think this draft is a lot closer for me, which is good. At least they have a fighting chance in my eyes. Muerta, I think it's just some player comfort. I think there's definitely potential in this game because they mostly have physical damage on the Spirit side. So I think he can make it work. I hope Resilience can take us to a game 3. They definitely have a chance this game.
Saber, final thoughts?
I am rooting for Resilience. Let's get it.
Let's get it. All right, let's go over to our commentary duo for game number 2. It's Trent and Lyrical.
Let's get it, apparently. All right, I'm ready, man. This is going to be a good one. We got a Muerta. Only one pick so far. It lost, but this is a new game. It's time to happen.
It's a new game. That's right.
New day.
What 0-1 stats mean nothing. That's fine.
Exactly.
I think a lot of good points from the panel there on the Muerta pick, right?
Oh,
It's a
yeah.
last overall. That's where you see these more unusual ones that maybe you're thinking, well, why are they picking this here? Well, it looks pretty good, Although it is sad. They're like, this was a good Ursa pick if it wasn't so out of meta.
I know.
Have some spirit. All right. They picked up Muerta, also out of meta.
True.
See if it works out just fine.
I like it a lot. And I think that this, again, is the type of game where if you're going to go out on your own terms. Try and make it happen. Pull back the victory,
In that sense, I also like going away from their own terms in terms of getting rid of the Rubik. I'm sorry, Planet.
Yes.
Having the Hoodwink is just so much more like we can do stuff.
Yeah.
Rubik is like, if they do stuff, I can do stuff. Hoodwink just has good spells.
Yeah.
She doesn't need to like copy them from someone else.
Relax.
Her spells are just good.
Yeah. No, I'm with you.
Right? Like that I can approve of. I mean, they're gonna have the Ember. They actually have heroes that can go and make things happen on the map, which is what they were completely lacking in the last game. Even if the lanes had gone even, it was hard for them to go ahead and make moves.
Hey,
now they can even make moves from behind.
Toro gonna keep the chase down onto New, make him feel oh so sad. And off to the races. Should be 2 runes apiece, maybe. LCU clicks a little bit quicker. Looking for it with the Maledict. Echoes manages to find it, but yep, that's a spicy one. It's a kill by Rue onto the mid-ember.
A bit of value early there. Another game, another Mirana. She's back. How are the arrows this game? We got DK set up. Mirana Tide is a bit of a lane duo classic. It's kind of funny because it's I don't know why it works so well. It just does. You would think you need the stun, but Gush into arrow is surprisingly consistent. You can just feel it when you play the matchup. It's not the worst play to go for. And also, more than enabling the Tide enables you as the Mirana to be a lot more free around the map, particularly heading towards the mid lane.
Yes. And that is super nice if they're going to have some free time to make it happen. But also not an easy matchup to play into with the Wyvern and the Muerta for the Tidehunter even afterwards. That's just a freehand arrow right there by Notme. Hits ZZQ right in the
Farm to table arrow, all natural, 100% organic.
Of that.
No GMOs. That's how he does it.
Yeah.
He fletched that arrow himself.
Delicious arrow.
Homegrown lumber from his own backyard.
You ever fletched an arrow?
I was fletching arrows like 2 weeks ago.
Are you kidding me?
No.
This guy's a real Canadian.
Tell ya. I made it with a stick and a string.
That's
the
not
bow.
an arrow.
No, but then I had to fletch the arrows too.
That's a fishing rod.
That didn't work as well.
Yeah.
The bow was great though.
Well, so far so good for Echoes in spite of the death. Comes back in and is able to put a little bit of pressure there onto Laurel. And even getting some denies up in his face. Not something that you often see against the DK. Another one. Echoes is mad, apparently, as he did get stunned, but now trying to get New out of harm's way. And just do a little ring around the rosy. Waits for the double edge.
I mean, he knows he's dead, right?
Yeah.
I can get a little bit damage back on there. What are your thoughts on Witch Doctor, who we don't get to see all too often?
He's kind of awesome. The heal, I feel like, always does more than you anticipate. And I think that like it's one of those sort of win more type of heroes in a way.
The buffs on the heal have been crazy. The AoE on it is so large now. Like before, you kind of had to like really be thinking about it. Now, like you can just check your heal out. Your core will be close enough.
Yeah, that part's pretty nice.
I believe Witch Doctor is still one of the absolute most picked heroes across, all MMRs of Dota. And I just feel like, the people really had it right with this guy. I think he's been ignored for too long by those of us in the ivory towers of Dota 2.
I see.
Yeah, I'm putting us in there with the pros. Just
of course.
Clear. Yeah, we get to join in, I think.
As you should. Echoes 2 points in the Flame Garden. It does take one in chain, so see if he decides to put any extra pressure here on the Laurel. But so far, having a really good time into what was a counter pick.
Yeah, not the most intimidating counter pick, right, of the Dragonite. This hero seems to be picking up a little bit of steam. I feel like looking over the past, couple days, we're getting these very pivotal matches of whether or not you're going to be in an elimination game or being eliminated themselves. The DK is showing up more.
Yeah.
And it's been interesting. I like some of the builds. Like this hero is now based on this idea of AoE growth. And so we're seeing some of the overwhelming blinks come out. Obviously, the Shiva's Guard's a very good item right now, so that synergizes well with that idea. I've seen a lot of multi-hero Dragon Tails that have looked pretty impressive. So he's growing on me.
Nice hero for sure, as he turns around and throws out a stun himself onto the Ember. Yeah, I think that it's just, what you're going to get out of Dragonite. There's not going to be any lane besides like against a Shadow Fiend mid, which doesn't happen anymore, where you get completely demolished. Or at least the ones that you do are very few and far between.
There's a reason he was the tutorial.
Exactly.
Is what you're saying.
Yeah. People get it. Mark moving over, not going to be able to secure that one, the Witch Doctor. So he's going to have to head out, and Laurel will also secure a rune for himself.
It's a big mentality shift for Echoes in this game to go from Invoker to Ember. Pretty much polar opposites of how you play the game, especially the first 15 minutes, where you get to actually make stuff happen, and you're the one who moves on the map,
Stun, big hits, throwing trouble, and gets brought down by New. The heal, not enough to keep him alive.
Certainly not.
And this is more the type of game that they wanted. I mean, Drow, obviously an incredibly strong hero, but the lane is not as good as the Lifestealer is in terms of you can have a higher high with the Drow lane, I think, of completely blowing people out, but you can also get ran out of it.
Yeah, much more punishable. But obviously there's a reason why Team Spirit are willing to pick this first overall for Yadaro. It's pretty busted.
Maledict. New decides to back away. Can't get that many more hits onto him. It's still going to be an annoying amount of damage. Has the salve after the fact if he feels like it's necessary, and will pop it.
So sad when you see these cask moments, but you don't have it yet on Witch Doctor.
Right.
That's pretty depressing.
So far, so good for Resilience. Winning 2 of their lanes, getting a kill in the other one. So still behind in terms of CS. Now getting level 6. Echoes also having access to those remnants.
Yeah, notably a very good Spirit Vessel game as well. You're going to have this DK pretty often in the forefront. That was a little spooky. And when Laurel wants to be dangling himself out there, maybe you kind of die a little faster than expected thanks to the Spirit Vessel.
They're bringing in some numbers here. Trying to set up for the 6 minute. And dodges the arrow, but not quite on the mark. Not me, still in some trouble, and should be able to bring him down. So they rotate in, do not get the rune for Echoes.
Yeah, it was only a regen and he had full bottle anyway, so yeah, I think he's pretty happy with that. New beginning his shenanigans back here. Witch Doctor, not the best hero at stopping this, but with the friends, he's pretty good, obviously, because he can threat with a Maledict.
Out of the river, not moving as fast. Stomp there onto 2. The Maledict's already out, and he backs out. Now Laurel underneath the tower, but gets hit by the arrow. A cold embrace to keep him alive, and the support's gonna have to clean this one up. They do indeed do just that. Not me. Will manage to get a return kill onto ZZQ, and in the meantime, Hero did kill off New on the top side.
New ends up dying there. Am I crazy? I thought they had no stun. I guess he just couldn't find an opportunity for a TP that was going to make it worth it? Or maybe he just wasn't aware there was no casket. I thought maybe he'd figured that out already.
Rue making a chase there for the Wisdom, and it is going to be a trade-off of 1 apiece this time. As Collapse, being chased around by YSR, pops the ultimate, hit by the arrow.
Oh, but a backup.
In spite of that, it still should be, and another kill.
New.
On
What?
a New.
Brother, Witch Doctor is obliterating you.
Oh my goodness.
It's just too much. The Maledict, the bonus 200 damage, he's playing too far ahead. And obviously he just TP'd back up here.
Yeah, that's really bad.
He's got the 4-legged walk of shame coming up now.
Man. Yeah, it's time to go get some stacks going and try and recover this one.
He's just at that point too where he needs 900 gold for the recipe of the Helm. This is the worst time to be dying as the Centaur, because the Helm obviously going to accelerate your growth by so much.
Right. Ooh, this is interesting though. Comes on in and finds a stack. Echoes and ZZQ going to try and clean this one up. Not Me is going to soak some experience. Laurel moves in.
He just lost his ulti though, so
yeah,
not quite as frightening. And obviously there's always a remnant out.
And there's the remnant away. So they get some of those creeps on Team Spirit. I mean, again, like as much as that sucks the back-to-back deaths for the Centaur, he's still ahead of Collapse.
Yeah, that that is true. And that was the piggy bank that they just stole from Collapse. That was supposed to be his way back into the game. So he's going to be pretty upset there on the Tide. Going to have to find some fish to eat.
Tries to run away from the drought. Yeah, I mean, he's just been left completely alone, so it's understandable. Planet hiding out with Muerta. This move through would be really nice.
Oh, I'm just a little Centaur all
Don't
alone.
mind me. The Bushwhack connection. Stomp onto both. Oh, it's pretty. Very pretty as they get the kills.
Here I thought, like, oh, why didn't he TP? And, oh, how could he die again on New? But I didn't think like New.
Yeah.
He was setting up for this very moment. There's no way they chased there if he didn't feed 3 times prior.
It's very generous of you.
Ah.
That's nice.
God, his brain is so big.
Collapse, level 6. He realizes the lane is not a safe place for him, so he's going to be cutting the waves over here. Quick pause as 6-5 Resilience looking much better in this one than they did in the last game.
It was hard to be feeling a little any worse, really.
Yes.
I mean, things got off to a pretty bad start right away in the previous one, particularly for Echoes, who is a little bit ahead of Laurel. And feeling great about that, I'm sure. All right, now, last game, we got into a situation where Collapse and the crew were just kind of running the map on Spirit.
Yes.
And got into very defensive posturing from Team Resilience. I would hope that they're going to utilize this early-ish level 6 on Hoodwink to try and get aggressive.
Oh, no.
That's your carry. Oh,
thank goodness for that creep. My goodness, that was very close. YSR still dropping low. New thinking about saving his buddy. Can he do it? Will get himself out? No. So has to give up his life. But in the meantime, they move in with Echoes and the Winter's Curse. Oh, it's big. That is a good one. They miss on the Bushwhack, still chasing onto Laurel. Silent Echoes, another salvo of chains back up in just a moment. And the arrow will land onto the Ember. Yatoro tries to hit onto him. YSR is still stuck around.
Cold Embrace doing so much work.
And they end up managing to find that kill onto Laurel. Very nice.
Sacrificial Centaur doing some work for the team. Getting them some better returns for everyone else. And that's going to help get the Spirit Vessel closer and closer here for Echoes. Collapse trying to soak up some of this bounty of the mid lane. Lots of creeps here.
Yeah, a couple of those.
Tries to get back into it.
They're heading back towards the bottom side. He missed a couple of them there.
And going for the Mage Slayer this game in the Tide. Great game for it. Where it's always a frustrating hero. Like if you get the Ravage off and then you hit her with the Mage Slayer can be good. Obviously the ulti though does give you the Dispel, so it is a timing based thing.
Dire's middle tower.
Stacks built up there for Rue. Again, Collapse rebuilding the piggy bank.
Oink, oink.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Look at that. Going for a glyph to mess with the last hits for the Muerta. Smoke movement. Laurel looks to be the target. Jump forward, Remnant. Misses the chains. And now they move in with more. Do they have enough? As the sharpshooter, good damage out. Stampede, follow-up is there. Now on to Rue. Looking to take down this Witch Doctor too, and indeed, they're going to be able to do just that.
A perfect timing to get that Spirit Vessel out there too. Helped a ton, did 320 damage, plus obviously the reduction in just the overall healing that you're getting there is huge.
Winter's Curse, not me, nearby to try and help. Yakuro's here as well. Ravage, he got the ulti off. Where's the right clicks? They don't have it, but it might not matter. As well, it bought enough time, and so now actually YSR gets some good damage into Collapse. The stun is there, finding the Drow. Yatoro dies. Collapse, they have any way to see him. He's passing by a sentry ward, and indeed, they're going to be able to get that kill. That the ulti from Muerta buying enough time for Resilience to get there.
Yeah, it's showing off that value that it has this game for sure. All the same reasons why the panel was discussing, like, the Witch Doctor might struggle with some of these kills there, like, and Laurel
No way they're
again.
going to get him again.
I think there is, bud.
Sharpshooter out, and yeah, he just stuck around too long. Broken, killed. Hoodwink, very good hero.
My Dragon Knight's made a spare parts, eh? What's going on? 0, 4, and 2?
Still 1,000 gold plus away from the Blink Dagger for him. This is a rough game.
Dire's middle tower is under
DK haters just reveling in it right now. A very polarizing hero, I feel like, right now.
Yeah, I would say so.
I'll shamefully say I'm a bit of a believer. I kind of like the hero right now, but it's not looking too hot at the moment. Just especially considering he again was picked into this. Like the idea was here for this to be the winning matchup.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower
But
has
it's
fallen.
I mean they're not making any early connections with the stuns into the arrow. It's not nearly as consistent pre-Blink Dagger compared to the Ember Spirit plus Mirana.
Right.
I mean, not me. We gave him the MVP in the last one on that Wind Ranger. Not able to have the biggest impact quite yet. Has hit some solid arrows, but his team needs a lot right now. And they're still waiting on that level 6 as well here for Rue. Whereas we've already had massive sharpshooters from Planet. And,
Man.
Piggy Bank's getting cracked open again.
This has got to be so frustrating. The Cold Embrace with the Flame Guard, and now they're thinking about moving in and messing with Rue, but they're just going to take this full stack.
They have a ward here. They see not me.
Oh, no. But
All right. Brother. Brother, Echoes. You can't miss those, dude.
Ow.
What are we doing?
it happens. Been a couple. I mean, they're on the nerves right now.
Literally doing too good. High damage. Stocked up, ready to go. Mage Slayer nearly done there for Collapse. Try to give him some survivability versus a pretty overwhelming amount of magic. There is a Drow. A lot of action Yatoro's way earlier on in the game, but a little quieter as of late. Just running through the jungle, doing his thing, farming up a storm. And Resilience maybe wanting to do something about that here by knocking down his tower.
Echoes maybe having an inkling of where he's at. If they run over there and spot him, it'd be so clutch. But it looks like it is not going to be the route they take. And instead, run into Rue. We'll find and take down the Witch Doctor.
Level 1 cask ain't it,
Yeah.
He almost found a way with all those creeps, but spell not very good at that point in the game. So the Dark Troll Summoner assists in taking down the tower. This will really enable any attempted chases on the Yatoro, and he's going to have to be very cautious about his moves. Rue found. Level 9 ZZQ.
Not me.
Holy.
Still on the hunt here. Does he go for this courier snipe? That would have been so sick. Side's better of it, so gets away with that one. Able to escape. Have to go underneath a ward right there. The Drow could be another person that they try and target in a little bit with that good ward placed down, not seen. Yeah, Laurel, I mean, it is just...
It's a bad hero to fall behind on.
It feels really rough.
Yeah, like the vessel comes online so nicely for the Ember, and then he already has the mobility to then play with the vessel. Whereas obviously DK you're hoping to use this early bullying power to knock down the tower. That gives you the space to farm into your Blink Dagger. Instead, he's like a little behind. Now he's got a shard to help speed things up, which is great. So then you're going to get the Blink Dagger out. But it's a bit of a waiting game for him at the moment.
And we've seen how good this sharpshooter is at being able to just like turn these big tanky heroes into Swiss cheese.
Yeah.
Whether it's the DK, whether it's the Tidehunter.
Yeah,
problem.
That was kind of one of the problems I had with DK was the idea that Hoodwink was everywhere. So I feel like when I'm seeing him, usually it's often without the break, just being free. And here we go again. Uh-oh.
Another salvo. There they go. Sharpshooter going to connect. And that goes.
He's just sitting there.
Just wait. Get him with the slight. Why not?
It's like, you know you're dead. And Yadro, he's got stacks in his jungle, though.
Yeah.
That were left untouched. He's farming through it. He's going to get it before the respawn, probably.
I mean, here's the thing. How many of these matches have we seen from Team Spirit where they fall behind and then post 25 minutes, the game just turns on its head?
Yeah.
Like, I think that there is still going to be an interesting window in here. You can see, yeah, look, Dota Plus still giving the win probability to Team Spirit right now, in spite of this lead that's been built up.
That is the Team Spirit factor. I'm more afraid when they're behind at 25 minutes.
Yes.
You know, we spent many a year casting them and seeing them against some of even just the weakest teams in their own region. They would be behind coming into like the first Aegis fights and everything, and then they would just have these insane 5-0 wins.
Yeah. We'll see if this little gank squad can make it happen again. It's proved to be very potent.
Poor Laurel, man.
Say the line, Laurel. Say the line. As he is going to get killed right there. Now ZZQ gets the channel off. Okay. That's going to be some good damage onto the Wyvern. Rue manages to survive through the jump coming from Echoes. And, well, poor old Laurel brought down again.
It's really accurate just to have the big text broken above his head, you know? I feel that.
So did he. 0 and 6. Oof. I mean, at some point, there are diminishing returns to killing the DK, too. And, like, Yadro's been completely unhampered.
When you're truly desperate. It's actually bad that they killed him again.
Yeah, exactly. He actually wanted to die.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you know, he's just taking some straps. That must be what it is.
Lysar gonna push Collapse back in. The calling doesn't connect with the silence, but it doesn't matter as the damage is quite strong. And Collapse will eventually be brought down. Now finding another
bonus kill.
Okay, not me. Trying to get out of there, but the Muerta comes in for the dead shot.
I mean, I know she was better for a while. I kind of miss Muerta. I love seeing a good dead shot. Well angled back in there. Helps the team get in close. You take a big tanky hero like Tidehunter and able to shut him down.
So what is the item that you're waiting for on Drow to start thinking about doing anything? Or is it more on Laurel?
No, it's not Drow. Yeah, we Drow's whatever. Yeah, Laurel's got his blink. He's got a Witch Doctor. That's kind of your dream. We're going to blink, we're going to arrow, we're going to Witch Doctor, and we're going to hope the ZZQ's not there.
Okay.
I think that's the plan, right?
It's a lot of hope. A hope and a prayer.
Yeah, ZZQ does have the Force Staff now. So Force Staff always very good versus these Mirana combos. And obviously gives you a little bit of mobility just in case you're a little bit too late to get the initial push-out save before the arrow. You can at least get yourself close enough for the Cold Embrace. And then he's going to go for the Blink Dagger after, and he'll be very annoying. So here we go. Moonlight Shadow. Drow joining it. Oh, here we go. DK looking for the Ember. His vengeance.
His DK form is already half gone. Jump forward gets the stun nonetheless. And is there any ZZQ? No! The plan worked.
They did it.
Beautiful.
That's all it takes.
DP away as the Stampede goes out.
Oh, maybe a +1 here.
Well, Drows get the break and run away. Planet getting out of there for now. Does have another bushwhack.
I don't know, he was dead anyway. Might as well chuck one out.
Pretty hard to make that work. And Rue now gets a Blink Dagger. Okay, we're getting close. 25 minutes approaches.
Oh, I love that. That's a great idea on the Witch Doctor. Because they need kills.
Yeah.
And that's what this gives them. What's his Grigri at? 580. Nice.
That gold up.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Our scanning.
As they smoke up on Team Resilience, they start to head down to the Tormentor. Can this be a good fight for them? Rue is very low already.
Oh, he got it too on the Witch Doctor. He's got Blink Shard at 21 minutes now after a pretty bad start.
And this lead is cut completely down to nothing. They're going back to try and catch them, though, on this Wisdom. Yadro completely alone here. Thinking about the jump, finds him immediately. Root out, tries to get away. Looking for the gust, doesn't manage to quite connect it. They even get the winner's curse now. Collapse, jump forward, Ravage on to 3. Yadro still low, and they find him, kill him with echoes. Off to the side, this Muerta is still hitting mighty hard.
Oh, Echoes? Wants a little more?
Thinking about
Feeling spicy? The Centaur's coming over?
it. He's hunting.
Oh, help us?
Oh, but the arrow lands! The Cold Embrace is there, though. It's so hard for them to fight into that Cold Embrace and collapse. He's got to get out of here, too, but no, they got him. The Stomp is out, New is there, and Team Resilience will not be denied.
And a fight like this, the Winter Wyvern this early is so strong. You can see it there. I mean, what a way to begin the engagement as well, right?
Yeah.
Catching Yadro like that on the Wisdom. Who ended up getting it? Not me, didn't end up getting it at the very least.
Big fight.
That's one plus. Yeah, and they had just cut that to nothing, as you said, by getting the Tormentor, getting that bonus onto the Witch Doctor, getting that pick off previously. We were dead even. Suddenly it's a 4K lead again.
Dire's middle tower.
Take a look at this. Echo's doing a really good job of getting up there. And then, of course, the Ravage comes out, but there's no follow-up. DK's on the other side of the map.
Yeah.
Witch Doctor's still walking over and trying to get into position. Just heads-up play by Resilience.
Yeah, and then the attempted arrow as well to maybe turn things back around, but it's not enough. New Centaur just rolls through. Yeah, sometimes you forget about the Centaur. What can you do? Nice tank of the Sharpshooter as well, trying to keep Collapse alive. Forced them to go high ground, but it didn't
Back in the real world, Muerta is going to be found here.
Oh, you get the ulti off.
Well,
Soul Ring. It's an Essence Ring, you know.
I mean, it's some good damage there. He's dying to the Maledict. Almost enough, and New comes in and finishes him. I mean, look.
Oh, the shot.
It's a really good Muerta game. It's kind of nuts. And now they find Yadro able to dodge away. Winter's Curse onto the Tidehunter, doing good damage there too. Do they have enough to kill him off? This is a bold play. New jumps forward, finds the stun. Yadro hurting. Root connects onto both. The Remnant through. Oh, it's pretty. They make the move. Team Resilience.
Oh, Collapse finds a blink out somehow.
I don't even know how that happened. Apparently just not enough damage from the Hoodwink, but still, they lose them where to take 3 in turn.
I mean, Shroud just going down again. I don't even know if he cast a spell. Died. Ooh.
Crazy series so far.
Radiant's courier
Resilience showing that they're not pushovers. I mean, again, this is a team with the whole region, the weight of it on their back, you know, trying to have a representative from China, and then this happens. New, can the Heart out-regen the Maledict?
I'd say yes.
I think it's looking like it's... Oh,
That had
was
to be
close.
That had to be close.
Dire's middle tower is under
5. All right, wasn't that close. You
Get a raindrop.
know what? That might be a good spell, guys. Maledict did 1,788 damage to him with all that heart regen.
Still a interesting conundrum that we find ourselves in. Like, what do you think you need to be doing now on Spirit? It feels like every move they're making is kind of falling apart.
I think Aegis is like crazy good for both teams right now.
Okay.
Especially for Resilience. If you can get an Aegis on top of, I'd say either the Ember or the Muerta, but mostly the Muerta. Like, it just kind of invalidates the Ravage, you know?
Yeah.
If you have the Aegis on her, so that's what I would be hoping for. And likewise on the other side, you've seen Yadros get blown up over and over again, and Aegis would be super helpful, but more importantly, I think you need to remove it from the side of Resilience. Planet's going to find Collapse, but he's out.
Are scanning.
Second late there. That Distiller. Planet still on the hunt, hoping to get him as he retreats back to the jungle.
A journey without end.
Meanwhile, Not Me is down to the bomb side of the map, just trying to farm himself up into that well-loved Marana Agnums. Or he's not even doing that. He is just roaming, actually.
The Wyvern ults have been very good, and they've been playing around it quite well, too. Like, waiting and getting that stomp.
She might get the courier. Oh, I'm not gonna find it. Almost found the blink from the Marana, or the blink for the Wyvern coming out.
ISR. Into the pit they go. Team Spirit, are they going to give it to them?
And they have Moonlight in 45, so not much you can do.
Yeah. Arrow does land, so they know this is happening.
He's got 2 leaps and a dream.
Listen, not me. Yeah, this is what happens. You play these Rubik matches, you get some sleight of fists.
I think it was Ducalis who said, like, you always know that they're going to do something at the Roche pit.
Yes.
Every single time. No, they lose their Wyvern to pick up 2 supports on the Dire. Laryl being chased down here. Has a KBTP.
I mean, he's going to have to use it if he wants to get out of here. As the BKB comes out, drops down a fireball, and will TP away now. Not the way you'd like to use your BKB right there.
No, not ideal, that's for
Radiant's
sure.
middle tower is under attack.
Bro,
Radiant's middle tower has
getting
fallen.
very farmed, top net worth in the game, and has a BKB. So a lot of those earlier kills that happened, less likely to be able to work. But a winner's curse could still really, mess him up because you can layer the stun on top of the curse, and then he doesn't get the BKB off.
Yeah, it's really been a LARPing game of being an elf in the woods this time for Yadaro. He's just a sad elf roaming the forest looking for gold, trying to stay relevant. Is top of the board still, to his credit, but he's like constantly just on, like I would say on the hunt, but he's the hunted. He's hunting neutrals while being hunted by the entirety of Resilience. That was the TP on out of here.
The BKB done for the Muerta too.
Vessel for the Witch Doctor, huh? He had a Vlad's queued up, which I thought was kind of interesting.
ISR underneath a ward. Can they blow him up? Nah, it's not really the best target, but Planet, that's a good one. And now they get the silence. BKB out the turn, the stomp! He didn't get anything off! Yadaro backing away. The rest of the heroes caught up to the side. And he's surviving through it. The hits now on to Laurel. YSR gets lifted up in the Yules, but New is doing so much on this Centaur. Echoes dodges for the moment, but the cast! Oh, it's a good cast, and that's Aegis down. They bought back on the Marana. Arrow coming in. It gets in a little bit early, though, and now the stomp is there. The dead shot into the bushwhack. Oh, it's pretty as they find and kill that drow again. Not me. Nowhere to go. Collapse. You're next. As they hunted down, Planet has looked insane this game.
Planet going crazy and Mew as well. Man, the kiting and the spacing in that fight to find his total play to jump back in. Witch Doctor to 1267, Ember Spirit. The double stuns coming up from them, absolutely ridiculous. Centaur healing, yeah, just a casual 3400, heart pretty good. Man, so a really hard hero to bring down if he can bob in and out of these fights. And the Spirit Vessel, it almost worked, right? Like against Huertas, it's a classic. But it wasn't strong enough to shut her down this time. And a 9K lead now growing up here for Resilience. I still don't understand how Planet lived. That was unreal.
Kind of insane. And again, this is one of those moments now where, oh God, did you go too far? ZZQ nearby. Cask, they turn, they try and hit. He's taking a lot of Maledict damage. You're going to pay for that one, but the Cold Embrace is there. The Force Staff to back away. Resilience. It's clean Dota.
Really is. And after this level 20 talent, only 35 seconds of downtime for your ulti is kind of crazy on Huerta.
No, the other thing about this too, right? Like you look back at these other teams out of the China region that have been eliminated. Oh wait, they dropped down a ward. They know. Oh no, Yadaro.
Action.
Oh, looking. Do they have it? Dust is out. A good gust onto 4, and they decide they don't want to be here anymore. So they're going to lose the Hoodwink. A little bit baited right there. And yeah, they are not going to get the ward, but still managed to get out. But what I was going to say is that, like, amongst the China region, you had, like, all these players. You had that interview with FY where they're like, what's your happiest time at TI? And it was like TI4, my first time on the big stage. And, like, a lot of these players out of Resilience were not playing Dota at that time. The majority of them started around 2018, 2019, and have kind of been slowly building up, but getting almost, gate kept out, not like just because they're so strong.
Yeah.
And now they're finally getting an opportunity here to make it onto the main stage. If they can take down Spirit, it's still a big ask.
Yeah, partly the product of having a TI in China in 2019.
Yes.
Very likely,
Yeah.
Building a lot of hype and momentum for the region. So if they can manage to fight back in this series and claim a spot on the main stage
by taking out Spirit,
it would be quite poetic.
See if they can do it. They managed to pick up the Tormentor for Planet. Still need to, if they're going to do it, start by winning this game. And there's a very farmed Drow Ranger getting into that Silver Edge.
Considerations, I'm sure, towards another Aegis before they really want to start pushing into anything too serious once again. And what else? I mean, Echoes. Let's go over the Shiva's Guards next. Ag, Shiva's Guard, the two items for going high ground on Ember. Obviously, the Refresher is also amazing, but these are the two big ones where you're just you're giving this giant boost to the vision for your whole team, and it makes everything else easier to engage into, particularly when you have a blinking Wyvern on your team. In terms of the Hoodwink, Planet still has to just play out on the outskirts. No mobility items is going in towards the Lotus to help with some of these engagements.
Gets the stun, Mules to slow it down. Now trying to get out of there. They get the Gust. Echoes pops the BKB. Still standing tall. Willing to run for more if they need to.
It's a risky hero to commit on, the Witch Doctor, like that. It forces out the BKB because he's always just willing to jump into the ward.
Spirit is sticking around. New, a little bit vulnerable. YSR, Laurel up on the high ground. They drop down a ward. Jump, stun, find Planet. New, keeping the Drow out for now. Laurel hitting into and trying to kill and will take down that Hoodwink. But now Mirana caught. Another Gust. No catch, though. Ember's in trouble. They're getting stunned. He's dead. Oh, no. Have they gone a bit too far? Ethereal bound, but still doing enough damage. And the ulti arrow just barely off the mark. And Yadro standing too tall. Hits onto all of them. Manages to take 4.
That was a tactically genius maneuver there. Like, having the sentries down like that, giving them the confidence to make that maneuver inside the Moonlight Shadow was nuts. They just sit around them. And, like, Resilience, you can see they were kind of ready, right? Like, they're backing up their Centaur, but they get into a position where Yadro gets to do what he's been trying to do this entire game and take over a fight. And the buyback, the plays there from Rue, very nice, that cask.
That right there, again, the
like, this whole setup is crazy.
Yes.
Laurel blinks in, he gets Planet, who's been a big problem. Insane BKB by YSR, because I think he was close enough for the AoE. He survives long enough, but the curse is just defensive, right? Doesn't catch anyone else, and then this cask.
Yeah, made all the difference.
Yep.
And obviously, a nice play to be able to come on in, get a couple of return kills, but this was going to be a bloodbath no matter what. Zoro showing up at the perfect time.
All right, how fast is the Roche? Oh, almost as long as it could be.
Wow.
Bad news for Spirit. Could have been crazy if it was a very early spawn. With all the waves pushed out here, it might have been very easy for them. But nonetheless, they get a big gold boon to their team. Got a very quick silver edge here, as you can see, for Yadaro. And what do they have to just try and, like, blow up this Ember now?
I mean, it's the BKB is still going to be the big problem. So, like, it feels like that baiting out of the BKB, if they can do that, and then fighting afterwards is the way they want to go.
I wonder if he should go Lincolns instead of Shivas on the Ember.
Yeah.
You know, it could be a consideration here. Because, like, the Shivas, again, is so good, like, for helping out your team and giving the vision and obviously just boosting your overall damage and everything. But if he has a Lincolns, he feels kind of unkillable.
Right.
But sometimes you got to take a little risk.
And this is the type of games that Spirit has won so many times, where they hold out until they get their items, get them capable of fighting, and then suddenly they go in. That's an idea of what he wants.
You have a Centaur Aghanims finished up, I believe, once News Courier respawns. So
okay.
Yeah, it is. It's go time with the saves at this point. Obviously, Muerta already very difficult to bring down. Combo that with the Centaur, who's then going to be possibly parading her through your team. Could get rather dangerous.
I think that there is still, like, you know, the Tidehunter Shard to catch and make that a little bit less good. You know, you're going to need to save your BKB for sure for the save. BKBs are just everything this game. Self-movement speed for Drow almost at 25. And working towards that Daedalus. YSR sees the creeps die. There's good vision over there for Spirit. Well, dead shot, now a smoke up from Spirit.
Radiant are scattered.
And again, the context here, Roche is not up. Both teams think that it could be. And it's still going to be a long enough period of time that any fight win is going to be into the Roche immediately afterwards. Smoke on smoke. Watching for the BKBs, how they're used. Watching for the save from the Centaur, how that's used. No buybacks. Jump forward, finds nobody. Nobody at all. Echoes is still out there. Gets that BKB. No, he got stunned. He didn't use it.
They don't have to fight right now.
Yeah. They can't all in on him because of the Wyvern behind him.
All right, so now there's no BKB on the DK. And they're willing to chase. Big remnants dancing out here. Oh, collapse. He blinks into them.
Jumps forward. That's BKB from him. Slight dodge to get away from it. No arrow follow-up, but he's caught for the moment. He's going to need the BKB soon. YSR jumps in. They get him. Slightly slowed down and broken, and the Stampede forward finds the Witch Doctor. Good damage there. He's gone. Laurel completely isolated now as they take down Collapse.
Oh, they're picking him apart.
It's a little bit weird, but it doesn't matter. They still find the core kills they needed.
Yeah, they managed to find the break there again with the sharpshooter on the Hoodwink. And no opportunity for that turnaround play. Taking down the Witch Doctor is so good because they know he bought back in that last big fight. So there's no chance of him getting back in. And now they're not even thinking about Roche. They're thinking about hitting some buildings. Jotaro going in behind, finds a couple bounty runes.
So far away from buyback gold for...
Yeah, I was just looking as well. If it could get collapsed to some buyback gold, maybe, but...
Is Yadro going to go try and steal Roche while they're doing
He's just grabbing waves. I mean, he gets spotted by the sentry.
Makes sense.
Courier gets saved. Nice play.
Echoes.
Oh, buddy.
Onto him. Obviously held onto his BKB.
And there is no curse.
Trying to run. I mean, this is a lot of space created. This is very nice.
But they already took the mid-racks.
That's true. You're not wrong there. Still on the hunt. Find Not Me. He tries to get out. Remnants up. He goes down. Slide a fist off the mark.
Oh, no way.
Listen, Echoes. There's some sketchy stuff going on, but New is there to clean up.
Centaur sense, apparently. All right, 1 minute till Roche is going to move. Pretty safe for them to walk into the pit right now.
Takes the chance on marksmanship. And 39 minutes in, it's an 11K gold lead. Resilience have looked like a significantly better team, having a solid draft. And the question is, do they have what it takes to close this one out against Team Spirit? It's definitely swung over the past little while there.
Yeah, they got to be a little bit cautious. And going into a Ravage, into the cask.
I mean,
a big old arrow.
It's easy to go high ground when everybody's dead, but like, what do you do at this point? How do you approach going high ground against Drow?
Farm the map.
Okay.
All this can be yours.
That's right.
Simply let the enemy hide upon their base.
You wait 20 more minutes, you get new neutral items. I mean, even better.
That's pretty exciting. I mean, for now, though, they have an Aegis. They would like to use it.
Yes. ISR takes out that wave. Getting that gunslinger chance up. Super nice as well. Rana playing a little bit far forward, is underneath Sentry Ward. We'll see if they are able to get that OBS taken out too or not.
Yeah, just trying to find some sort of a vision advantage they could have when they try to start sieging.
I mean, I will say, I think this is like for a lot of other teams, you'd be like, oh, they're in a great spot, everything's chill, everything's good, and I think that is definitely true for Resilience. But there's something about playing against Spirit in these late game scenarios where they make craziness happen. They make you make mistakes, and they wait for that one moment for you to overextend, and then they punish.
Oh, is this it?
Could this be that moment?
Are they forcing this though?
They're thinking about it.
Dude, this is into an Aegis. I don't know. You can't Ravage. Sorry.
They're going to Remnant in. Remnant forward. Find everybody. Echoes revealing the map.
Okay, well,
onto YSR. Good hits. Forces them away. Now the Bushwhack. Do they bite on this? The Centaur mini one stomp onto Collapse. And they end it.
Still nearly 3 minutes left on this Aegis. There's no reason to force this. You're also very low on Remnants right now on the Emperor.
Did they use Banner?
I have no idea.
Yeah, they did.
They did.
So they took that one out. Spirit, nicely done.
Aeon Disc finished here for ZZQ. Bit of safety in these engagements.
Echoes not with the team. Does have a Remnant out though. Rejoin it very rapidly. Jump forward, stomp. Big hit. Half HP already. Almost completely dead. Laurel is gone. Ravage to try and salvage. They get a good stun actually on the Echoes, but the BKB comes out, and that's the end of it. Curse not where they wanted it. They're going to take down that anchor, but still manage to find that Witch Doctor kill. So with 2 down, surely now Resilience can make a move.
Even stuns them right next to a tree for another follow-up there from Planet. Go and grab a couple of creep waves. They're feeding mangoes into their Muerta. Here will be Dragon Fruit, I feel like.
That's fair.
A lot of Dragon Fruit being passed around right here.
It's on to YSR. YSR gets out. Now, dual scepter, stun. Good hit with the Maledict down for the Cold Embrace. New. He just lives through it all. Rue already super low. Echoes on top of him. Finds that kill. They do manage to burn through the Muerta. Wait a minute now. There is no Ravage, but do they have enough to do anything to any of these other heroes? No more BKB to the side. Good BKB from Yadro. He lives through it. New backs away, but now the ulti out for Muerta. They got to live through this one on Spirit. There are no buybacks on these other heroes. It is Yadro versus the world. And Resilience, I think, are the ones that are coming away with this one with the victory, unless Spirit can come up with some huge answers.
I mean, the creep waves are crashing into the bottom lane at the same time. Yadro's going to try and deal with it.
A tough time indeed as they move down for another set of racks. Team Resilience holding again the hopes of the region on their shoulders. They buy back now on Collapse. Laurel to the side, jump forward, stun. Not where they needed it. Yadro caught the one tree that's there, and he goes down. Does have buyback. They're going to need to use it immediately. Laurel trying to get out of there. They don't have it. They don't have anything. The Winter's Curse onto Collapse stops any extra aggression. And as they have the jump forward stun from New, Yadro caught another Bushwhack. Planet has looked amazing this game. They will get back into the fountain with Drow. Meanwhile, though, Lysar actually took a ton of damage. Started to die to the combination of Not Me. And they actually, are they holding? Oh, man.
They're going to play it safe and back it up.
That's a crazy hold.
Get some heals there. The problem is everything just comes back up pretty soon.
Yeah.
Doesn't take a whole lot for them to be ready to go once more here on the side of Resilience. But Yadro, essentially, you know, he did save the world for now.
Yes.
With the help of his friends, they'll get one more theoretical shot here.
And understanding the assignment, yeah, plus 40. There we go. There's a little bit of a difference right there. He's queuing up the rapier. And a Midas at 45 minutes for Collapse. He understands the assignment as well.
How does the math work on that?
160 gold at a time. Don't worry, guys. We got this. That is the most optimistic purchase I have ever seen in Dota.
I'm just, there's like Vlads, you know. If you have an item that you're like, all right, maybe we can buy for the first time on this year's tournament. Shocking.
That's awesome.
I mean, he could like buy a helm to like skip waves and make more gold.
Oh, okay. Stomp now. Finds not me. And they pop the ulti from the Muerta. Dead on Mirana. No buyback. Arl already has used the DK form. There's the Yule Scepter lift up. No arrow, obviously. But Muerta going to slowly hit these buildings, bring them on down. Root jumps forward, stun. YSR hit. Good damage out, actually. And the card is going to keep him alive for the moment. Stunned on the DK. He still gets away. YSR taking a good chunk of damage there. They're going to stampede to back out. Or maybe go in. Okay, still controlling on the Laurel.
Midas is back in 10 seconds.
Hey, big.
Yep.
I mean, they're not dead yet. Team Spirit hanging on. They're hanging out just like off the edge of a cliff on a root that's sticking out. May or may not come detached soon.
I don't know. The Observer's trying to send us a message about something. I just can't figure it out, though. What do you think?
I don't know. It's weird.
Could be anything.
Wow. It could take up a lot
I
of
had
the
like
screen.
a ball of crystals to foresee what they meant.
All right, listen. Lautaro gets Rapier, gets amp damage.
Oh, the amp damage.
Buy time. Ember just scouting, but they get it. Mega creeps. Felt like a foregone conclusion. Listen, they are now unshackled from the chains of having to defend that barracks, Trent.
Mm-hmm.
They're free to roam wherever they want to. And there it is.
All right.
All right, let's go. Oh, it's time.
That's right. Well, I mean, the good news, the amplify damage is found. The bad news, it is not by Yadaro.
True. Now, he's got a bottle. If he wants to, he's going to leave that behind for YSR.
Oh, boy. No, they're not going to fight in their base.
I like this call. They got to get something.
Midas up in 10 seconds. All right, smoke pop ready here from
He
CQ.
did not bottle it.
Okay.
Reported.
You know what? He can't handle it right now.
They're smoked up as well. Takes out the vision. Laurel up front and center. ISR now hitting Yadaro. Gets two-shot, almost dead. Gets back into the base. And now New thinking about a blink forward. Finds him there. Drow is so low HP. Laurel is dead. They are losing heroes left, right, and center. They're going to get the leash onto the Emperor for just a moment. He needs to heal back up before he can come into this fight.
Silver edging back out. He's got his rapier.
Trying to find the right angle. How much damage can he do to New?
He needs to get like 6 protractors out right now. He needs a really good angle.
I don't know if this is... Oh, and there it is. The stomp. They find him. On to the Drow. The Winter's Curse is there. The boomerang. Everything dropped. There's going to be the Ravage. Yadaro is dead. We are going to a game number 3 as Resilience pull it back and take down Team Spirit.
Oh, that was a well-played game, man. The bounce back from some of these players in this one, you know what? They said in the interview, one of the reasons why they call themselves Resilience, they're hoping to gain some resilience because they find that when the game gets a little bit later, they tend to falter a little bit and they want to be stronger there. But they got some strength in this series.
If they can keep that resilience going into a game 3, Team Spirit looking for answers. Let's see if they can find it. But first, back to the panel.
Love to see it. We got ourselves a series on our hands. I think a couple people were maybe a little bit worried after game number 1 that it would fizzle out for Team Resilience, but no such thing as they are able to take the game. Series is tied. We got a lot to talk about here, Jenkins, because this was some S-tier performance from Resilience.
Beautiful. Very well played. Honestly, it's really nice to finally see Muerta get picked. I feel like the Chinese carries and maybe the Eastern European carries are like the only people that can pull it off. I personally felt like the hero was pretty good, seeing it in pro-level pubs before TI, but then it just wasn't getting picked. You can see in the late game, Yatoro picks up a Divine Rapier, and still he's getting 2-shot by Muerta. Like, that hero does not need a Rapier if you are good enough and your team is going to body for you and you're going to position correctly and you can get through the laning stage and you can farm, you have a Centaur to save you, then the hero looks like a god.
Yeah, I personally found the Muerta last pick to be a genius one. Because if we analyze the drafts, basically when Muerta ults, Dire cannot deal any damage to her. So you have 2 ways of addressing it. Either you ravage her and hopefully the rest of her team, which is a bit unrealistic, but you can hope for it. Or the other way, the easier way to do it is DK stuns followed by an arrow, and you kind of focus this like one-man stun. However, there is a big problem with the Wyvern, and as we said earlier in the prep, Dire has no magic damage to follow up on this initial stun, and they cannot deal physical damage through Cold Embrace. So I feel like at some point, this draft becomes unplayable. It happens very rarely in these pro games that it becomes like this decisive draft-wise, but I think the Resilience understood what they needed to do, and yeah, Winter Wyvern played wonderfully. She was there to save. There were some amazing curses. I think the only thing that could have saved Spirit was a fast vessel from Not Me, as that kind of counters the Cold Embrace, because at least they're not healing, and then they can deal damage with the Maledict. But it didn't happen, and then eventually the Witch Doctor got the vessel, but that was a bit too late.
Or a Krellas. A Crozier.
A Crozier.
That could have
Yeah,
also do
we
that.
haven't mentioned that today on the panel.
No, we
so
needed
good-
to mention
Good
it.
shouting out.
No, it was a great game to watch from Resilience. I'm really happy that they're able to bring it back because, you know, this is China's hope here in their hands. And honestly, I think Spirit might be a little shook after that one because they chose this and they were, I believe, the first team to get a choice. They chose these guys. Game 1 goes their way. Game 2, honestly, Resilience all the way. I didn't think that Spirit was really ahead at any point. They had some fighting back moments, but overall, Resilience was in control of that game. Echoes, in my opinion, was the MVP of that game. I think he did really well in a counter matchup. He was winning the lane. They were able to bring support to his lane. They were able to kill Laurel twice, I believe, in a matchup that should be DK favored. And he was able to control the game. I also think Ember was fantastic against the enemy supports. Like the Witch Doctor suffered so heavily. I know from playing this matchup, it is a horrible matchup. You just get chained, get vesseled, feels really bad. So yeah, he is our MVP. I think well deserved.
Well deserved. He got the Ember Spirit before Laurel got to choose his hero. So yeah, the DK was 100% counter pick. If we were to give one extra hero shout out, I mean, we mentioned him already, but ZZQ on the Wyvern, he gets overall first pick Wyvern. Well, first pick for the team Wyvern, and he delivers. And it's very cool to see that the team can step it up when the pressure is so
here. No reason not to. You just hit some nice item timings, nice talent timings. No BKB on Kez. What are you afraid of right here? You always have that tombstone save to bail out some stun chain initiation.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Can Gamer Legion weather the storm? That's the question here. It's going to be real tough. Any buybacks to play with? They do have a lot of buybacks, actually. Could just jam lives into this high ground defense.
Yeah, Whitemon just goes straight to the high ground, drops a tombstone. What are you going to do about it? Nobody can hit it. Nobody can get close.
Try and find the back line if you can. Take an angle around. They're eyeing it up.
Run down the side, drop the ward, got a stun. C-Bull supports. They're going to kill Ari almost immediately. But we got off the Yules. They have to stick around a little bit longer, try and kill him with a Stampede, and they got the 2. Now they have to reset, though. RCY with his BKB, a remnant jump out. Kez in some trouble. Grappling paw, but no, the Reaper side puts him down. He does have a buyback here. A buyback used by Ari. Age is still intact for pure, healthy cores, with the Necrophos constantly healing them up.
Have to commit buybacks here. He saved the BKB, so you're playing for it. Try and all in this Necrophos.
Got the Bushwhack initiation. Yule Scepter on the Ember. In some trouble, silenced up. Oh, he's in trouble. Slight goes out. Remnant jumps to the back line, rolling after him, though. Bezium hunts him down. Another buyback gonna have to be used. That's 2 for Gamer Legion. Ghost running around with a BKB, but unable to hit anything against Necrophos and Wind Ranger. Now starts manning up against 33. Shackle shot attempted. Oh, in for the silence. Oh, the silence stops the stomp. Beautifully stuffed. Ghost in some trouble, and 33's just blocking him out. You're not getting back to the fountain. Not with him. Body blocking you all the way. Fade going to be run down underneath the tier 4s once again, trying to hit a stomp. But these heroes are just too damn tanky. They're too mobile. Gamer Legion do not have the power to stop this.
Too much HP in this lineup. It's so much to get through for what is mainly a 4 protect 1 line, with this Kez being the primary damage dealer. The Ember eventually can do a little bit, and I think RCY played pretty well in that game. It's just this timing they hit very early, earlier than I think Gamer Legion expected. And a lot of that, honestly, was what happened in that Iron Wing safe. They debilitated the Fate Centaur by such a large degree that you're just playing this game 4 to 5.
Yep.
And that's a tough situation to be in these elimination games where it's very stressful. He's your stun. He has to go in. He had the worst game. It's just too much all on him to make something happen in these fights. There's too much on the Kez as your primary damage dealer, and these things are very obvious to Iron Wing, so they just get to kite it out. They can play the fights very casually, very comfortably, just play around the Earth Spirit, play around the Aegises on the Wind Ranger. She's not an easy target. The Necrophos has a really good game. He's not an easy target. Tombstone save is there for anybody who gets arrowed. What other threats can you come up with in this game? It's just too many things to address here. I really like how they played that top lane, and they abused the hell out of this Centaur, man. I'm starting to see this hero get exposed a little bit. You can't just first pick him, throw him to the Wolves, and say he's going to catch up with Helmet Dom and still have impact, especially if the game ends before 40 minutes. Then you're in big trouble. So,
a sick game from Pure.
Oh, yeah.
Watching through these highlight plays, I was like, oh, man, he just played so aggressively and decisively, and it worked out beautifully.
He's probably been the most aggressive carry at this event. And again, in some of these early games, it's beautiful, and it brings everybody together into the game, and you're just like, man, why don't other people try and do this? And then you have those games, and you go, oh, yeah, that's why other people don't try and do this, because you join the fight, you die once or twice, and it sets you back, and the whole game just feels off. So this game, it worked out really well. It's a nice hero to join these early fights because he has some survivability and some sustain behind him.
I mean, it's the exact kind of carry you want when you're playing with 33, right?
Exactly. The Rachio style of I'm going to run in, kill a bunch of people, team fight early, and 33 just gets the farm. But again, why do you go Treads? You should know. He's like, I'm the carry Necrophos this game,
Well, I feel like no matter what kind of boots 33 picked up in this game, I think Iron Wing was going to win it no matter what. Such a decisive lead so early on, and they didn't really ever let up. 10, 1, and 11 for Pure, 11, 1, and 13 for BZM.
Fantastic games from them. Yeah, you got to keep questioning why give this Earth Spirit away too. I've yet to see teams have a coherent game plan that's going to stop this hero on all the levels that he's proposing. It's not just that scale. It's how much work did BZM do in this early mid game with power runes, killing supports. He just rolls on you, silence, kick, 2 right clicks, you're dead on any support. It's really hard to get lanes out. It's really hard to make moves. That's another prohibitive thing this hero provides. And then you're also worried about the scale. So you have to address so many things. And this Ember is not the ticket, man. We keep seeing teams do this.
Yeah, it's been trying time and time again.
Struggling every time. I think RCY had the best performance of anybody here. Dealt a lot of damage. He found some pickoffs. He got lanes out. He got farm. I'm not saying this game was on him by any means. He probably played the best.
Yeah, I think he played really well.
Yeah, it's just this hero's an inevitability, right? He just gets tankier. He does more damage. He scales harder. So you have to make up for it elsewhere.
I think it's just kind of disappointing for Gamer Legion from a draft perspective because I feel like you should have learned these lessons by watching Iron Wing against Liquid.
Well, they definitely learned it. Yeah,
yeah. Like Iron Wing learned from that series, and if you were an observer, if you went back through those, I feel like you learned it too. But Gamer Legion, not so much. They give up the Earth Spirit. They pick up a Centaur that doesn't work for them.
Some lane execution issues too, though. We could talk about draft, but honestly, Iron Wing just outplayed him in that laning phase. And it's a scary thing because they have White Monari, and these guys are killers in the laning phase. Pure is going to rotate and do some chaotic moves. 33 is always going to get his. It can be tough. So they have to address that in game 2. Otherwise, you're out of here.
Well, we are going to that game 2 after a break. We'll be back.
With Ari from Iron Wing. Ari, always a pleasure to see you. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm feeling really good. We as a team are feeling really good. We had a really good boot camp and feeling good, yeah.
Let's talk about your season overall. You guys have been the winningest team, really, I'd say. You've won like 4 tournaments, I think. But there have been some finishes as well that perhaps below what you might have expected. Where has that sort of inconsistency come from? Was that were you great at the start and maybe you've wobbled lately, or has it just been throughout the season? How has it felt for you as a player?
So from my side, it's all kind of new because it's my first year of actually winning things. And I would say the tournaments that we won, it came without too much effort, I would say. So then when we start losing,
that game. Game 2, Brazilians won the game, Fly, and they were definitely the better team in that game as well. What do you expect to see from game number 3?
I mean, now it's I'm really interested to see the mentality of team spirit, because the momentum of a series can change very quickly. You start off by literally stomping them. Like, let's be honest, that was kind of a stomp game one. We're like, yeah, we're just a better team, no problem. Another day in the office here. Then game 2 happens, and you're suddenly shook. You're like, we can actually lose this. So these thoughts can kind of creep into you, and that might affect how you play. I know Spirit in particular is they are one of the most resilient teams in Dota history. Like, straight up, they are. So I don't think it will affect them too much. Maybe the supports are a little newer. Maybe we're going to see some shaky plays from them. We'll see. But I do think now momentum is on Resilience's side, and they just need to use that. Don't give them Earth Spirit unless you're picking it yourself. Start there. Start easy. Get Cures you're comfortable on. Echo's played fantastic. Give him something he wants to play. Go from there.
And there's maybe the extra pressure that Team Spirit is the one that chose Team Resilience as their opponent today, as 4 teams got to choose their opponents. Earlier on, we mentioned already that Aurora has chosen Boom Boys to be their opponent, and they were not able to make it happen. They got 2-0'd. Boom Boys is victorious there. They will move on to the main event, and we're actually going to get a little bit of insight in that one, as Nomad got the chance to talk to Save afterwards.
I'm here with Save from Boom Boys, and they have just eliminated Aurora and secured themselves a spot in the top 8 and at the International. Save, congratulations.
Thank you.
So, I mean, yesterday you came up against this team and it was an entirely different story. So what was different about that series and this one?
I guess we changed some heroes. We didn't play into Air Spirit, something like this. Yeah, I guess we just got better drafts today. Yeah.
Some very interesting drafts as well. Particularly, we had the Slark mid to counter out the Ember Spirit. Whose idea was that? And is this something you've practiced in scrims?
Yeah, just something we practiced. I guess it's like this TI answer for Ember, like Slark mid. Everyone plays it, so we're also playing it.
In that second game, though, things were looking a little bit hairy for you guys. You fell pretty far behind. Were you always confident in your ability to come back?
I guess at some minutes 15 we were not really confident. We a little bit shocked, I guess. We were just running bot and dying, but then eventually I guess our Wisp timing was too strong and they can't do anything.
All right. I mean, now what is that Wisp's timing specifically, and when did you feel like the game was back in your hands?
I guess we just took a couple of kills. I mean, when Wisp finished BKB, I felt confident that we have a carry that can win this game. They have LD, and their heroes are kind of bad into ours, like Ember and stuff. So yeah, I was confident. I see my Wisp is like 20k net worth. Oh, obviously, you win if you have this.
Chillin'. Well, were you surprised or kind of curious as to why you got Aurora in the grouped matchup, in the elimination matchup? Because this is a team which traditionally you've got a really good win rate against throughout the year.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we were surprised. I mean, we knew we're going to play Aurora, I guess, in this game. Like yesterday, we were watching this like pick that they picked us. And, you know, we were kind of happy that they pick us, you know. And even though we're losing to them like 0-4 in scrims and 0-2 yesterday. So we had like 0-6. But, you know, this other match is different. So...
Well, it hasn't been the cleanest group stage for you guys. I mean, how are you looking back on the past few days of Dota?
I think we had a pretty good games, honestly, like against Falcons, against Iron Wing, against Paravision. We could have won one game, I guess. I guess all the best teams, I guess, that into like top 6, top 8 teams. We had good games. We just couldn't win them. So we have 2-3 score, and we have had to play Aurora, but that's it.
That's it. Well, you're now qualified for the main stage. I mean, does it still feel special to be going to play here at Shanghai in front of that massive crowd?
Yeah, I mean, that's like the only thing why I'm playing Dota, you know, to play here on main stage of TI. Like I said, 1 year ago, after we won P-Vision, like now we won Aurora. Yeah, I'm super happy, you know, because not qualifying into playoffs, it's very hard, like mentally, you know, for a tier 1 Dota player. So I'm super happy.
For sure. And of course, you've got so many fans out there who are rooting for you guys, both online and potentially coming out to the arena as well. So do you have any words for them?
Yeah, I mean, come guys into arena, cheer for us. I mean, we're going to show some good Dota there. Yeah, I mean, thank you.
Thank you. And thank you and congratulations again, Mr. Save, on qualifying to the main stage of TI.
Very happy save there with Nomad as he gives us some insights. Okay, we knew about the 2-0 yesterday that Aurora did versus Boom Boys, but apparently they were also 0-4 in scrim, so it makes sense that Aurora Saber would choose Boom Boys with that knowledge.
Yeah, I feel like at that point you're holding on off of them. You're like holding your strats during the scrims. You're like waiting and seeing, okay, we're actually gonna bait them, play bad in scrims, and then they'll pick us, and then we will pick the real heroes.
That's gotta be like an ego, like, oh, they picked us, like we're gonna show them, because how can you be 0-6 and say like, yeah, we were happy they picked us? No, you weren't. You were spiteful, but good God, it worked. Spite motivation is strong.
Yeah, and you heard it from Save as well. It's very hard for a tier 1 team, a team that considers themselves especially tier 1, to be eliminated in the group stages.
10 seconds.
Team Spirit is one of those teams. They surely consider themselves tier 1. Everybody here considers them tier 1, and Team Resilience is coming in as the underdog, as the team coming out of the qualifiers, and they are doing exceptionally well. We're going to find out if they can upset in this series and take out the team that chose them out of all the options that Spirit had available. We got ourselves a draft, the Spirit on the Dire side, and we had them with first pick, and Resilience on the Radiant side with second pick, therefore also overall last pick, and quite the change up already with Team Spirit going for the Ember. First up, Fly.
Yeah, well, clearly they thought this Ember was a problem. So much of a problem that they decided to first pick it. And I'm not really sure what Echoes' hero pool is, because I think we've mentioned before that when you see an Ember Spirit, you want to punish this hero in lane. Otherwise, he is too much of a menace on the map. Shadow Fiend, that is an old school counter to Ember mid, where if the SF does play mid, he will beat the Ember in lane. He can take off the Flame Guard with double raise, so you can play through that lane. I don't know if they're actually going to do it. I don't think we've seen Shadow Fiend's mid yet. It's usually just going to be carry. But if they do, that'll be a cool answer that's going to be... It'll decide a lot of the game if they put the Shadow Fiend mid.
You know what I would love to see? I would love to see SF picked as a... If we have to, we can put this mid as the Ember counter. But as the draft goes later, if it looks like it's also a good Slark game, that then maybe the Slark mid comes out. Because I don't know how much you want to like slam first pick Slark, even seeing the Ember. But maybe if it goes later and then they can run the SF as a carry and pick the Slark mid, it has looked so devastating when I've seen this matchup, Slark versus Ember.
Worth to ban out in this phase?
Maybe it's a question of, do Spirit think that Resilience have actually practiced this? Like, have they seen it in scrims? Have they heard that these guys can play the Slark mid? Because if you're not practiced with this, you're not whipping this out, right? Like, it's got to be something that you've done before.
Well, one thing that I do know is that Team Spirit, both games before this one, in the first phase, they have addressed the Winter Wyvern in this game in particular, but before that, it was Keeper of the Light that was banned in both games by Team Spirit. So this is something that Resilience, they're worried for it by Team Spirit. So I'm curious if Resilience wants and is able to get their hands on the Keeper of the Light in this matchup.
Yeah, it honestly, both of the teams should be thinking about Keeper of the Light, because if Team Spirit manages to get it with Ember, it becomes really scary, and Team Resilience perhaps have some strat with it on their own.
This is a super high ban rate.
Oh no,
near 70%. But you're not fans still of the Mirana.
I'm not. I feel like this is more of a deny pick than anything, because Mirana doesn't really combo well with Shadow Fiend. They kind of don't interact. It's like setting up your next picks. But Ember is a very good hero against Mirana already, because again, like last game, we saw the supports of Spirit suffered a lot against the Ember. So I wanted them to see some heroes that actually interact well with the Ember Spirit. I like the Ench that we saw the other day that can go mid, and contest the Ember in the mid lane. But okay, so deny the pick, and surprisingly, we don't see a Coddle. I do think the Coddle Ember could have been really strong. I don't really like it for resilience because there is no combo. Also, Ember is a hero that buys Vessel, which is good against Coddle. Can find him in the fights. So I'm curious to see what's going to happen here because Team Spirit with their bans, they ban Clockwork and Slardar. They're saying that this Shadow Fiend is going safe lane. Those are what the bans are telling me, and we're going to ban the Slardar as a mid laner answer to Ember. But maybe now the Slark could be cool. Slark is very good against Rubik. You can find him in the fights.
Underlord too. You can't really hold him down with your pit. So it is very nice. And I also feel like initially I thought it would be Shadow Fiend mid. That I feel like Resilience is the type of team to do this. However, with the Mirana support, I think it becomes really clumsy to have Shadow Fiend mid and then Mirana support. The other support would need to be something with the lockdown. Because both of these teams kind of rely on some setup. Could be Pango mid now, which is a little bit better. I think with Mirana, you just need setup. So I hope that whether it's Pango plus another sub, they just need something more. And then they can just have Shadow Fiend in the safe lane against Underlord. It's not a bad lane at all. Okay, and they got the edge to purge the Ember Shield. I don't mind it. It's solid against Rubik as well.
Is it setting up for Mirana Arrow though?
No, it is not. And the slow is okay, but I think you want something nicer. The Pango roll is alright later on in the game as it kind of pushes things away. So like shouldn't be like a creep blocking the arrow if you roll on someone, but it's a little bit unconventional as far as arrow setups go.
That's unconventional too. No? Terrorblade?
Yeah, I mean, maybe not for Spirit. This is something they do when their back is against the wall. They just go for the Yatoro Classic TB. It's a good hero against SF. You steal you get an SF illusion, and so you're going to be gaining his aura. SF, there's a world where like SF can ult and magic damage kill a TB, but a lot of the time TB has items and can actually survive that and turn and potentially sunder the SF. And there's not much to deal with the TB illusions right now on the side of Resilience. Like he's high armor against Pango, for example.
I think this could have been a cool Shadow Fiend magic build because he will lane well against Ember and he does have the ability to pop the TB as a magic build. But something tells me that this is just going to be a Shadow Fiend carry. I think they'll put the Pangolier mid because Pangolier is not a good matchup against Terrorblade. Terrorblade has very high armor. Pangolier is only physical damage. I think they need some hero that addresses the TB. So we're looking at like high magic damage. Some people I know like Doom against TB. I think it's like a two-sided matchup. Okay, never mind. Gets banned. Timber, Doom, both definitely good bans.
Maybe Axe. That's another one that I've seen can do pretty well against a TB.
Yeah, to be fair, from all the TB counters, there isn't much left. Like Darkseer is banned, Underlord is picked, Timber and Doom are banned. So
and Pango is not good because we've seen you play Pango.
5 seconds.
Is that not an option anymore?
I mean, you can play it. It's okay, but it's like you are countered by TB.
Okay.
You kind of give him a free lane.
That's not good.
So I'm surprised. I don't know. I feel like Resilience, they kind of shot themselves in the foot with these supports. I feel like they don't really set up anything, and then they have Shadow Fiend that requires setup. And now this last pick kind of needs to solve so many things for them. They need to solve the TB. They need to kind of, finalize their draft so it makes sense. Whereas for Team Spirit, they already have everything. They'll just pick the other support here, something nice that can help TB win his lane and, play with Ember.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it will be their hero for rule that Team Spirit will pick up last.
Honestly, this is a game where I wouldn't mind a Grimstroke. Because then you have the powerful SF illusions later on. I know I said that, you don't necessarily counter the Pango with your Soulbind, but I feel like their draft is so solid already that I don't mind it.
They'll go for the Jakiro. That's a stable hero.
Good lane. It's solid. You can't go wrong with the Jakiro.
A lot of magic damage later on too.
Yeah, I think they have a very good lineup on Spirit. They have everything they need. They have initiation. They have a way to push buildings. Their spells combo well together. Very clean. It's a crispy draft, if you ask me. And for resilience, they need something to deal with this Terrorblade. There's not many options left, like we said. Maybe a Necrophos could be interesting. If you really want to go down the rabbit hole, we have like Brewmaster that I know
That's an
plays
interesting one.
a long time ago. But I'm really digging deep for this pick. It's not a good position to be in.
This is kind of why I like the Jakiro pick, because it makes some of the like typical TB counters feel a little uncomfortable. Like Axe just doesn't feel that great into Jakiro either. It's a lot of magic damage to burst him down in the laning phase. If you don't want to answer the TB for whatever reason, like Centaur's still there, it's good against Jakiro.
I was thinking maybe Snapfire middle could be a little wonky, but it sort of addresses it. And
then
has a good
Pango
lane.
off.
It looks ugly. I think this Mirana, I'm just looking at it and I'm annoyed by it.
To be fair, I really love the Brew pick, because realistically, Spirit have no stuns. However, they did not. What is happening? Oh, I see. So it is Pang offlane and Puck mid. Yeah, I don't like that as much, but
yeah.
We saw Echoes carry on the Ember in the previous game. Give him a chance. Maybe he carries on the Puck.
It is a good Puck game. They do have only like 1.5 stun for him, basically. So if he has a good lane, he can pop off for sure.
I think this is it's a complicated game for Resilience. I do think Puck is a hero that scales well into the game. It is magic damage. It's just that you need a lot of time. And they could get there with Enchantress being able to rotate mid. You have the Puck coil with the Dispel of the Flame Guard. So I can see them attacking this Ember on midwave. And if the Puck gets off to a good start, gets his items fairly quickly, this goes to late game, I see a win condition for them. However, saying that, I do think Spirit is in a good position to win this game. Yeah. I would favor their draft probably a 60-40 for me, which I think is pretty big, unfortunately.
At this point in the tournament, for sure. I mean, for me, I think it's cool because it shows that Resilience trusts Echoes as their mid laner. They're like, dude, you absolutely popped off last game. We believe you can just like outskill and carry the game. So we're just going to get you Puck in a relatively free game and please carry us. Like, that's a cool level of trust to have when your back is against the wall like this.
Let's see if the trust was well placed. It's a deciding game. One team advances, one team gets eliminated. Let's head over to Lyrical and Trent to see what happens.
Thank you so much, Shiva. I cannot wait. This game is going to be super hype. We got Puck all over the place.
We do.
Do you believe in the Terrorblade? Do you like it?
I mean, it's the Yadro Terrorblade. It's the classic. Oh. It's one of the go-tos. Of course, they just had the Yadro Drow, and it did not go so well.
True.
So that's kind of his new thing. He's going back to his old ex. A little rebound draft here.
Gonna get glimpses of Radon. What's happening now?
Yeah, if he could change his name in between, he would have.
It's time.
That's what he needed.
Well, we saw a pretty crazy start to this one as he is going to head down through the Twin Gate. What are you doing down here, buddy? Okay, he's just getting a ward down. I don't need that mana anyways.
There and back again. All right, very good. Keep an eye on some rotations that could be happening. Also, some of these earlier maneuvers can get spotted by this as well.
I mean, whew, this makes sense. Like, you're going against an Ench. There's the chance for the rotations mid, which the panel talked about a lot. But you could also definitely see, just going through the gate and messing with them.
Yeah, I think a lot of it would be planted as well, right? I feel there's a lot of pressure on him again now on this Mirana, and it's not a great Mirana game in my view.
Yeah.
Like, how do you hit an arrow this game? It's basically off of Rolling Thunder and maybe some sort of an Ench creep setup.
Just be good.
He's going to be really good. Puck is not the best setup for it. They've just put a bunch of individual pressure, I would say, on Echoes and Planet to perform above what their heroes should be capable of.
Right. And that's what that last pick gave you. That was sort of the problem the panel was talking about the whole time. I feel like sometimes, like, you can just sort of you look at a lineup and you feel like something's not right.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what it is exactly, but it's like, it's not vibing with me. It's like in Severance, the numbers, they're scary.
I do believe that's actually exactly how drafting works.
Yes.
To be clear. Yeah. Echoes obviously did an extremely good job in the last game versus Lyral. He needs to find that here once again. Puck used to be this big lane dominator, not so much anymore. even in a matchup that's like even or favorable, that usually just means that Puck is farming. You know, true. You don't tend to like really beat somebody up. It's more so the impact you're going to have on the other lanes. When you hit level 6 and you got your eyes peeled for potential rotations and coils if one of your allies is being dove under a tower, which is probably what's going to happen to their first overall pick Shadow Fiend.
And it does give them some good answers also to the Terrorblade, because, I mean, I guess I want to see what we end up getting out of the Shadow Fiend. I think we saw a Nightfall Shadow Fiend, or somebody was playing a Shadow Fiend that went Magic build out of the safe lane.
Yeah.
And that there could potentially be some value to that. There's no BKB piercing disables on Spirit to stop like a...
Oh, ZZQ down bottom here.
Very low on the Enchantress and moves in with Collapse.
3 gauntlets of strength gives them the power for the kill. And this response to the Ember of picking the Shadow Fiend, you know, they don't wind up in the lane together. The Shadow Fiend can't really help that much in a situation where being gone on like that. It's a pretty fragile hero in the safe lane. Occasionally, you can, of course, find some turns when you have the right ally, and Eng can get there, but level 1 with only the heal, obviously not a lot of offensive potential.
Probably see some of those rotations in towards mid later, but at least for now, a little bit more vulnerable on this Enchantress, like we're talking about. But trying to mess with the Not Me a bit, trading some hits, does have the heal ready to go. So pulled into a bad position again or not.
Kind of a crazy impetus game, though, I will say, you know, versus Underlord, Terrorblade, and Ember. These heroes all have annoying shields or reductions in damage that don't impact you, which is cool. But unfortunately, in order to hit impetuses, you need a lot of control, and that is something that they're still kind of lacking. So I'm not even sure if that's going to wind up being something that ZZQ really becomes relevant in this game. Feels like he's more so just going to be looking to hit good enchants, maybe onto the Ember to purge Flame Guard at the right time, and then, of course, that early creep impact.
Well, and that's the thing, is it sort of comes down to, you know, does this go into the super late game? Are we going to see, you know, Team Spirit build up a big lead and then just completely shut down the map? Because if that happens, then the hopes for resilience are pretty low. There are, like, obviously pick-off potentials that they've got, but it is a bit of a strange lineup outside of that. ISR, they move towards the Shadow Fiend. He misses a raise, and misses a second one, in fact, and Collapse just gets the kill. Not a single raise hit him.
They're just dancing on him.
Oh, wow.
It's a bad time. I mean, the good news is your mid lane's going really well for Echoes right now, but you need this SF to have a better time down here.
Yeah, that's does not bode well. Also, Pango not having a great time either in that top lane. It's not like horrible, but you know, Terrorblade is doing Terrorblade things. Although this would be nice. They can bring down Rue here. Pops and heal, goes all the way in, but not going to be able to get him.
Just shy of the damage needed there, Planet. I mean, that would have been a very glorious arrow had he gone for that one.
Out of dream.
Structures are fortified.
Well, he will body block out the small camp at the very least with the help of Yadro's own illusion. That was cute.
Not Me getting some stacks in the jungle. So Team Spirit
Middle tower is under
trying
attack.
to build up their piggy bank and let Collapse get off to a hot start here on this Underlord, who already has eyes on the Aghanim Scepter. That item gotten so early can make a massive difference to trying to find and kill the Puck before you start to get a couple of those maneuverability moves.
Yeah, exactly. Puck, not a hero that you would think is countered much by Underlord, but if you're behind and you're like trying to go Witchblade Blink and suddenly you just hit by a global hit while you're trying to build some of these more defensive items, you can just halt all of your momentum of the game. Luckily, Shadow Fiend is still very good at hitting creeps, even if you die once. So he nukes the wave, shoves it into the side of Team Spirit. He'll recover in his own way. I have to watch for the 6-minute runes in another minute here. See how many heroes want to rotate mid for this.
He was already making the move, has himself a little golem. That goes close to 6, but not quite there. A little lead over Laurel in terms of the experience.
Observer ward by the top Roche. spots where planet's going and sees him place the ward. Very nice. Rue was keeping an eye on him. Yeah, saw it leave his inventory. So that one's about to get dewarded right away. And it'll be in time to take some control over this top rune. So it might be a coin flip here. They're going to run into ZZQ with Not Me.
They have level 6. If they want to use this, Coil is down. Now the hit. Good damage with the Flame Guard is standing strong. Do they have enough to kill off Laurel? Yes, they do. But now Echoes.
Whoa.
In. That was the only way out. I think that's the only way that he lives.
10 seconds till the rune. Is he going to try and stick around for it?
Planet. Trying to get back. Collapse on top of him with Rue and goes for the Star Storm, but eventually it's enough to bring him down.
And you know what? Echo sticks around. He gets the illusion rune.
Yeah.
So that's a win for Resilience. Take down Laurel. You're happy to sack a support for that. Rue will find his own very deep ward here. So that'll be spotting lock courier rotations. And yeah, still battling it up with his edge.
Dire's bottom tower.
Some body blocks in there to keep the Mud Golem punching.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Courier goes down.
That is unfortunate. But Collapse in some trouble now. As YSR able to hit a couple of those, doesn't get the third, and now he's going to die. Oh, every time YSR is making these moves, it's not working out the way he hoped it would. Collapse getting away from ZZQ. They've already lost 2. They bring in Laurel also. Resilience. Lose 3 right before the 7-minute mark.
Yeah, and not going to find anything here with the Golem either. Collapse will just walk away, so they'll get their own wisdom. New will get back for his own at the very least, but quickly bouncing back here on Spirit.
That is a tough time. Gets level 6, though, on the Pango. He's going to need to carry some weight along with the puck in this one. Shadow Fiend, not where he wants to be. Collapse. Oh, no. Oh, man. Oh, man. You had an opportunity. Tries to run. Not going to happen. YSR is dead again. They move in with New, try and find something. Can they get Collapse here? Oh, the roll on the hunt. New wanting to take down Collapse, gets over to the edge. Does not manage to get his big slug butt up that cliff.
He tried his best.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Now Ember finds and kills New.
I mean, what a move. Bringing Yadro.
Hit him with 2. Oh my god. Goes, sticks around for the rune. It's not there. Not Me is right on top of him already. The amp damage. Not Me is going to be able to get it. Saves it actually for the Ember. That's crazy. Wait, he bottles it? He gets out. Okay. A little greedy play means that the Ember does not quite get that one.
So there's so many things that just happened in this gank. Like attacking the Shadow Fiend at the hard camp. Puck is looking for these moments, but he's low on mana in the mid lane on Echoes. Plus the fight is happening just far enough away from the tower that you can't guarantee that you get in there with a coil anyway. But then Yadro comes through the twin gate and is beating on people with the meta. So part of that, even though it looks really bad, keep in mind that Yadro was just like running down a fight for the longest time as well.
Right.
So he did miss out on a decent amount of farm. So it's not like he pulled up some insane differential here now.
No, it's been a very back and forth chippy type of game, and this kill that they're looking for on Collapse right now can help to right the ship. They got to give this one to YSR. I feel like, oh no,
well, they gotta get it first.
Yeah, they get him. Okay,
just get it,
because they need this Shadow Fiend to be their damage dealer. Like, sure, Puck is going to have damage late, but you really got to make sure that SF is off to a good start.
Yeah, he is kind of locked into the Manta build, though, it feels like. Versus the Ember, you know, feels really good. Versus the TV and the reflections.
Oh, it's true. So 4-9, less than 1,000 gold separating these two squads. Terrorblade very happy at the moment with his farm. And all of the cores, honestly, it's actually the Ember that's the lowest of all the cores.
Yeah. Laurel, again, having a tough start in these games. And CZQ is invading Collapse territory. He found his stack and took one of the Pine Raiders. Well, the gold's all going Collapse's way. All right, it's time. If you are Resilience, you need this Puck and Mirana to step it up. Like, it is Puck... You're working towards Witchblade. You want to try and find these kills with the Dream Coil when you can. I don't think you want to just be like casually farming at the moment. No. I don't think that ends up being a good situation for your team. I think it's like get runes and do stuff.
They can make anything.
But right now,
top.
Laryl's the one with the rune, yeah. Oh, good dodge with the swash.
Already chasing, gets up to the high ground, and they find him. Yeah, if Team Spirit are the ones that are on the front foot making these moves at this point in the game, that feels pretty bad.
Problem is, I also don't think you can make these moves very easily as Puck and Marana either. That's kind of the problem with the draft.
Yes.
I feel like if you sit back, you're really giving up too much to Spirit. But going for these maneuvers is such low percent gaming. Nice hit on the catapult. Doubter not ready to block
Oh, he
it.
denied it. That's crazy.
That's some wild gaming. From
That's what
Planet.
you need out
This
of
is
Planet.
the locking in we needed, yeah. Like Shadow used here. There's a scan from the Dire.
They're back to farming while ZZQ coming over to soak some experience. Buying whatever time they can. Yeah, working towards that Witchblade. Collapse moving towards the Aghanim Scepter again is going to be one of the things that makes Puck's life hell. And so that's going to be something to watch for. So if they make these ganks happen and find those opportunities.
It's also another classic Pango situation. He's gone for the treads into the Falcon Blade and then for the Diffusal, which just means it's even a further delaying the Blink Dagger.
Coil down onto several. New looking for the roll up. Echoes able to get the jaunt off. Arrow not going to connect. Now SVZQ, they try and back away on this Enchantress. He too is going to die. So it's a 1-for-1 exchange. A bit of a weird one.
Yeah, still a hasted not me here. Been thinking about chasing with Laurel, but with only one remnant left, they're not willing to go after that Marana.
It was a lot expended. But they managed to take that mid-tier 1 tower down now.
Another deny. 14-minute Wisdom's coming up here in a bit. It's something to start considering a move on if you're Resilience. Going for the ganks is pretty difficult for your lineup, but they're pretty good at fighting in a stationary spot. Like they'll have the Rolling Thunder back up.
Right.
That could be something to operate with.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Squad heading down south towards the Shadow Fiends. It appears like we're looking at.
Yeah, they need to get this tower knocked down. I'd say considering the way this lane started, SF has had a little bit too much freedom down here. That's probably the biggest bright spot for Resilience. And Laurel wraps way in behind. It's going to find a little bit of venison here.
Goes down, and immediately the TP out comes from the Shadow Fiends. So they will give up that tower finally.
4 points liquid fire. Everyone else can just go. Rue's got it under control.
Not really that much pressure as of yet onto this Terrorblade, who's had a relatively free game and is starting to take off a bit in terms of the farm. Witchblade done, queuing up the blink for Echoes. Not me. Trying to chase down New a bit. That's not going to work.
They're looking mid here on Laurel.
Okay. Goes for it. The Star Storm. Silence. Follow up. Tries to find the arrow. Arrow. Arrow.
Who needs combos?
Oh, man.
Simply hit your arrows.
And Rue now on to ZZQ. ZZQ's going to walk that one off.
What a pickup here. Couple of heroes. And I don't think they're getting punished anywhere, right? Yeah, their Wisdom is still up. No one was sneaking over there. In fact, both Wisdoms are still available, actually.
And not,
not another one. All right.
They thought about it. I mean, it would be nice if he was able to make it happen.
That's a great steal. The Waning Rift is fantastic on Rubik at this point in the game. Actually ridiculous.
4 points in it.
Yeah, he's one of the best counters they have to the puck in this game, obviously with the telekinesis, but now with the silence too. Like that's the best mobility you can get on Rubik at this point in this game. Considering it's better than Leap with the help of the silence.
Collapse comes in, steals the Wisdom.
Moonlight out.
Gets his own. That is nice.
Dire's middle tower
Damn,
is under
gamer.
attack.
Classic Underlord gamer. 500 gold away from the Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, and that combo together with Rubik spells, this could be puck hunting territory.
Yeah.
Like they need, I feel like Resilience actually need to be aware of that and try and take a fight right now. Potentially kill off that Rubik.
I'm really curious to see what kind of build Echoes goes for as well, because depending on the momentum of this game, your build can be so different on this puck. Like the Parasma immediately starts coming to mind simply because it is a Terrorblade game.
Yes.
And you're always seeing that as a way to like maybe chew through it and deal with this guy, but obviously survivability looks like a serious issue. So I don't think we're gonna get one of these like psycho builds where we get the really early Parasma after the blink.
Spirit. Need to make a go of this here. They find the Enchantress. Heals, a lot of heals, but it's not going to matter. And that Pit of Malice laid down just makes it really tough to counter-initiate with any of the heroes that Resilience have.
Yeah, this tower gold will be enough for the Ags as well.
Yeah.
If they knock this down. So it's already done. There you go.
Thinking about a roll. Echoes thought about it, decides not to go in.
17 seconds till he has the Fiend's Gate back up. So they can go for a very early play with this. Meta's still half duration left here, but it looks like Team Spirit are already pleased with what they've done.
Yeah. Roll up will be next for New. Still hanging on to that Waning Rift is not me. But yeah, I mean, this is the game threes, right? This is what we've come to expect at this point.
Yeah, that's true.
Have the stomps back and forth. They don't want to make any risky plays because if you take sort of a bad fight, suddenly you're like playing from behind in an elimination matchup, and the pressure starts to really mount up.
I think this is trending nicely for Resilience, though.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like things could be a lot worse.
Well, this is not good for them. That is
this
for
is
damn.
more what you're expecting.
Yes.
I feel like that could have happened more often. So in that sense, things are going well. But they get one pick before Echoes finishes off his Blink Dagger. So this gives them an opportunity to maybe get aggressive themselves on Resilience.
And that's the Ags reveal, too.
Yeah.
Moonlight Shadow wears off as Rue is right by ZZQ. He finds and hits an Ice Path. Gonna pop the heal. Laurel on the chase. Spirit Vessel, and even dropping the Macropyre down.
Get on out of there, YSR. Not worth it. Yadro in here farming his Ancients right now. It's a Manta off the Reflection.
Pulling away some. But yeah, this is similar to what he did in game number 1, if I'm not mistaken. Farming out the enemy Ancients when you're a little bit ahead, but it's still a super even game. But yeah, I mean, it's a question, right? Like, if you give enough time to this lineup, does Resilience start to become scary in the super late game?
At a certain point, I suppose, but not, it's a parabola.
Right.
For a while, it looks like they might hit a timing that's really good, but then late, I see Underlord, Ember, and Terrorblade.
Right.
Ember, the unkillable.
Crash, stolen for not me. Echoes. This is apparently the moment that they want to try and take. You can win a fight right here. You're on a good path to taking this victory.
I mean, this tier 1 tower up here is just giving so much space to them. If they found Yadro here, that really does get them back into this. And Echoes very close to him.
Oh, he stopped. Scan hits. They see it. Now they know. The scan connected. Terrorblade.
It's not enough to give them the confidence.
Oh, they're not.
I mean, they have YSR, so they could just push the tower in the wave.
They're going for not me instead.
Yeah, they're baiting him out, basically.
Dropping even the coil for this. Stolen coil, tries to turn it. It won't turn into anything.
Laurel was poking Planet on the back there with the Spirit Vessel, but he survives. Now YSR, though, got left alone up here.
Gonna Requiem, try and get out. Goes for the TP away. Is it going to be enough? Yes. Wise decision.
Yeah, they cannot afford to lose their Shadow Fiend right now. ZQ, New, and Planet moving into where they just saw their Shadow Fiend escape.
Arrow, a free hand, why not?
Okay, there you go. Planet, he's stepping up. He's doing everything you're not supposed to do.
Listen, if you hit the freehand arrows, it looks good.
Nope.
They need more of those.
Kids, don't try that at home. Or do. I'm not your father.
Who's your father?
Who's your father?
20 minutes. 9 to 15. And a 4 staff gets YSR away. I mean, look. Manta 4 staff is a hell of a build for a safe lane Shadow Fiend. It's kind of awesome.
Yeah. yes and no. You know, I think it's necessary, and yeah, obviously it'll become a hurricane pike, and it feels all right, but it shows the state of the game.
Yeah,
right.
I guess that's a good point. Is that like him understanding what the danger is right now, and that he needs to get through this stage.
Yeah, they're gonna get this tormentor for free by the looks of it here. Credit to you, man. He is farming quick on this Pango.
Yeah.
Every time I look, I'm getting a little worried, but then he finished the roll up with the shard. Now he's got his blink dagger, so he is prepared for an engagement. Particularly the Roche fight is a place where I think Team Resilience could really shine.
Airblade shows there for a moment. Jump forward. Do they want to chase him down?
He's just holding the Manta though.
Yeah, the roll up and then the roll away. New decides not going to go for that. So no Rolling Thunder makes any fight not really possible at this stage. Although, maybe you could find a pickoff since a couple TP top. This is an interesting smoke.
Yeah, they're coming over to grab YSR as well. Oh, Laurel.
This is a really cool smoke. And do they have a way to get him?
Give the arrow a little kiss before he...
Oh, no! Not like that! Oh, jeez. That was so good, and then it wasn't.
That's how she goes.
Oh, man. Planet tries to get out. Jump, tries to escape, not going to happen. Now Echoes also being chased.
Wand, Guardian Greaves, and Essence Ring. Not enough to survive as the Marana. 866 healing. But they had the damage.
Control. Cute, TP's out. Does it get away? No. That throw so
meta down, team. Unfortunately, they could just move that into Roche, honestly. 2 heroes down.
They used Rolling Thunder earlier too, yeah.
Yeah, that's a freebie. That is bad. Because I feel like Roche was the best spot they had to fight as Resilience.
Yes.
And now with how these kills just combine together, they've lost that moment.
Right. And how much are you going to lose across the map while this Roche is being taken? You know?
Oh, dude, he's doing the build. He's going straight for Plasma. I appreciate it, Echoes. I think he has to. Like, he went for the shard, which kind of tipped it off anyway, but he has to play flawless.
They see that this is happening, but it's too late. And New, after finishing the Blink Dagger, is now going to be queuing up the Aghanim Scepter, though it's going to take him a little while to get there. And with the threat always there, the collapse ulti in, it turns, just a Terrorblade walking towards you into a potential kill. Something to watch for. ISR still keeping up, though, with that team.
What is the window of opportunity for Resilience in this game, though?
I don't know, man. It's a weird one.
Lyrical, when I was 6 years old, I was at the post office.
Okay.
And I said to my dear mother after picking up the mail, I said, I'll race you back to the car. And do you know what I did?
What'd you do?
I started running to the car, and I was running to the open door. But do you know what? To my shock,
where are you going?
It was not an open door.
Okay.
It was a window. And I ran through this window, shattering glass everywhere.
Oh, no.
Now, see, this is where I'm getting to here. Because there was no window, Lyrical. There was a closed window. It wasn't open.
Yeah.
And I'm worried that the window is closed for Resilience.
Yeah.
See, they think there's an open door like I did. Much like a bird who sees a very clear pane of glass thinks that it's an open window.
Yeah, I see this.
But
now.
Perhaps if they're resilient enough like I was to survive this incident,
they can crash the net.
They can crash through this closed window.
Listen,
and make it an
really
open
don't
window.
try that at home, kids. That's the big one not
You
to
get
do.
some really cool stitches all over your head and knee if you do it, though.
Jeez.
Anyway, so that was an Orchid on the TB.
A sick
because he has gone for the Blink and into the Plasma. He already has the Mystic Staff. That is the life that he's leading.
Yep.
So he has chosen to smash through the window with the Plasma.
Okay.
And we'll see if it works for him.
The bold choice, Cotton.
Yeah.
Stun. Out. Follow-up. Arrow. Good. They're crashing through the window, Trent. It's happening.
That's one.
Oh, man. Okay. These little scrappy fights. Listen, If Resilience can somehow manage to come away with this with a victory, they will have earned it because this Team Spirit lineup is looking solid. Good moves all around. Yadro picks up that Orchid, finds the kill onto the puck. They're working now towards... Well, I thought he was going to be going in for the Aghanim's, but...
I just hear an Orchid.
Yes.
Death.
Even with the Greaves, doesn't matter.
Dire's top tower.
Yeah, I guess they were still in CD. I'll do it.
And, I mean, now it really is that kill with the Underlord, right?
Yeah.
Ataro's just ganking people. Nobody's ganking him.
No, they certainly are. The Terrorblade is not any sort of terror. He's certainly the one who causes the terror in this one.
ISR is still growing larger and larger, but in terms of what he's been able to do in this game, it's been a little bit suspect.
I feel like they're wandering on some of these heroes on Resilience. They're just like looking for creeps, trying to harvest some gold, trying to find something, trying to find purpose. This is often what it looks like when you're in a match versus an Aegis like this, because you know you can't force the fight. That even if you have some tools that you could maybe see a moment that looks like it's just about to be fruitful,
yeah,
it gives you the seed of doubt. But at least they got the 1 kill on Laurel. That was good.
Yeah. Well, and also you got the Aghanim Scepter now done for the Pangos. So the team fight potential is pretty high on Resilience if they can find the right initiationing.
Yadro just tearing through this tower, backed up by Ruin, not me.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Getting closer and closer to having a done Scotty.
Yeah, man, he's going to be so tanky. And they could even potentially stick around for the Wisdom if they wanted to.
Radiant's top tower.
Nice Shadow comes out.
For BKB. So they're going to really need a chain stun to make this work.
All right, Neo. What do you got?
Burn the mana, blink away. Not a bad decision. Closer to the 28-minute Wisdoms. They do see Mirana on a ward up on the top side. And Planet, see if they decide to go in for him. Yeah. So, Mirana.
How good are your jukes?
Bleep, bleep. Not going to happen. Do a little bit of damage before she's gone.
Can't go through there while rooted anymore. Big buffed Underlord.
There you go. That does set up for 2 Wisdoms at the very least. So some small wins where they can find them. New, after getting the Aghanims, is going in for the Shiva's Guard next also. Only a 3,000 gold lead. Team Spirit not wanting to overextend themselves, waiting for the right moment. This right here would be a pretty devastating kill if they could get it. They're going to find New. Force Staff trying to keep him alive. Now they move forward. Echoes got him caught with the silence. But there's no follow-up to this.
And you can see they can't even threaten the coil or anything.
Yeah. There's not enough damage. They do not have the Terrorblade answer. They're going to need a Requiem. They're going to need, a Pango ulti, and he's still got so much armor.
They're playing for the big fight. Like, they're going for the BKB on the puck. They're going for they have the BKB on the SF and 2,800 gold. YSR is trying to figure out what the heck do I buy to give us a chance in this game? And it's like, is it Blink? I wonder if is what he's thinking.
Right.
Like, do I have to... I feel like that might be it, to be honest. Like, what is the save potential? There is a shard on the Rubik. There's a Glimmer.
But if you blink Requiem, not me's going to get caught in that too. Most like, although, who knows? He might steal the Requiem. I mean, there's a chance.
Yeah.
He's got 3,000 gold. He's going to run right into not me. Turns.
Oh, he's trying to micro his way out of this one.
No, it's not going to happen. He's just got BKB. It was a cool move.
Yeah.
Not the way you want to spend that BKB.
Planet gets found here.
Laurel right on him.
Tanking these beams.
Yeah. They just keep dropping him down. And Laurel finds himself another kill. This lead is starting to grow. Resilience starting to feel their hopes of moving on here at TI. Slipping through their fingers unless they can pull something together. Here are not giving them that option.
No, it's a very firm grip, and they have some tricky tactics here from Resilience. They have these very deep observer wards that have been spotting some of the couriers, so like they know where some of the heroes are moving to because of that. That's helping them to dodge about. I mean, you think about Echoes. He spent this entire time building this BKB against the TB Orchid, the Ember, and the Underlord Aghanims, and he didn't die.
Yeah.
That's pretty impressive, frankly.
Yeah. Somebody has to die, but he was making sure it wasn't him.
That's right. All right, they're going to go for a kill here onto Rue. They missed the silence. This is looking a little risky.
It's the Courier.
All right, there's our kill. Courier down.
You'll take what you can get at this point. And Team Spirit, Roche respawn in a minute 30 seconds. So
I cannot imagine giving this Roche up. It will be so hard to fight into a Yadoro Aegis.
Yes, they have to stop the Aegis from going onto his hands. Resilience understand that they've been building towards one big fight, and it's got to be here. Now, the other thing they need to be careful about is not like giving up the BKB charge early before the fight starts.
Yeah.
Okay, Rue gets caught.
All right, very good start.
Now, YSR going through, manages to escape. That's his BKB used. Does not have a TP, though.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Moonlight Shadow. They got him. YSR
They have
found.
no detection, though. Just trust.
Oh, they got him. He walked back into it. No.
I mean, there's a gem on the Ember. He was dead.
Oh, man.
Yeah. His BKB was on cooldown, too, so.
That's a backbreaker right there.
Yep.
We'll TP out. I mean, okay, I guess it depends.
All right, Laurel, maybe forces BKB, they're thinking?
They're trying to, at the very least. Seeing if they can do it. Coil is down. And BKB used.
They're trying to grab every wave they can. Hey, the big item, the Little Friends, is done for the Ench. Pretty powerful tool. Undispellable root for up to 6 seconds. Kind of crazy.
Can see the issue there. Gets just in time the roll off and will not manage to get the amp damage. But that Roche has respawned.
Oh, okay.
30 seconds.
Okay. Just the amplify damage terribly. Heading to Roche.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
All right, speedrun. Someone start the live split. Go!
Yeah, this is it'll roar. They're not going to be able to come and contest this.
Yeah,
you know, it's funny.
A little Orchid, some Solar Crest.
We keep saying, like, man, if this happens, it's going to be really bad for Resilience. And then it keeps happening over and over and over again.
New 80% record. Yadoro slaying Roche.
Got it quick. That's for dang sure. Yeah, double queued up Aghanim Scepter. Understanding the assignment.
Yep. Ags for Echoes, maybe. Yeah, he's going for it. Get that courier home safely. I mean, it all sets up for the rapier, right?
Hey,
that's what we're here for.
We're waiting. When the time comes, he'll have it. Surely. Going in for the Lotus. Trying to help out some of his teammates there. Yeah, this game firmly in Team Spirit's hands. It's not insurmountable, but this type of play right here is what's so scary.
I mean, he's level 24, Lyrical.
I know, it's a problem. Planet's getting chased down now. Manages to get a Tormentor.
He's like, there's two of them chasing me. Why are we losing our base? Guys, what's happening?
Honestly, would be nice for them to be able to catch a couple of heroes here.
All right, where's the Little Friends?
The roll backing around. Finds Yadoro, bouncing back and forth on these supports. They managed to find Echoes. Has to pop his BKB. That feels bad.
He just needs to run.
Oh, God. He's got to get out of there. Just got to escape. And I don't know if he's going to be able to. Oh, the silence, the run, the lift is back, and now he's got him caught. He's going to be able to go for the jaunt. Needs to double back the other direction. In the meantime, Yadoro is taking their base.
Right. He blinks up.
Echoes, no TP. Oh, man. And Not Me is just on his case, chasing after him.
Oh, he got the face. He was just insta-spamming, hoping he'd get something else.
I mean, it's all falling apart. Brazilians are feeling the pressure coming their way as Team Spirit.
The voice lines are beginning. They're feeling it.
They know what's coming. 60 seconds, no Pango. Look at that building damage.
That's a lot.
Yeah, that is not a lot on the side of Team Resilience.
Marl not helping the team. I know Ember's bad at hitting towers, but he doesn't even try.
I mean, they're going to send in Terrorblade Illusions from the Enchantress, but the strongest hero in the game, and it's dying almost instantly.
But the little friends.
Not looking good.
Little friends.
Some good punches in there. Yadro actually forces out the Sunder. A few more with the force staff forward. Maybe a chance, a hope, a dream. Yes.
That's one.
Can they get another? ISR not feeling super great about it.
There's the coil.
Now they get him. No more Sunder. Stolen coil. That's not good for them either. But do they have the damage onto Laurel trying? They get him with the root. Okay, the little friends, but BKB pops, and that's off of him now. All right, they do manage to take Not Me out. Echoes saying they are not done yet. TP out from the Underlord. They manage to burn through the Aegis. They get a kill.
Rue takes the Shrine of Wisdom as he TPs out.
Yeah.
A painful one. So, yeah, they get the Aegis, they get the Rubik, but they lose their top set of racks. That Aegis is just too much for them to deal with.
Feels like they needed a Terrorblade answer.
Yeah, they put a lot of faith in the puck. I mean, the puck has been fine in terms of like the matchup and everything, but I believe with the allies that you already had in the draft, you had no way to accelerate your puck in the game through kills. It was just like, I'm an annoying hero that will be hard to kill, and I'll be like splitting the map and not getting caught. Right. And I can buy some time, but time for what?
Time for what, indeed? Puck. They catch him and kill him here.
Because you see, Lyrical, it wasn't even a closed door I ran through. It was never supposed to open. It wasn't a window that could ever open. Do you see?
Team Spirit is inevitable. That's what you're telling me.
They needed to choose a different path. I needed to choose a different path.
I feel like you're going through something here, man. You're having realizations about life, which it seems like Resilience probably needed to have themselves about life, as YSR is going to have to TP out. But look at these right clicks, come spraying in, almost dies instantly.
No, but you see, the lesson is, Lyrical, that there was no viable path, yet I made one anyway.
I see.
So it's actually a story of hope.
They need more resilience. That's what I'm hearing from you.
They just need to force it.
They got to get the resilience going. A smoke up now. There's no BKB on SF. But can they catch some of these heroes off guard? Is there a chance for a pickoff? Something weird to happen.
I mean, that's a lot of friends. They're not very little either.
Jump in, coil, good hit, but there's no detection. They got him now. Leash, good damage out with the roll from New. That's going to be two supports almost dead. All right, Not Me gets the blink away. He's dead, though. Now New retreats back with no more supports. Can they kind of pull these Team Spirit cores apart? Thinking about it with the silence, that's pretty dang good. That's enough to take down Enchantress.
Yadro, godlike on Terrorblade. I've seen this before.
ISR caught. Does have the Manta, still hanging onto that Hurricane Pipe. Level 25 on that at Terrorblade. ISR tries to back out. Now the Lotus, keeping him alive for now. Requiem, anything? No, he's gone. And with the death of YSR, the death of the puck, it is looking like Team Spirit are going to be able to run this one down, catches them all with the Fiend's Gate. Playing it off to the side, tries to make an escape, not going to happen. That is going to be another one down. Team Spirit, previous champions, wanting to find themselves another opportunity of it. They are moving on to the main event as they take down the last set of racks. There's a buyback, some hope, some chance, trying to keep them alive. But eyes on the prize, eyes on the throne. Yadro hits the Ancients. And GG is called. Team Spirit, they're going to the main event.
Hugh, he knows they fought hard. He had a smile on his face as they're typing it out there. Amazing work in game 2 to give them a chance. And Team Spirit, maybe not sure if they could do it, but that looks like the team we know.
Good stuff from them as we head on back to the panel.
Thank you very much, gentlemen and Team Spirit. maybe more relief than happiness making it to the main event here after this best of 3 against Brazilians defeat on their faces, as they have lost their chances here. But I think Saber, with Team Spirit moving on, relief probably very present, especially after last year.
Yeah, for sure. I remember last year when they were in this same exact situation, they managed to get either 3-2 or 2-3. They were playing against Falcons and they got 2-0. They weren't able to play last year's TI, and then this year's TI, they were 1 game away from their dreams getting crushed again. And luckily, they clutched it up. It was great how they played. I think Yatoro especially, he was just so good. You could feel the difference between the carries this game, and not only because it's like a better matchup for Terrorblade. I feel like Yatoro was just doing so much on the map, whereas for the Shadow Fiend, it felt very hard to do anything.
Yeah, I think this was a clean, crisp execution, especially by Yatoro. I think he really put the team on his back. Obviously, everybody else had an impact in this game, but Terrorblade especially, buying this Orchid, finding the clutch kills on the puck, also on the Pangolier, recognizing the correct way to play this game, when they should roach, when they should play around objectives. It was just, TB is a very commanding hero.
Yes.
Where you can literally put the team on your back and be like, if you have a good game, and just, guys, follow me, we'll do this, we'll do this, we'll do this. And that's how it felt this game. Yatoro had control of the entire game, perfect game by him, and he takes him to the main event.
Yeah, you can tell that Yatoro thought it was a free TB game. You can always tell when these like Grandmaster level Terrorblades feel like it's just free. You know, they don't do anything that's too crazy, nothing that's too over the top. They wait for their timings, they farm pretty safely, they play around towers on every meta, they back off when they don't have meta. You could see that Laurel was making some calls, like he was drawing on the map a lot of the time, and Yatoro would back off, so there's a lot of team play in there where you can tell that the rest of the team also trusted that with all this pressure on his shoulders, that Yatoro could do it. This was a very nice kill. Like, that kind of sealed the deal. Really, the only hero that could potentially answer the TB in the late game was possibly the Shadow Fiend, but yeah, Yatoro knew that he had the counter matchup here.
Yeah, we had Brazilians making a few moves in the early game, but it was feeling a little forced. It already felt like it was not going to be an easy game, and maybe the pressure got to them.
Yeah, I think this was an uphill battle for them. I think they messed up in the draft. I don't like the response with the Shadow Fiend when it ended up being a carry. I did not like the Mirana. So they put themselves in this hole, and they had to really outplay Spirit, which is not easy in an elimination game. There were definitely signs of life, and I think Resilience did have a good showing this TI. I think they performed better than people expected. I think Echoes had some really, really clutch, great games from him. So I think he was a standout for me from their team. And hopefully we see more of them in the future. I don't think it should all be doom and gloom. They should be proud that they put up some really good games against incredible teams.
This was a team that's only about a couple of months old. So being able to take it to a game 3 in this elimination series.
Coming in, they terrorize, trying to bail out Ghost. The Ravage is going to hold all these heroes into place. RCY with a buyback won't be able to accomplish much. They'll chase him all the way back into the fountain where Ghost, where's the toss? Got hit by an Earth Spike now. Raptor Dance, Pure's trying to stay ahead of these toss backs, and he's going to do so successfully. They get the Megas. Nobody's tossed into the fountain.
They dodged their own fountain dive throw, you know?
They did.
Oh, they just can't find anything. It's so difficult with this Tidehunter on the front line. All right, toss him in.
Got him, but couldn't keep him there. Easily cleansed off. Great Winner's Curse. That'll kill Whitemon pretty quickly, but unfortunately they kill Whitemon too quickly, because once they're done killing him, they kill the rest of Gamer Legion, and that is it. Gamer Legion out of TI, and Iron Wing will go to playoffs.
A nice berth for them. I think they have looked pretty damn solid this entire group stage. A couple of games that didn't end up with the end condition they wanted. Got a little weird, got a little sloppy, some base dives, but they're very disciplined here. Whitemon called the Roshans. Nothing crazy happened, and a sick last pick Tidehunter that 33 played to perfection. With the first blood gold injection, they weren't able to touch him with a Wyvern pick. That's kind of the downside of Wyvern sometimes. It's like, you can't shut anybody down. You just have to play your game and kind of accept that they're also going to get theirs. Man, he just ran away with that completely. What a monster. And
this is, I mean, what a way to be able to close it out. This is probably the easiest series for Iron Wing in this group stage.
Yeah, they really demolished them. This was not Gamer Legion's best series, probably their worst series at this TI.
Yeah.
And there's it's when the pressure's the highest that can happen to you, right? They're an inexperienced TI team. They're coming from a weaker region. It's sometimes hard to get those reps, and you go up against a really tough contender here with a lot of experience, a lot of championships. They won a lot of stuff this year. They're a lot better than their record and their recent performances indicate. There's no shame in losing to this team. It's just that's not the way you want it to go down. And we've seen a lot more from Gamer Legion. This series was not it. They got outclassed here, and I think that last draft just kind of got away from them. They were trying to pull some crazy audible with this mid Centaur, but I don't want to see RCY on Centaur in an elimination game. You know, that it just doesn't click for me. It doesn't feel right. Put him on a playmaker, put him on one of his Siginies, let him carry, let him make the big plays. You can't do it with Centaur, even if it was the greatest mid Centaur game of all time. It's just something about that didn't feel right to me, and Iron Wing take advantage of it. Big 2-0 for them. Going to give them a lot of confidence, and they're going to be another one of these teams that, like, yeah, they had to fight their way onto that main stage, but you don't want to play this team.
Yeah.
You really don't want to play these guys.
Especially the way they're playing, it looks so free. I mean, it's kind of just always Pure's MO to play in a style that almost looks reckless, but when it hits real good.
No, I know what you're saying. It's they're in a nice flow state right now. It's not, I don't even think their games are 100% clicky. That's kind of the scary part. There's still some potential to unlock here.
Sure, they could get even better.
But I think their drafting is fitting them to a T. They have a very good understanding of what they want from their lineups and what the heroes are doing in their lineups and how they're itemizing, how they're building this toxic tankiness that they're bringing to the table. It's just looks miserable to play into. I think this Undying has to go up in ban priority against the squad. The Largo still has to be out, right? The Invoker's a problem. Pure's just going to have his choice of carries because a lot of the ban priority is going on those other roles. Like, they're a problem to draft against. And they sneak in some of these picks like the Tide that just become invincible and make the game unplayable. And you're like, well, I guess we can't win this game. We got to go next. You go next, they put something else in there. And you go, oh, well, maybe there is no next. So you really have to watch out for the squad. And they're going to be interesting to watch in this tournament. A really interesting team to watch in terms of learning from what picks are working. Can't give them Earth Spirit. I mean, the list is built.
It is. It's kind of be growing for all the teams who do manage to make it to playoffs, and that's where they'll be interested to see next week who gets called out on their picks. You know, your unstoppable Earth Spirits or your indomitable Centaur, whatever it is. Right. You have to give some of these teams something. You have to have a plan against it, and we're going to see the best teams formulate and execute those plans. See what actually is the best heroes.
And the team that wins TI is usually the team that can break some of these.
Yeah.
Not the team that just bans everything and somehow dodges all the powerful heroes, right? I think Vision definitely look capable of breaking anything right now.
yeah.
But I think there will be some other teams that figure some of these out. We've already seen Centaur be exposed. We've seen the SF getting exposed a little. The Drow Ranger was being exposed. Toro was trying to first pick that hero and it's just not working for him. These things can change really fast, and they change the fastest at TI because the meta develops so quickly, and people are always trying to figure out what works well because you don't have a lot of time to do it, right? These are the most important matches of the year. I would not be surprised to see some of these heroes that are working for certain teams and groups just fail spectacularly on the main stage, especially you have a break. That's another consideration, right? What do you figure out over this break? Are you scrimming? Are you trying something? Are you going to give your scrim partners Earth Spirit and try and break it, go in a series, give it to Iron Wing, and they just demolish you with it? And you go, man, our ideas sucked, like they didn't work. Or maybe you break the Earth Spirit and you have a massive advantage. So things like that are going to be very cool to watch here. That is the absolute MVP of this game too. I mean, holy moly, that was the easiest MVP to give in my life in that one.
He just kind of like smash that bottom lane solo. They come back with like 3 heroes to try and stop him. His just Vlad's anchor smashing them. Even when they do kill him, it's just like, was that even worth it?
Solo killed the Tiny from full in some elaborate minute-long chase.
Yeah.
It probably cost Ghost more than if he just died straight up. Just
and all that space, Pure takes the tower, BZM takes the tower. They're both swarming your side of the map. They're diving behind the tier 2 multiple times to be able to kill Fade. I mean, that smoke wraparound behind of like FaZe just like hands off the keyboard. Like, what do you?
The difference,
I can't play in this series.
the offlane diff in this series, in
Yes.
terms of what they were given to work with, was night and day. It's
Mhm.
like 33's 1v5 and then FaZe's getting 5v1. What do you want them to do? It was a really rough showing. So, yeah, sad for Gamer Legion because they were a fun team to watch this season. I hope we see some of those guys in the future because they have some really skilled players. This was not their best showing, but that happens at TI. You know, I've been there. We've all been there, and only so many teams can go on.
Well, here's the results from the B stream. We watched Boom Boys match up against Aurora first, and they did get that 2-0. The series was closer than this one, that's for sure, but Boom Boys did just look the better for it. Got their win over Aurora just like they did earlier in this season. They had a finals against each other, right? Boom Boys got the 3-0 over Aurora. They continue to cement that advantage.
Only one match left between these deciders. Spirit did take out Resilience in that game 3, so no Chinese team on the main stage.
And it's kind of looking like we might just have, outside of Boom Boys and Aurora having to match up against each other, we're just going to see all the favorites actually make it, which is rare for TI, right? Normally we have like at least 2 or 3 of the quote-unquote favorites not actually make it to top 8.
And I still think that LGD Yandex series is a coin flip because Yandex have not looked great at this event.
Right.
And LGD are kind of feeling themselves at the tops and mid with some weird picks, and there's no pressure on them because they have a stand-in. I think that's a much closer match than it would appear on paper if you looked at that, 6 months ago. So that's gonna be a tight one, but man, this stage is set. There are a lot of good teams in that top 8. I don't think you could really point at anybody there and say they're weak, right? Like,
no.
I mean, some people are gonna, say Nigma Galaxy are frauds. I think that's always the case because not necessarily frauds, but just like they give you the hopium and then at some point they hit a brick wall.
And they've done well at group stages before.
Exactly, but
just happened.
They looked really good in that Spirit series, and they obviously understand the meta super well.
Yeah,
and Lornoff is going giga chain ham. You don't want to play against this guy. So I have some faith that they're very good. And man, this is a very stacked TI, one of the most stacked in a long time, I think.
Yeah, I was thinking about it. If Yandex goes, if Yandex managed to make it through and gets into form, it does feel like this is going to be one of the most stacked top 8s at a TI.
For sure.
No slouches. Everybody who were kind of favorites came to play. So
that's cool to see.
All right. Well, that is the closeout of Stream B. We're going to send you back over to Stream A. That is the final series left to watch, Yandex versus LGD. And meanwhile, thanks for watching.